This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents Your Mom's Gonna Love Me by Matt Rife. Read by the author.
For Papaw, who was always there for me and gave me the life he deserved. Intro. Never say never. I lost my virginity the old-fashioned all-American way, in high school, in the backseat of a shitty little Honda with a girl who had a Justin Bieber tramp stamp. I was 17 years old, weighed 115 pounds, had gelled hair so stiff it could impale you, and a voice that hadn't even cracked yet. Yeah, think fuckboy without an ounce of fuck. She was my very first girlfriend, who I had met on Instagram. Because honestly, how the hell else do you meet anyone these days? And she was a couple years older than me because, well, we all have a type. We were in the white trash heap that is rural central Ohio, parked in her car all the way at the bottom of the long driveway that led up to my mom's house because I didn't even have a license yet. We were lying there in that cramped little back seat in the spooning position playing just the tip. Don't judge, it's how most of you got here. It was very good for me. It was very fast, and I don't believe I used protection. Pretty much as high school as you can possibly get. We had just finished and she was turning over for round 2. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And that's when I saw it. Right there on the small of her back in that fancy, squiggly script favored by believers throughout the Midwest, never say never. Now, I really wish I could tell you this gave me pause. That I took in the absolute profoundness of these words and stopped myself to have a little think. Like, when she chose to get this line tattooed right above her butt, was my new girlfriend trying to be clever? Maybe even encouraging to desperate adolescent hornballs like myself? Was this an attempt at some kind of vaguely witty, quasi-sexual pun? Hey, kid, you might be fugly, but shoot your shot, so to speak. Or was she literally just like, that's my favorite Justin Bieber song, put it on my back like a bullseye? Seriously, I didn't give a shit. It was sex. I was her boyfriend. I wanted her right here, and I knew everything would be all right, even though it could have led to a baby. I really lucked out there. Because the truth is that even at that age, I had no interest in being stuck in Ohio forever. In fact, I was already ready to get the hell out. I had grown up feeling like a misfit, a white kid in a mostly white town with all black friends. My mom loved me, but she was married to a dude who spent most of his time drinking beer and smacking me around. The closest thing I had to a dad was my papaw, Grandpa Steve, who laid tile for a living and instilled me with the dark, dangerous sense of humor I have to this day. It was that sense of humor that I was counting on to get me out. I hadn't even graduated high school. Technically, I never would. But I was about to leave for Los Angeles, where I barely knew a soul and where I was determined to build a career as a stand-up. Did I have a clue what I was doing? Fuck no. If I had any idea what was in store for me, I probably would have stayed right there in that Honda, glued to that older girl's ass and pondering the intricacies of ironic tattoos for the rest of time. Instead, I'd spend the next few years crashing on couches, riding the bus with homeless dudes who pissed in their seats, dating more than my fair share of MILFs, and toiling away in the depressing depths of comic obscurity. I'd be half a step away from joining the army or starting a promising career as a bag boy at Ralph's, until suddenly a single viral video would find me a global audience of millions, changing my entire life in one night and 2 crazy years. Oh yeah, did I mention I'm only 29 years old? Like, right now? But I promise I read at a 40-year-old level. Lying in that car at the bottom of that driveway in Ohio, I had no idea what the next 10 years would bring. I had no idea if I'd succeed beyond my wildest dreams or fail miserably. Or maybe do a little bit of both. All I knew was that I had nothing to lose by trying. Never say never? You're goddamn right, Justin Bieber. Never pull out of your dreams. Chapter 1. Little Kids and Cigarettes. Come on, Mom. Just roll it down a little, all right? I can barely breathe. We were driving in my mom's GMC Jimmy. This truck was so old and busted, I'm pretty sure my stepdad went to the used car dealer and asked for something in gray and rust. She was giving me a ride to school, which didn't happen often, but I was about to run out of air because she was smoking Marlboro Lights, which happened all the damn time. I mean, she did a couple packs a day at least. And of course, my window was broken. It wouldn't budge. I had my first hot box before my first lunchbox. My mom was this tiny little blonde lady, like 5'2". How on earth could her lungs churn out this much smoke? I was hacking. My throat was all scratchy. I had this shirt pulled up over my face like a white trash oxygen mask. I probably sounded like Darth Vader on auto-tune, except, with a 12-year-old squeaky hormonal voice. And this was one of my good shirts I was stretching out. Well, as good as all my other ones were anyway. Old leftovers from Kmart with really witty slogans like, "We'll trade girlfriend for video games." Perfect for not getting a girlfriend when you're in 7th grade. I was small, I was skinny, I was a year younger than everyone else in my class because my mom had started me in preschool a year early, and I was convinced my teeth were too small for my mouth. They had all these gaps between them in the front and the sides and everywhere. With teeth that bad living in Ohio, I very easily could have been named Matthew. Oh, and for all the kids out there lucky to be born after Kmart went out of business, it was like Walmart except poor. A real joy to shop in. "Mom, please!" "What?" she said, finally turning down the music and looking in my direction. "You say something?" To be fair to my mom, Nelly was blasting on the radio. I'd listen to Hot and Her over some complaining little kid, too. Also, it was 2007, so people didn't get how bad secondhand smoke was for you yet. Doctors were like, "Yeah, that little tickle in your throat. Yeah, it's real cute, ain't it? That's called puberty, son. You'll grow out of it." I sighed and pulled my shirt tighter around my face. "Your window. Can you roll it down, please? This smoke is killing me." She shrugged. "Oh. Why didn't you say so?" And she rolled it down like half an inch. "There," she said, taking a deep drag. "Happy?" Totally. A real Hallmark moment. My heart was warmed, and my lungs were crispy. "Yeah," I said, staring out the foggy window. "Thanks, Mom." When I look back at it now, I'm like, yeah, I get the whole small town thing. The town I'm from in Ohio, North Lewisburg, is about an hour west of Columbus, but it is rural as hell. I always tell people that Ohio is the Alabama of the North. We are so trashy, you wouldn't believe it. I mean, no offense to the good people of Alabama, I guess. Even without the cigarettes, my mom has this southern twang. She's country as fuck. If anything, I'm lucky she picked cigarettes as her drug of choice and not heroin, which at this point was kind of like the city mascot. Just a big cartoon needle with a smiley face posted on the one road into town. "Welcome to North Lewisburg, where life just dissipates." But there are some pros to the small town experience, too. While I was growing up there, North Lewisburg had about 1,500 people. It was literally a one-stoplight town, which easily could have been a 4-way stop. And you had to drive through 20 minutes of farmland just to get to that one stoplight. Everyone knew everyone else. You could honestly leave your keys in the car's ignition overnight, and not just because you're a dumbass who forgets his keys everywhere, but because you knew your car would be safe. Not because small-town people are any more honest than big-city people, but because you couldn't get away with breaking the law if you tried. What are you going to do? Steal your neighbor's car and park it down the street? Everyone's watching everyone else. Everyone's in each other's business. You take something and we will find out. So yeah, it was safe. It was a tight-knit community. And there was a lot of nature outside. That was cool. Trees to climb, creeks to play in, cornfields to run through. Lots of sticks, or, swords to a kid with the right imagination. The joy of being a child, I'm pretty sure that's somewhere in nature, right? Yep, definitely a few pros to small town living. Honestly, though, back when I was growing up there, it was mind-searingly boring. This is the kind of place where the gas station is also the country store, and maybe they run a pizza joint out of the back. So everyone around me was either a mechanic or they worked in the pizza place, and the cool thing for them is there's like zero commute. Fuck around, you get some sandwiches, some diesel, maybe a pepperoni on the side. You got the car guy working on the pizza guy's car while he's eating the pizza guy's pizza, and they're like both buying corn from the farmer who also happens to really like pizza and broken cars. And that's about it. The farmers were actually the closest thing our town had to fancy people, because some of them actually made decent money. There was no bigger flex than driving down the single street through that single stoplight on a brand new decked-out John Deere. Polished green and chrome with a 3-point hitch and a rotary tiller. Size does matter. Life pretty much went like this. You go to high school, you get pregnant, or you get someone pregnant. You graduate high school, you get a job, you get married, you get someone else pregnant, maybe your wife, maybe not. You work some more, there's a few more pregnancies, and then you die. Once you die, you may stop getting pregnant, but seriously, no guarantees. Everything was the same, everything was normal, and everyone was white. Well, that's not true. There were 3 black kids, and they were mixed. Brendan, Derek, and Devin. And they were my best friends. And they were all related. They just happened to live next door to us, which was a dream because in a small town like that, it was really a matter of whose door can I knock on next? I need some friends. We didn't have phones, and social media was only getting started, so if you got tired of playing in the creek or running around through the cornfields, we'd race our bikes or sit on the power box in the backyard until lightning bugs came out. Maybe if I had a better home life, I would have felt a little more rooted in the Alabama of the North. But I didn't. When I was 1 year old, my dad killed himself. He was only 20 or 21 at the time. He and my mom weren't together then, so he was staying with his own dad in this shitty little apartment, and yeah, he just shot himself. Now I know your first natural human instinct is to feel sympathy for me. That's very kind of you. Your second natural human instinct is to be like, yo, you're a comedian, stop being so damn depressing. That's a little less kind of you. I'll accept a middle ground. But seriously, I was just a baby when all this happened. I could barely even walk. I have almost no memories of my biological father. In fact, I'm not even sure how I found out the way he died. I'm thinking that my mom maybe broke that news to me when I was around 7 or 8, maybe. But let's be honest here. Is the news of your dad's suicide really something y'all would be dwelling on in your life? I think I'm going to focus on those memories of catching crawdads in the creek, thanks. And all those sticks outside. What ended up hitting me a lot harder, I mean literally this guy hit me, was the next guy my mom married. A guy I shall simply refer to as that asshole. That asshole happened to be both a mechanic and a pizza delivery dude in our town. No bullshit. He was a real dual threat in the local job market. I have no idea how exactly my mom met him. But what I do know is that one day I got home from daycare, my mom tells me we're moving to the middle of nowhere in this town called North Lewisburg with this tall guy with a big nose, a goatee, and a buzz cut. His hobbies were limited to sitting on our couch, pounding Bud Lights and watching NASCAR. And on no planet was I allowed to change the channel to any of my own shows or play PlayStation. I was to sit there quietly, respectfully, while he watched those cars go around and around in circles, drank his beer, and tossed one empty can onto the floor after another. And another, and another. That asshole. As I got a little older, I got more angsty and hormonal and confrontational. That's right, teenage boys, we're pretty fucking bad too. I wouldn't go out of my way to start things with them, not necessarily. It would just be dumb stuff like, Matt, I told you to pick up your shit off the floor. All right, bro, I'll pick up my shit. Just as soon as you pick up all your beer cans. What the fuck did you say to me? You fucking heard me. I'd say under my breath, walking away, hoping he didn't hear me, but wishing he did. You know, pure adolescent poetry. He'd go to smack me upside the head, and I'd try to smack him right back, and, well, I'd get my ass whooped. What do you want from me? I was this skinny little punk. I might end up with a few bruises, maybe some of my clothes would get ripped off in any kind of wrestling match. Damn it! That Hooters Daytona Beach shirt was vintage, dude. But I was so small that most of the time that asshole would just pick me right up off the ground and throw me into my room. We lived in a few different houses over the years. A trailer, a farmhouse that we rented, and a couple little houses in cul-de-sacs. But I always felt like the odd man out. In some ways, literally. I had 3 stepsisters and 1 younger half-sister, and they mostly acted like I was just in their way. My mom didn't have any great solutions either. When my stepdad and I fought, sometimes she would break it up, sometimes she wouldn't. It kind of just depended on how bad it got. But what could she do? He was a grown man and she was smaller than I was. She was a stay-at-home mom with a strawberry blonde perm who had had me when she was just 20 years old, just out of high school. The most work she had ever done was as a mailman for a couple years. A mailman. Which, come to think of it, was probably the only other job besides pizza guy, mechanic, and farmer in the town of North Lewisburg, Ohio. She loved and cared for me and my little sister so much. Sometimes almost too much. It could feel like we were her whole life. Like all her needs and wants were this thick-ass wool blanket piled on top of us. That can be snuggly and warm, but sometimes it can be a little hard to breathe, you know? The closest thing I had to a true savior was my mom's dad, my grandpa Steve. Man, I adored that guy. And he did just about everything he could to make my childhood better. But when it comes down to it, no one can really fix life in rural Ohio. That's why even from a young age, I knew I needed to get out. I also knew I didn't have a future in boxing or MMA. I just had to figure out what that future would be and where it would take me. Wherever it was, it needed to be far, far away from here. I didn't know it yet, but as I got out of my mom's gray, rusty Jimmy that morning in 7th grade, I was about to take a big step in the right direction. It was all going to start on my very first stage, which just happened to be the dusty gym floor of my tiny red brick junior high. I slammed the truck door behind me. I smelled like an air traffic controller going through a bitter divorce, and my mom, well, she immediately rolled her window all the way back up. I gotta give her credit, though, as doctors started figuring out just how bad secondhand smoke is for people, she totally changed her ways. These days, she'll roll that thing down a good 3 inches if you ask her nice enough. Chapter 2. Walking Red Flag. All right, I had it. The idea for the perfect bit. "Mrs. Hay!" I shouted, waving my hand around in the air. "Mrs. Hay!" It was the first thing in the morning and I was in 7th grade homeroom. To most kids, this was where they took the attendance and made announcements. Time for a little socializing, a little gossiping, maybe finishing up some homework. Boring shit like that. And to be fair, that last one could have also been me, because I always did my homework because I was a big-ass nerd. But because I was a big-ass nerd, I also had big-ass aspirations. I wanted to be the class clown. There was no better place to try out new material than homeroom. "Yes, Mr. Rife," my homeroom teacher said, eyeing me suspiciously. What can I say? I was already starting to earn a rep. I think my contact just popped out, I gasped, all nerves and anxiety as I searched the top of my desk and then the floor. "Oh, wait, here it is, found it." "Oh, did you?" she said dryly. "Yeah, right here in my hand, see? Hey, could I have a hall pass so I could go to the bathroom and put it back in?" "Matt?" "Yeah?" "You realize you're wearing glasses right now, right?" "Oh, am I? I had no idea." I looked around the room triumphantly at my fellow classmates, like, did you guys see that? I tried to get a hall pass for a missing contact. I'm not even wearing contacts. I'm wearing glasses. A few kids rolled their eyes. Someone cleared their throat. Maybe I got a few chuckles. Maybe. "Matt," Mrs. Hay said with a sigh, "please take your seat." Okay, fine. It doesn't take bifocals to see that routine could use some work. One of my first breakout bits as a comic, one that just went a tiny bit better than the infamous childhood "I'm not wearing any contacts" number, was about red flags in dating. If you don't know, it's basically a warning sign, a metaphorical stop sign. You meet somebody, you start talking to them, And there's something about them that just kind of triggers a warning in you. Like maybe this isn't a person I should be fucking with, right? I have so many of those when it comes to women. I mean, who doesn't, right? If you're a girl who fucks with boats, I'm gonna assume they come with crabs. Deuces. Or maybe you've got distinct physical features. I don't care if you're a 20 out of 10. If your second toe is longer than your big toe, you're totally out. You got guy friends who want to fuck you, but you refuse to believe they actually want to fuck you? No. Naive. Not having it. And of course, some of the best, weirdest red flags I've ever heard came from the ladies themselves. The ones in my audiences, I mean. Please explain to me why flip-flops or liking dogs over cats is a deal breaker with an Ivy League investment banker. I mean, you hate an animal who's literally man's best friend and he's the problem? Come on now. But here's the thing. When I was growing up, I didn't just have red flags. I, Matthew Stephen Rife, was a walking, breathing human red flag. None of the usual cliques wanted me. I usually played sports like football and baseball, but the jocks wanted nothing to do with me. All the hot and popular people had zero interest in my gap-toothed face. Even the nerds didn't accept me, and I was a nerd. You know you've got issues when even the losers are like, sorry, bro. We just don't want any of that to rub off on us, you know? And it's not like I was the new kid in junior high or something. My school was tiny, just a couple hundred kids in the whole thing. And these were kids I had known since kindergarten. I was just different. I just didn't fit in. We weren't exactly well off, which meant that not only was I wearing Kmart I'm with stupid shirts by myself, but I was mixing them in with the same pair of grass-stained jeans every day. I mentioned being small, I mentioned being younger, I of course mentioned my tiny-ass teeth, which were the bane of my existence. But this wasn't just your typical, oh, I'm a half-inch shorter than everyone stuff. This was a borderline medical condition. For some weird reason, puberty seriously did not end up hitting me till I was like 22 years old. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. I kept getting older, but it felt like my body was staying the same age. My voice was a little higher. I didn't have to shave at all. Even now, at almost 30, I'd say my mustache is more like aspirational. It has hopes, it has dreams, it knows what it wants to be someday. But today, it's not all that prominent. It's more like a whisper of a dare of actual facial hair. But hey, never say never. Thanks, Beebs. And you know what? I ain't complaining. In my business, most people would kill to keep looking young as they grow old. But back in junior high and high school, when everyone else is growing up and getting pubes, awkward. In hindsight, though, not a bad thing. Being different is what gave me my personality. I am well aware that I currently look like every fuckboy ever. But I didn't grow up that way, and I still identify as an ugly person. I swear, even though I've got veneers which make my teeth look more or less normal, to this day I almost never open my mouth when I smile for photos. And thank God for that attitude. Think about all the good-looking people out there who know they're good-looking. No one likes them. You think they had it easy in life. You think they don't have any problems. And honestly, sometimes they act like it because they know all the normal ugly people would give their left kidney to be them or be with them. Well, that wasn't me. I wanted to stay just low enough on everyone's radar so I wouldn't be bullied. You never want any of the popular people to think of you as a threat. But I wanted to be funny enough so I was always kind of welcome everywhere. No one is jealous of the class clown. He's the comic relief. He lightens the mood. He gets to weave in and out of every social circle. No one wants to get fingered by the class clown on a field trip, but no one's looking to break his fingers either. I call that a win. Plus, all the funniest shit happens to us ugly people. Ugly people out there? Y'all can back me up on this. And good-looking people, you watch your backs. Because you're totally outnumbered. Like, I may not have had a group or clique per se, but that just meant I valued my good friends even more. My family life was shit, so they became my family. And my best friend's family just happened to be black. Like I said, that started out as just a coincidence. They lived next door, so they were just the easiest kids to hang out with. But it also turned out we had something in common. And yeah, it wasn't our preferred SPF. We did, however, all feel like outsiders in our little town. Them as the only black people, and me as this eternally prepubescent kid with an abusive alcoholic stepdad. To this day, almost all my friends are black. And the one who's not black is Russian, and they're basically the black people of white people. My black friends taught me something at that young age, and that's what is by far the greatest, most sincere love language out there. The roast. We could go back and forth for hours just fucking with each other. And not all of them were clever, not all of them were even very good. I mean, we were just kids, but every now and then. Yo, Matt, you're the only person I know who can chew their food without opening their mouth. Ooh, fuck. Merciless, right? But who do you think did me dirty like that? My greatest enemy or my best friend? That's right. It was my best bud in the world, my brother from another mother, Brendan. Like, he and I were best friends since kindergarten. That's how close we were. And that's also how he knew my teeth were my biggest insecurity, my Achilles heel. Except, in my mouth. Now, don't get me wrong, we were just kids having fun. We weren't sitting around trying to be profound or some shit like that. But on some level, Brendan and my friends understood that if you feel like an outsider, the best way to deal with that isn't to hide from it. It's to own it. The truth is that all of us, even the annoying hot people in the world, have weaknesses. We all have parts of our bodies or our personalities we're embarrassed of. Usually it's stuff no one else notices, but of course we think it's all anyone notices all the time. Your best friends are there to call it out, to set you straight, to remind you we're all just human and who the fuck cares? You gotta be proud of who you are, including what makes you different. The most painful stuff can also be the funniest, because it hits so close to home. And your friends, the people who you have the deepest connections with, those are the ones who know how to get the biggest laughs out of you. Was I ugly? You're damn right I was. And I had fun with it. I joked about it. I laughed at everyone else and at myself. That's where true power comes from. Same goes for me and girls, or lack thereof. I got sub-zero interest from the girls at my school. Honestly, it was so bad I've blocked out all the multiple rejections. I had 2 kisses from 14 to 17 years old. And both of those experiences would be big enough red flags to ward off any girl with a pulse. In 9th grade, after years of disappointment, I finally found a girl who would at least go out with me. No shocker here, she went to a totally different school. I mean, everyone at my own school already knew me as the harmless, earnest class clown. I wasn't going to be changing anyone's mind anytime soon, even with fire material like, "Where's my non-existent contact lens?" What did I finally do? I went online. These were still the early days of social media. Twitter seemed like it was made up of like 5 total people, and one of them was Ashton Kutcher. Accomplished authors like me like to call this foreshadowing people, but we'll get there. Facebook had only just expanded beyond the snobby university crowd to include white trash punks like me, and MySpace still, existed. So the internet felt like a window into another universe, or, at least something different than playing with a stick. Pun intended. That's how I met, let's call her numero uno. Hey girl, yeah, I know most schools go for jocks, but the kids at my school actually prefer a sense of humor and a total lack of body hair. In fact, I don't even know what I'm doing online in the first place. That's how popular I am in real life. Now please, I'm begging you, hang out with me. Please. Numero uno, which, in case you haven't figured it out, is actually not her real name, was the friend of a friend on Facebook, and she lived 30 minutes away, which was far enough to pretend I was a lot cooler than I really was. She, for her part, was stunning, at least in her photos. She was part Colombian and a lot cuter than any of the girls at my school. I kind of had no idea what I'd do when she met me in person and saw me open my mouth to speak, but I figured I had to shoot my shot sooner or later, So I asked her out to a movie to see Prince of Persia. Because if epic tales of Jake Gyllenhaal in a cut-off leather shirt and a spray tan couldn't get her wet, at least I knew I'd be bricked up. Honestly, though, I can't even comment on my dude's acting. Numero uno ended up being just as pretty in real life as she was in her profile. An internet miracle. And the whole time I was just sitting next to her in the dark theater, and all I could think was, what do I do now? Do I hold her hand? Is that too much? Maybe I should just touch her knee with my knee, just for a second, before she even knows it. But which knee? Left, right? And how hard should I touch it? Wait, did she just brush my wrist with her hair? Or was that a kernel of the popcorn falling out of the gap between my teeth? God damn, these motherfucking teeth! Anyway, I finally got up the guts to hold her hand. Like 2 minutes before the credits rolled. Yeah, I didn't exactly last very long. And that was just the beginning of Matt Rife Shows You What Not to Do on Date 1. We got back to her place. I was still too young to drive, so my grandpa was on his way to pick me up. Numero Uno and I were just standing out front awkwardly, just like standing. Like if you thought my brain was going nuts inside the movie theater, out on her front step, it was nothing but "Ah!" And then suddenly, right before my ride arrived, it was like we both decided at the same time, fuck it, let's kiss now. And we completely bombed it. I went in for the kiss, but I was really going for more like a little peck, right? Because why would this cute girl want to straight up make out with me? But she, for reasons I still don't understand, just came at me all mouth open and tongue. Like Numero Uno was committed to a full-on, high-impact, French-style Colombian kiss. Meaning that this incredibly attractive, out-of-my-league girl just ended up eating a big old bunch of my not yet grown into top lip. Numero Uno, I have no idea where you are now, but if you ever come to one of my shows and scream out, "Guys who take you to Prince of Persia are a red flag," you will not get any argument out of me, girl. Not even for a second. My first kiss was such a bust that I didn't try anything with any other girls for years after that. Basically not until I lost my virginity with my first girlfriend right before I finished high school. You remember her, the girl with the sophisticated body art? And that experience was only slightly better than my first kiss. Slightly. And it lasted just about as long, with an equal number of positions and possibly inferior technique. Though at least we had the comforting shelter of her rusty Honda. Think about it, all right? Those were my romantic victories. That awful kiss was a win. But again, think of how dull, how generic it would have been if I was just some random popular jock who knew exactly what he was doing with girls. Oh, wow, another Saturday night, another hookup. Maybe I'll actually watch Jake Gyllenhaal instead. It was hilarious exactly because it was so depressing. And by the way, none of those successes had even happened when I was in the 7th grade. In the 7th grade, I was nothing but Matt Rife, the walking red flag, heading into homeroom first thing in the morning and trying desperately to work my way up to the official class clown status with revolutionary bits about missing eyewear. I had no goals, no identity, definitely no self-confidence. But all that was just about to change. Back in class, I sat down in my seat after Mrs. Hay denied me my treasured hall pass. She was clearly jealous of my budding talent. My friend Amanda turned to me. This was another kid I had known since kindergarten. All a part of the same tiny town, everyone's family knowing everyone else's, all growing up together. So in a sense, she knew me about as well as anyone, I guess. Which meant she had also probably knew I was kind of an outsider, that I never really belonged to any specific clique. Maybe that was why she asked me what she asked me then. Or maybe after seeing my lost contact routine, she was like, I really hope Matt has a decent fallback plan. Whatever the reason, she looked at me and said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And somehow, for some reason, I said, "I think I want to be a comedian." Now, it all could have ended right there. Because honestly, how often did y'all tell your friends about some random-ass dream you had when you were a kid? If we all kept our word, this entire nation would be filled with nothing but astronauts, firefighters, football players, and princesses. Well, comedian could have easily been my very own astronaut. But then Mrs. Hay did me a solid. She made up for shutting me down just a few minutes earlier. She looked out over the classroom and said, "We're having a school talent show if any of you would like to sign up." Look at that, my first real opportunity. My first tiny shot at achieving a gigantic dream I barely even knew I had just a few minutes earlier. Sure, I was just in junior high. Sure, my stage would be nothing but the floor in the school gym, and my audience would be a pack of unruly 7th graders. But you remember what it was like at that age, right? Nothing feels bigger, nothing feels more important than whatever you're doing at that moment. As far as I was concerned, if I got this talent show right, I'd be well on my way to international stardom. At least in rural central Ohio. Chapter 3. Love Story. I walked into my small red brick high school on the morning of the talent show prepared for battle. Hair, gelled. Pants, enormous. Shoes, Skechers. I was built like a young lesbian and dressed like a member of Limp Bizkit's entourage. That's right, I was basically every earnest white trash performer who ever got kicked off of America's Got Talent. And I mean the ones who don't even make it past the opening cattle call, the guys who aren't even weird or interesting enough to get airtime. But I was determined to have my moment in the talent show at the end of the day, even if Principal Huffman looked a hell of a lot more like the Family Guy than Simon Cowell. This was the first time our school had ever put on a talent show like this. It felt like it was all meant to be. I was only in the 7th grade, but I already thought that maybe, just maybe, stand-up could be my thing. I just had to get, good at it. My home life with my mom and that asshole was such garbage that comedy had served as a refuge for me for years. I would literally fall asleep each night in front of the flickering lights of Comedy Central. This was way before streaming, so the station would just show reruns of Comedy Central Presents on repeat over and over again. Which meant that for better or worse, comics like Louis Black, Mark Maron, Christopher Titus, and David Tell were bigger role models for me than my actual parents. Probably better, which, now that I think about it, may actually be more depressing. This was at the height of Dave Chappelle and Dane Cook. These guys were absolutely killing it on TV and stages all across the world, and I was obsessed. Comedy for them wasn't just a job. It was a way of life, a way to connect with people, to communicate. They didn't have to worry about finding a group or joining a clique. Every single person in America wanted to be friends with them. They transcended stupid labels like popular and jock and nerd, all because they knew how to make people laugh. The week before the big talent show, I sat in front of the computer at home and started searching online for the best knock-knock jokes I could find. Pro tip? There ain't any. But I didn't give a crap. To me, this was like my Rocky versus Drago movie montage. Each stupid fart joke was me punching a giant slab of frozen meat. Each new poop gag was another step through the icy tundra of Siberia with a tree trunk tied to my back. Every awful sex pun was another push-up on my bloody bare knuckles. And if those classic movie references just went completely over your head, then I suggest y'all get the fuck off social media and watch some good old-fashioned TV like real red-blooded Americans. Wolverines! So yeah, I should have been ready. But by the time the big show rolled around that afternoon, my confidence was shot. I was nervous as hell. There I was, standing in a big dusty gym with fluorescent lighting that seemed designed to make my 12-year-old skin look as pasty and oily as possible. I was backstage, on the side underneath the basketball hoop near the cinder block wall, rocking back and forth on my heels, all jittery, and about to get up in front of 100 rabid adolescents who had really only known me as a skinny punk with bad teeth who desperately didn't want to get bullied. In case you weren't aware, kids are the harshest judges out there, except for maybe kids who know you. They're 10 times worse. And the competition I was about to go up against was a murderer's row of preteen talent. I mean, sure, all the teachers kept saying it absolutely wasn't a competition. You're all winners just for trying. But come on. We all knew that was bullshit. All of junior high is one big competition. Hell, all of life is one big competition. Of course it was a competition. All the acoustic guitar players, angsty emo singers, and pre-TikTok dancing amateurs wanted to slaughter me. I was the only one brave or stupid enough to actually try comedy. Almost everyone else was doing some kind of music or dance number. And let's be honest, guys, anything involving music is so much easier to perform live than comedy. It just is. For some reason, if you get up on that stage and try to make people laugh, they don't just laugh and applaud if you do something right. They will absolutely tear you apart if you do something wrong. A bad joke isn't just met by silence or polite clapping. It's met by heckling, by insults, by F-bombs hurled through the air, and that was just the faculty. But music, on the other hand. Okay, students, Principal Family Guy announced. Everyone pipe down and give a warm welcome to our first act of the afternoon. Performing a guitar solo he composed himself, Chad. Chad. Of course his name was fucking Chad. This Chad dude went on to miss every other chord on his guitar. Or at least I assume he did, because I could not tell what the hell he was playing, and I doubt he knew either. But did the audience care? No. They cheered this motherfucker like he was Kurt Cobain back from the grave. It's cool, Matt, I thought, a phony closed-mouth smile plastered on my face. Of course they like him. It's music. Besides, every comic needs a decent warm-up act. You're fine. A few more acts came and went. More music. Nothing awful, but nothing mind-blowing either. Basically a bunch of Chads being their Chad selves. It was almost my time to perform. And I'd be able to get up there with the crowd engaged, but not too blown away. Just the right vibe for me to make a strong impression. And then... Now, Principal Family Guy announced, let's hear it for Veronica. Yep. Veronica happened. Pretty much every school has a Veronica, right? You know the girl. She's cute, kind of has that girl next door look, and she is the best singer in the whole school, and somehow everyone knows it. Oh, wow. Did you hear Veronica sing the national anthem before the JV Quiz Bowls fundraiser barbecue? She was amazing. Yeah, and then she did the Canadian national anthem after that, and the Portuguese national anthem after that, and Ohio state song, and I didn't even know Ohio had a state song, and none of us are Portuguese, but she was amazing in all of those too. She really does sing a lot, doesn't she? Yeah, like all the time. Kind of obnoxious, but still, she's always amazing. And this means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Seriously, I know we're all supposed to nurture the hopes and the dreams of the youth and all of that, but everyone knows that Veronica might be middle school good, but she's not that good. She's probably more Golden Corral than AGT's Golden Buzzer, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's life. That also might be why everyone always worships the school Veronica while she's still in school. Because deep down, we know that this is her time. This is her moment. And it probably ain't gonna get much better than this. So let's celebrate it, y'all. Let's cheer our brains out when she gets up to the school talent show and does a Taylor Swift cover, which is, of course, exactly what our Veronica, the real Veronica, did. Love Story, I muttered to myself as her band started to play. Kidding. It was a boombox with a corny instrumental Muzak CD. Of course her song is fucking Love Story. Veronica started warbling those first few sticky sweet lyrics. We were both young when I first saw you. Come on, don't even pretend like you don't know all the words. And guys, I gotta be straight up with you. This girl knocked that shit out of the park. Like if Whitney Houston was only addicted to friendship bracelets. Perfect delivery. Perfect crescendo. Perfect everything. By the time Veronica was belting out shit about picking out white dresses and escaping this town together, bro, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. That included me. And I was the motherfucking comedian. People were screaming, stomping their feet, going batshit crazy, like, fuck! Maybe this chick really does have what it takes to make it in the bigs. She didn't, but that's cool. Me? I was standing against that gym's cinder block wall, desperately wishing that somewhere, somehow, I, too, could find my own personal Juliet to love and save and throw pebbles at, and wondering how the hell I was gonna follow this act. But honestly, I didn't have much time to dwell on my fears, because the next thing I knew, Principal Family Guy was calling my name up to the stage. My palms were sweaty as the principal handed me the mic. I looked out over the sea of adolescent eyes, some of them still red from the performance of Love Story, so over the top that even Taylor Swift would have been like, seriously? A little too angsty. I had to switch the mood, and I had to switch it fast. The first thing I decided to do was not worry about all the stupid knock-knock jokes I had spent those hours learning. No. What I was going to do was interact with my crowd. Now, can I remember every single word of what I said? No, of course not. I was practically a fucking toddler, so get off my back, or I'll scream child abuse. But it went something like, "Thank you, Principal Huffman," I say, doing my best impression of Peter Griffin from Family Guy. "Just so you know, I'm about to say and do a lot of weird things on this stage. But I'll be damned if I'm going to be lectured by a pervert." That shifts the mood. Our principal chuckles nervously like, "Okay, I'll let that slide for now. And do I really look that much like Peter Griffin?" Damn it. I just referenced a famous line from Family Guy, and it tells the other kids a few things. It tells them I'm one of them because we all watch the same stuff on TV. It tells them I'm not afraid to poke fun at anyone or anything, including our pear-shaped, mild-mannered principal. And it tells them I'm willing to be inappropriate even in a school setting, which means they have no idea what to expect next. Most importantly, it gets me my very first laugh. I ain't gonna claim that it was a big laugh. It's not like I walk out there in the aftermath of Veronica crooning about Romeo and Juliet and instantly get everyone rolling in the bleachers, but still, I get a laugh. Or at least a vaguely loud chuckle. That tells me that the audience is on my side. They trust me. They're along for the ride. It kind of taps into the lessons I've learned from all the roasting I did with my friends. Not just to be fearless, not just to own who you are and all your flaws, but also that the best laughs, the biggest laughs, require trust. Even when Brendan was absolutely destroying me in my gap-toothed mouth, I knew it came from a good place. I knew he was on my side. That's why I was able to laugh it off. That's part of what made it so funny. Once I have the audience's trust, I feel even more comfortable to integrate them into my act. I pull people out of the crowd to help me with my arsenal of internet gags. I pick one of the prettiest girls in class and ask her if she'll come on stage with me to do the worm. Excuse me, do you mind doing the worm real quick? Just because I think it'll be ridiculous. And she says yes, and it is ridiculous. I'm only up there for a few minutes, but the weirdest thing happens. It's like I enter this crazy time slip where clock time both speeds up and slows down. It's both so fast and forever. Everything is flying by, but you're taking in every tiny detail. Every moment is burning right into your brain. Okay, you, I say, pointing at my latest victim. Very good buddy of mine. Come up here and join me on stage. My friend walks up, a little nervous because he has no idea where I'm going to take this bit. Truth is, neither did I, which is half the fun. All right, I say. Now you're going to be my ventriloquist dummy, okay? Okay, he says. You're going to sit down right here. On your knee? Absolutely. And if you happen to feel at all uncomfortable, that's only because I've got my hand up your— Thank you, Mr. Rife, Principal Family Guy says, coughing out a laugh and clapping way too hard. Thank you for that, interesting comedic performance. You're back, I shouted. I was just gonna say you're back. Indeed, he says. Now let's make way for our next act. All right, so I didn't exactly crush my very first stand-up gig. Taylor Veronica Swift was the absolute star of the show, and even Chad, the untuned guitar guy, got more applause than I did. After my set, I didn't walk over to the head cheerleader and dip kiss her in the slow clap ovation of my peers. And in fact, no joke, I don't know if my school ever held another talent show ever again. But you know what? It was all good by me. That one performance was all I needed. I was hooked on comedy. I was obsessed with stand-up. The next year, at the end of 8th grade, I was voted biggest class clown, and most likely to be on TV, and most likely to run away and join the circus. For the record, I believe I voted for myself for all three. And for best looking, and for best eyes, and coolest hair, smartest, and teacher's pet, and most likely to be president, and there's also a decent chance I added a special write-in vote for most embarrassing teeth in the history of the planet. No, wait, hold on. No, now that I think about it, I want to backtrack real quick and say I only voted for myself to run away and join the circus. Yeah, that one really resonated. And it's honestly a legit fallback option to this day. Ryan definitely had the best eyes. Justin was for sure the most likely to be on TV, as long as you count Cops. And everybody knew Drew had the best hair, even though I'm pretty sure he's lost all of it by now. As stupid as it sounds, winning those dumb class superlatives meant something to me. I was never going to be part of a clique, but that was fine. I was my own clique. I was my own thing. I was the funny guy. That would be my way out of Ohio. That would be my real-life love story. Taylor Swift could keep the white dress and diamond ring. Chapter 4. Grandpa Steve. My papa picked me up from home on a Friday afternoon, and the first thing I asked him when I got in his truck was what movies he had gotten us to watch on video that weekend. "Oh, you're gonna love this one," he said, with his usual gob of chewing tobacco bulge in his cheek. "It's called Bad Santa. I heard it's hilarious." Santa! I love stuff about Santa. I mean, what 10-year-old kid doesn't, right? Later that night, I curled up on the sofa next to my Grandpa Steve in his little one-bedroom apartment. I couldn't wait for the winter wonderland of festive Christmas cheer that was about to pop up on the TV. A few moments later, I watched Lauren Graham screw a grizzly Billy Bob Thornton, Santa Claus, while she screamed, fuck me Santa," over and over and over again. Me and Papaw had never seen anything funnier in our lives. We were laughing so hard, tears were pouring down our cheeks, and from then on, we'd spend the rest of our lives shooting off favorite Bad Santa lines at each other. If he'd try to talk to me while I was eating something, I'd bark, "I'm on my fucking lunch break," just like Billy Bob. Or if it wasn't quoting Bad Santa, it would be the latest Adam Sandler flick. "Hooters, Hooters, Hooters," from Big Daddy, or just plain acting dumb like Jim Varney in our favorite Ernest movies. My Grandpa Steve puckering up his lips and twisting up his face and going, "Ew." Now, knowing the way that media and society and just plain humans are these days, I bet a bunch of you are out there going, or whatever noise the PC police make right before they try to get another happy person canceled. Like, "That old man was exposing his young grandson to improper influences, sex and drugs and profanity and dirty-ass Santa. Call child services." It's called male bonding. Have you ever seen Wild Hogs? To quote Rob Corddry in Hot Tub Time Machine, another fave. And I'm glad all your self-serving, self-righteous moralizing keeps you nice and warm at night. In fact, I bet you jerk off to it, which is the greatest irony of all. But the truth is that my grumpy, gross, wildly inappropriate grandfather was the greatest parental figure I ever had, and in many ways, probably saved my life. What matters more, that or the fact that he helped me have an R-rated sense of humor by the time I was 11? Every weekend, this guy would drive 45 minutes to the house where I lived with my mom and my stepdad, that asshole. I wouldn't even call it my home because it never exactly felt like it. And he'd pick me up and he'd drive me back to his place near Columbus for the weekend. He did that for me. Every single week. Did my papa know exactly how bad things were with that asshole? Just how physically and verbally abusive he could be with me? I'm not too sure. I tried not to talk to him about it. I bottled that shit up the way kids usually do. But I know he never really liked my stepdad from the beginning, and I know he gave my mom, his daughter, an earful about that. My mom loved me, but she also needed her family situation and her marriage to work. I totally understand that. Life is a bitch, especially when you're living in a small town with a couple of kids and no job of your own. I think Grandpa Steve also just had a sense about things, you know? He sensed that I was uncomfortable there. He sensed I didn't feel wanted. But he wanted me around every single weekend, and that meant the world to me. The insanely raunchy movies we watched together were just a nice little bonus. My Grandpa Steve was a simple guy in a lot of respects. He was from Ohio, pretty much the same area I grew up in, raised in a tiny little house that they somehow crammed 2 adults and 4 kids into. He came of age in the 70s, basking in the classic rock era and all its greatest bands, the Eagles, the Beatles, Alabama, which is why it's my own favorite music too. He grew his dark brown hair down to the middle of his back, and he kept it that way, only cutting it back about every 3 years and donating whatever the barber chopped off to wigs for kids. He would ponytail it quite a bit, just with a simple rubber band from a grocery store or whatever. And literally the only thing this man ever wore was a white t-shirt, Levi's boot-cut jeans, and his brown work boots. A few years back, I actually took the dude to the mall. I was like, "Papaw, I'm about to expand the experience of your life. You are gonna fucking wear sneakers." Sneakers! That's all I wanted for this man, just wear some regular goddamn shoes. I bought him a pair. He wore them 3 times. And then they sat on his bedroom floor gathering dust while he saved them for a good occasion that never arrived. I felt like that was a major victory. I called him Papaw, but I couldn't tell you why. I mean, everyone has weird-ass names for their grandparents, right? Maw, Mimi, Pew Pew, whatever. If anything, I was just lucky I got away with something that sounded halfway normal. What I did know is that he provided me with the stuff I imagine a dad is supposed to provide his son. My Grandpa Steve would take me fishing at Indian Lake, this little man-made lake about an hour away, where we'd mostly just stand around waiting for something to bite. He played baseball with me, and even taught me how to throw a fastball during my brief and totally failed attempt to get in good with the jocks. Grandpa Steve laid tile for a living. Didn't work for a bigger outfit, was just a one-man independent contractor who drove an old pickup truck that literally said something like Steve's Tile on the side. And sometimes he'd have to work weekends, so I'd hang out with him on the job. I'd be awestruck at how this skinny 50 or 60-year-old dude could carry drywall and sheetrock in and out of houses during our brutal Ohio winters, or use the wet saw to cut tile outside when it was practically freezing. His work ethic was amazing. His skill and craftsmanship were incredible, and he was absolutely my manly, blue-collared hero. He did what he had to do. Period. And honestly, a lot of the time I was bored as fuck, sitting there staring at him, yawning, or once I finally got a cheap little flip phone, maybe texting with a few friends. He'd try to teach me a handful of things on the job site, but I couldn't have been less interested. I'd spend whole afternoons, entire days like that, cooped up in his truck or in some stranger's house just waiting. I'd look forward to lunch when he'd get a break and we'd have a few short minutes to sit together and share the sandwiches that he had made that morning, along with some pizza-flavored combos and a handful of chocolates for dessert. But let's be straight with each other, all right? As much as I loved the guy, and I loved him more than anything, it's not like our relationship was perfect. Is there even any such thing? If you can look at me with a straight face and say, I am in love with this person because he or she is absolutely perfect, then I will look right back at you and say, you are an absolute moron. Or you're lying. Pick your poison. Here's the deal. The more you get to know someone, the closer you get, the more you understand not only what makes them great, but also their flaws. And my papa, he definitely had his share of flaws. A lot of shit had happened in his life that had left him deeply bitter and almost annoyingly negative. Seriously, we'd be driving in his truck and he'd be going on and on in his gravelly voice about anything he could possibly complain about. Bitching about too much traffic, or not enough traffic, or why are his favorite stores in all different places now, or, you know what, his favorite stores would really be better off if they just moved someplace new. It'd be like, dude, are you seriously making up things to complain about? No one wants to be around someone who just spews negativity constantly. Let it go. But Grandpa Steve could not let things go. Ever. He joined the Navy when he was young, got transferred to Maryland, and he was moving up the ranks as a highly skilled airplane mechanic. And then my mom was born right after he turned 20. He was always big on personal responsibility and honor and all that great shit that no one cares about anymore. So he decided to give up his budding career in the Navy for a much better paying job as a contractor back in Ohio. He was happy he was able to support his family, don't get me wrong, but I think he always wondered what if, you know? What if he had been able to make it out of Ohio and actually made something of himself? What could his life have been then? And that was just the vanilla ice cream of his disappointment. The cherry on top? The lady he gave it all up for, my grandma, well, that didn't exactly end up working out. And when my grandpa and grandma's marriage broke up, it had a real ripple effect, you know? I was maybe 9 years old when all this went down, and this was the end of any kind of harmony or unity in my extended family. Celebrating Christmas or Thanksgiving or birthdays together, it all went right out the window. Cue the start of my trust issues. In one of my red flag sets, I had a lady tell me she found out her husband was paying for escorts, which, yeah, red flag, I concur. That seemed to set off a whole round of women telling me about their cheating boyfriends. Maybe it was something in the air, maybe it was because we were in Miami. There was a woman who said her ex cheated on her while she was in the same bed, passed out, drunk. So kind of on her a little bit. And another lady who claimed her ex had a threesome with her two best friends, also while she was there. Okay. Yeah, so it was probably a Miami thing, if we're being honest. My main response to this level of insane misery is that if you think your life is hard, there's definitely someone out there who's got it way worse. All right, fine, maybe not much worse than your ex having a threesome with your two best friends while you're in the same room, but still, worse. Give it some time, and life will get better. It really will. Well, when my grandpa Steve's marriage came to an end, huge shocker, he did not see things that way. Turns out Papa was not a glass-half-full guy when it came to divorce. He got rid of any of her stuff that she had left in his place. Like, he didn't even want to be reminded of my grandmother. And he practically became a shut-in. He had a few buddies he knew from construction, sure, but they weren't close. He never went out. He never tried to date. He kept his apartment immaculately clean, perfectly organized. He was one of those dudes who has covers on all of his furniture, which to me never really made sense. I'd be like, Papa, why? The furniture is there for people to sit on it. That is the purpose. That's why it's created. Why cover it up? And I shit you not, he'd look at me and go, gotta keep it clean for company. Company. Dog, I'm the only other human who comes here. His home life pretty much turned into him sitting around, watching his movies, protecting his furniture, and nursing his grievances. And don't get me wrong, my dude had some legit grievances to nurse. Me, personally, I'm a big fan of keeping a chip on your shoulder. The chip that's on my shoulder currently weighs about 1,000 pounds and counting, and if anything, it drives me to work harder and achieve more. But it's also possible to be overcome by your anger, to stagnate, to let it suffocate you, to get so consumed by hate that you stop growing as a person. I'm talking some real dark side of the force kind of shit. I'm not saying that Grandpa Steve had reached full-on emperor stage, but he had definitely left his Anakin days long behind him. In a way, I kind of think he needed me in his life just as much as I needed him. Around the time that I had started high school, shit at home got even worse between me and my stepdad. I don't know if he changed all that much, but I was getting extra hormonal, trying to pick fights even when fights weren't being picked with me, just a teenager being teenagery. Who stepped in to save the day? Grandpa Steve, of course. When I turned 15, he said I could try living with him for a year. My mom obviously knew she could trust him, so we decided to see if it would work. He actually moved into a new apartment to make it work. A 2-bedroom, and it was basically stuck in the 70s just like him. Eggshell countertops in the kitchen, and all his old furniture covered in the plastic I hated so much. But I had already been spending my weekends with him for years, so in a sense, it wasn't anything new. I even had my own little TV so I could play PlayStation at night. It seemed like a perfect way to get a fresh start away from the rest of the family. And at first it was. We'd rent our favorite Adam Sandler movies and hang out on the couch, just like we did on our weekends. Grandpa Steve was an amazing chef, so suddenly I was devouring steak and beef stroganoff every night instead of the dry-ass pork chops and frozen taquitos I was used to at my stepdad's place. My grandpa also lived in a better school district, so even though I'd left my friends behind, I was supposedly getting this higher quality education too. But after a while, it started to wear thin. My stepdad might have been out of the picture, but I was still young and angsty, and my grandpa was a stubborn old man. We started butting heads more and more. Then one night, I decided to stay up even later than usual playing Call of Duty in my room. Actually, decided is too strong of a word. I just lost track of time. Yeah, it was a school night, but I just didn't give a shit. Then the next thing I knew, there was Papa, standing in my door. Hey, he told me, you gotta turn that junk off and get into bed. You got school tomorrow. I looked him dead in the eye. Shut up. His jaw dropped. He was so stunned. I don't think he said a word. To this day, I can't believe I spoke to my grandfather like that. It sounds trite, but there was nothing personal or premeditated about it, you know? I was just a stupid, hormonal kid who was tired of being talked to, who had no idea what he was doing that day or what he was doing with his life. So I said something dumb. It's not like that was the final straw or something. I don't think there was one. The whole arrangement just kind of ran its course. I had lasted maybe a semester and a half there living with him when I decided I should probably move back in with my mom and stepdad. It was for the best, for both of us. I still had a few weeks of school left before the move, and one weekend I was sitting in Grandpa Steve's old pickup truck, bored, waiting on him to finish up yet another tile job. I started thinking about my dreams of being a stand-up comedian. After that talent show a couple years back, it had seemed so clear. It all seemed so straightforward. What do you want to be when you grow up? My friend Amanda asked me in homeroom. I think I want to be a comedian, I'd answered. I had done the show. I had gotten up on stage. I had made people laugh. I had decided that I was really going to be a stand-up. But so what? Where was I supposed to go from there? What was I supposed to do? keep waiting for more talent shows, losing out to local hometown heroes who could barely play a guitar. But now that I had thought about it, there were other shows I had heard about too. Actual comedy shows called open mics, where pretty much anyone who wanted to could get up and perform. I'd never been to an open mic before. Hell, I had never even been to a real comedy show before. I just devoured the stuff on TV. But I was pretty sure I had heard about a club in downtown Columbus just a few minutes from where my grandpa lived. I pulled out my phone. Thankfully, by then I had upgraded from the flip phone, so I actually had decent internet. I opened up Google, punched in comedy open mics near me. And there it was. A club called the Funny Bone had an open mic every Tuesday, every single week. I was only 15 years old. But why the fuck not? What else was I spending my time doing? Staying up late playing stupid video games? My grandpa had opened up the driver's side door after a long day of laying tile. He sighed, exhausted, and I guarantee you he was getting ready to complain about something. "Papaw," I said before he had a chance to say a word, "want to go to a comedy show?" He looked at me and grinned. It was on. Chapter 5. Uncomfortably Young. Me and Grandpa Steve rolled up to the Funny Bone in his old Steve's Tile pickup truck. It was a Tuesday night. The place was small, it was seedy, it was 21 and up only, and it probably made most of its money selling gallons of cheap booze on any given night. I gazed at the grimy walls and gulped. As far as I was concerned, this was a straight-up cathedral of comedy. Thank God I was wearing a tie and a backwards hat like a fuckboy rodeo clown. At least I was dressed like a total pro. We got out of Papaw's truck and walked towards the ticket booth. Funny Bone comedy clubs are a national chain, and even though the one in Columbus felt a little run down to me at the time, it's a serious comedy club, and some real names have performed there. Everyone from Dave Chappelle to Drew Carey to Jerry Seinfeld and D.L. Hughley, who I had seriously loved back then from his 5-minute-long performance as a bathroom attendant in Soul Plane, which I guarantee you I watched on some weekend night with my Grandpa Steve. Yet it had been shockingly easy for me to get a spot on their open mic. And if I wasn't so shocked, it was only because I was so naive I didn't really know any better. Here I was, a teenager who barely looked 12. I didn't shave yet. I wasn't old enough to sample the alcohol they sold. I had never even been to a stand-up show in my life. And what did I have to do to get my name on the list? I just went online and filled out their Contact Us form, which apparently connected me directly to the owner, a guy named Dave Stroop, who I'd never even heard of before. And I was basically like, "Excuse me, sir, I would like to perform at your comedy club. I'm only 15 years old, but I promise I will not try any of your delicious liquor. I will behave nicely and leave as soon as I am finished, and I will attend with a chaperone who is my Grandpa Steve. I call him Papaw." And Dave Stroop messaged me back something like, "Sure, kid, whatever." All I had to do to get a spot on the stage was show up at the door. Except for one minor hurdle. Like every comic at the open mic, I had to get at least 5 people to come watch me. 5. I had Grandpa Steve and Grandpa Steve. I mean, think about it. All my friends were surly children like myself. They couldn't get into a bar. What was I going to do, call my mom and that asshole and be like, "Hey guys, I know I tried to move as far away from you as possible, but want to see if I can make you laugh? I got this great new bit about my traumatic home life that I think you're going to love." It was the biggest night of my life. I had memorized a solid 5 minutes of jokes. No note cards for me, and I still had zero clue how I was even going to get in. "Papa, what am I going to tell these guys? You think if I ask real nice, they'll just do me a solid?" Pro tip, no one at a comedy club will ever do a teenager in a backwards hat a solid. "Don't worry," Grandpa Steve said with his trademark chaw on his cheek. "I got it." Then while I walked to the back, Papaw went to the ticket booth and bought 5 tickets himself. These things were $20 a pop. Think about that. $100 on a tile layer's pay. After taxes, that's probably what he made in the whole day, and without hesitating, he spent it all on me. It was a gesture of faith I would never, ever forget. Now I had to prove it wasn't for nothing. The club was dark with low ceilings, about 9 feet tall, which could help amplify any laughter and any dead silence, plus a small stage with a weird, fake-looking metal backdrop. It looked like you could cram about 300 people in the place, but tonight, there were maybe 40 in the crowd. Most of them looked like they were friends of the performers, and they were all getting good and wasted, which at 15 was something I couldn't even do to calm my nerves. The other comics there, the real comics, or at least that's how I thought of them at the time, were these old, grizzled dudes. A guy named Rick, the longtime host, looked over me. "You're the kid, huh? Fine. Your funeral. Wait over there at that table." "Alrighty then," I said, shuffling over to sit by myself. "Thanks." Yeah, not exactly the friendliest bunch. There was no special movie moment when a gruff but paternal seasoned vet came over and took this young prodigy under his wing like a stand-up Chubbs Peterson with Happy Gilmore. No one was even missing a damn hand. This was the open mic. So most of the stand-ups there were amateurs. Some had been performing for a while, and all of them were stuck in Ohio just like me. They were bitter. They wanted all the laughs for themselves, and they were probably annoyed that some punk kid thought he could come in and take up their precious stage time. But how many comics can you think of who seem like kind, well-adjusted people? We're all fucked up. That's why we're comics. But you know what? It didn't faze me. Even though I was just starting out, I was just as competitive as they were. I was ready for this. I had my tie, I had my hat, I had my jokes. I was a pro in the making, baby. I was cool, I was calm, I was collected, I was, "Okay, people, give it up for the uncomfortably young Matt Rife." Definitely about to shit my pants. I started walking up to the stage, doing my best to forget Rick's blatant mangling of my last name. I mean, how hard is it to say Rife? It's only one fucking syllable. When the gurgling started, and the bloating, and the gross, brown, liquidy feeling in my gut. Like, seriously, out of nowhere. I had heard of stage fright before, but I had never experienced it. Hell, I had never even been on a stage. Was this stage fright? All I could think was, this is really happening. I'm actually about to drop a deuce in my pants in front of 40 strangers and Papaw. And then I got up on the stage. And I stood at the mic in front of that stupid fake metal backdrop, and I was fine. I know what you're thinking. I'm not Justin Bieber. My hair is cool and virtually sperm-free. Not too bad of an opening line if I do say so myself. But then, about halfway into my 5-minute set of studiously memorized jokes, suddenly my mind went blank. I froze. In fact, the only thing I mumbled was, "I'm freezing up right now," which, accurate. Then the strangest thing happened. Someone in the crowd who wasn't Grandpa Steve, one of the strangers I had almost crapped my pants in front of, shouted out, "You got it. Take your time." Turned out that even in this fucked up world, an open mic audience full of boozy adults will root for a teenage kid stuck permanently in pre-puberty. Now that I'm getting older, I actually hate kids. I hate kids so much. It's like we don't click. The only app kids should ever be on is Amber Alert. Period. But it turns out that most normal adults actually like kids. They like it when we hope, when we dream, when we try dumb shit we shouldn't be trying just because we have some silly misplaced faith in the universe. People really dig that kind of shit. And y'all know what? I had zero problem milking it. I took in that positivity from those 40 strangers that night, and not only did I not crap my pants, not only did I finally recover from the brain freeze after about 12 seconds and finish my set, I actually had a good time. I got some laughs. And yeah, some of them might have been sympathy laughs, but still, I got some laughs. And that's what being a comedian is really about, right? My Grandpa Steve and I headed out directly after my set, just like I had promised the Funny Bones owner. We got in the Steve's Tile pickup truck, pulled out of the parking lot, which really wasn't all that full, and started heading back to his apartment. "Well, Papaw," I said, "what did you think? How'd I do?" The old dude shrugged. "Hell, I thought you was funny." That's all I needed to hear. He was the toughest laugh I knew. Each week, Grandpa Steve drove me back to the Funny Bone, even after I moved out. In a sense, all of the rest of my life just kind of fell away, I kept playing sports, and I actually got a little bit better, but I stopped caring about getting in good with the jocks. I had my comedy. It was like a hobby, but on crack. Like if I was a nerd building one of those ships in a bottle, it would be some Carnival Cruise shit, with like 100 sails, 3 swimming pools, and at least 1 shuffleboard deck. I was gonna make it awesome. I had no idea that comics typically hone the same set with the same jokes for months or even years at a time. So I came up with new jokes every single week. But it was actually pretty cool because it allowed me to experiment with stuff, find my voice as a performer. One time early on, I decided to try out some physical humor. I can't remember for the life of me what the setup of the joke was, so yeah, it was clearly killer material. But the main idea was I'd end up having a huge, sobbing, all-out tantrum right there on stage. Fucking brilliant, right? Here I was, a teenage kid who looked about 3 years younger than I really was, and I'd play right into that stereotype of who I was supposed to be. And bro, when I got up there in front of those 30 or so people, the open mic was never exactly a packed house. I sold that bit. I was committed. I had a full-on, massive breakdown right there, right then. I collapsed on stage, flailing my arms, kicking and screaming and blubbering, crawling along the floor, tearing at my clothes, totally lost in a tornado of wailing and grief and hysteria. Then I looked up. Dead silence. They talk about hearing crickets, right? I swear to you, I actually heard a cricket sitting somewhere in the way back all by himself with his legs crossed, and he was just like, dude, no, just no. Looking back on it, I was probably subconsciously trying to do my best version of Dane Cook's notorious "I did my best" routine where he cries to no end, which is iconic. But hey, Dane Cook was the biggest comedian on earth while I was still crying from the growing pains in my knees at night. We were on different levels. As much as I love comedy, I realized that the physical slapstick stuff was not my bag. I still don't do very much of it to this day. You're welcome. I find it terrifying to commit. Cue my second red flag. But honestly, even with all that work I was putting in, even with all my experimenting up on stage trying to figure out who I was, I could still be stuck in Ohio trying out new bits in nearly empty clubs if it wasn't for something else I was putting a lot of time into. Twitter. Now, it's no secret that even though I owe a lot of my success to social media, I fucking hate social media. And seriously, can you blame me? Don't answer that. I know you'll find a way. No matter what your platform, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, or Twitter, or X, or whatever you want to call it, it's just become this cesspool of negativity. It's become the worst version of freedom of speech. You can get away with whatever you want. There's no accountability, so it brings out the worst in all of us, especially white people. And yeah, I know there's a lot to unpack there because there's a lot of worst in a lot of white people. But social media creates a very special space for them to be the worst because it allows them to both act all woke in the phoniest ways and they get to judge you because you ain't woke enough. It's like the perfect PC 1-2 punch. On one hand, they're all falling all over each other online, trying to outdo each other with just how sorry they are about the state of the world and their own whiteness. Like, I voted for Obama 3 times. Oh, and Jesus was absolutely a black dude. Oh, and my favorite film franchise is absolutely Medea. Gotcha. Liar. Medea is nobody's favorite franchise. Not even black people's. Then they'll come after you even if you're the tiniest bit not woke enough for them. Like, I hate to break it to y'all, but it's true. I'm a straight white male. It's not my fault. It's not like I made the conscious decision to be born a straight white male. I mean, I probably would have. Historically speaking, why not be on a winning team, right? But I didn't get to choose. I didn't do all of the horrible shit white people have done. I'm a new white. Give me a chance. I can't apologize for that. Just be a decent fucking human being. That's all we can ask. But almost no one is decent on social media anymore because that's where we go to judge. But lucky for me, it didn't used to be that way. Back when I was in high school in the early 2000s, Twitter was practically like a little chat room, an actual community. All these famous, funny people were just kind of hanging out like, well, I guess this new weird platform is here, why not? Even though I was just this young kid slumming it at an open mic in the middle of Ohio, I could shoot my shot to anyone who was listening. Why not? What did I have to lose? Well, D.L. Hughley happened to be listening. This was a legit, incredibly successful comic who was literally one of the original kings of comedy along with Steve Harvey, Cedric the Entertainer, and Bernie Mac. He had also hosted the original Comic View on BET, an amazing show with a huge urban following. Go ahead and apologize because you've never heard of it, white people. The sound of white guilt is music to my ears. I mean, the dude was just a colossal talent. What's the first thing I ever tweeted at him? Oh man, I loved you in Soul Plane. And that's right. That movie I had rented with Grandpa Steve where DL played a bathroom attendant for like 5 seconds. Though to be fair, it was really an excellent 5 seconds. So powerful, so fucking poignant. It was a riveting Oscar race that year between him and Chris Rock as the dude who wants a sip of soda and I'm gonna get you sucker. Barely beat out by Samuel L. Jackson as the guy who tries to rob McDowell's in Coming to America. For some crazy-ass reason, D.L. Hughley actually decided to respond to this random teenager who called out his brief performance in objectively one of the worst movies of all time. Not only that, but when he came to play the funny bone a short while later, he even offered to give me my first guest set. I had just turned 16, and thanks to D.L., I got to open his show with a hot 5-minute set, which, by the way, probably killed Rick and the other old-timers at the club, which only made it sweeter, of course. Somehow, I managed to hold my own that first night, and I got invited to perform the whole weekend. On the very last night, DL honored me, a juvenile delinquent in training, with some of the wisest words of advice. Most of which I promptly forgot, except for his very last line. And please, never mention Soul Plane again. Shit. To this day, it's still better than Medea. As incredible as that weekend was, though, something far more insignificant ended up having the biggest impact on my life. When I first reached out to DL on Twitter, we had a fun little back and forth. Nothing huge, nothing crazy, and unfortunately a convo that was lost to the delete button a long time ago. But it was enough to be noticed by someone else. A dude named Gary Abdo, the owner of the Atlanta Comedy Theater. That's Atlanta as in Georgia, as in not Ohio. Gary had this weird idea that he could go on social media and somehow find young comic talent that hadn't been discovered yet. I know, right? Fucking insanity. But that's how he found me. I was a junior in high school, only 16 years old, and just like that, I had an invitation to spend the summer down south to appear in a run of shows. I was about to travel across state lines for comedy. A hormonal, angsty white teenager unleashed without any parental supervision on one of America's biggest and yeah, blackest cities. Chapter 6. Dodging Blue Balls in Atlanta. It was sometime during the night, and I was about to walk into the tiny apartment where I was crashing during the summer in Atlanta when I suddenly heard a woman crying from behind the front door. I don't mean like little sniffles or gentle tears or some shit. I mean full-on, straight-up, ugly cry bawling. I thought, how much weirder can this shit get? I was 16 years old, completely on my own for basically the first time in my life, eating microwave lasagna and cereal every night for dinner. I had only arrived in this big, crazy, completely foreign city maybe a week earlier. Gary Abdo, the owner of the club I was working at, had found me this free place to stay. I'd been sleeping on the couch, and the dude I'd been living with was this tall, skinny, 30-year-old black comic I'd only met once before in my life, for maybe 5 minutes. What was I going to do, turn down a free place to stay? I had no money and no other options. Then I realized I wasn't going to be just living with the comic. I was also going to be living with his girlfriend. Oh, shit. She was kind of dark, maybe Middle Eastern in background, and she was cute. Like the kind of cute you think is pretty hot when you're a horny teenage virgin who's basically wanting to fuck anything that moves, but when you get older, you're like, sure, cute, I guess. Also, and here's the clincher, she was older. I absolutely have such a specific type, and it's older women. If you want, you can read whatever the fuck you want into that. Go on. Get Freudian, y'all, I can take it. But as far as I'm concerned, it all comes down to food. A lot of older women have kids, and that just means they have snacks. If you got a crock pot, girl, I am in love. A woman's perfect age for me is kind of like a bowl of Captain Crunch. You want her way after she's going to tear up your mouth when you take a bite, but definitely before she turns into oatmeal. Now, I'm not going to say the comic's girlfriend was a perfect bowl of cereal. She was maybe about 30, still a little sharp around the edges for my taste, but again, I was young, and I was desperate for sex. And when I walked into the apartment that night, I found her sitting on the couch, the same couch I slept on every single night. I want to say it was leather, but I also feel like my skin would have stuck to it like crazy. And she was just crying, her cute, hot, but not really eyes out. I said, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" And she dabbed at her eyes and said, "I just found out my boyfriend got sent to jail. He violated parole." That's right. The same comic I was supposed to be crashing with was now in jail. And it was just me and his very lonely girlfriend together at his crib. I swear to God this happened. No joke, no bullshit. This is not some cosplay role-playing, fuck your stepmother bullshit you find in every other Pornhub video. This happened in real life. My life. Naturally, my only concern is entirely for her well-being, so next I was like, "Do you think I can still crash here? Or do I have to find another couch somewhere? I've got like another 2 months I'm supposed to be in Atlanta, and I don't really know anyone else in town, so I could really use the help." And she looked up at me and blinked and said, "Of course you can stay here, Matt. We'll just have to think of a way you can earn your keep, a task you can perform for me, a few special chores, but you can stay right here." Then she patted the spot on the sofa right next to her. Actually, I think it was her lap. Yeah, no, she definitely patted her lap, and I walked over and pulled off my shirt and... Okay, so the last part is bullshit. I didn't pull off my shirt. She didn't even pat the spot on the couch next to her, or her lap. She was an entirely self-sufficient modern woman, so she definitely didn't need any tasks or chores performed. And I don't think she actually knew my name. I think she called me Mark, come to think of it. Maybe Max? But all the other stuff, him going to jail, her sobbing on the couch and letting me stay, no, that's all so real. A few months earlier, when Gary Abdo first pitched my mom on letting her only son go to Atlanta for the summer to hang out in a comedy club, I have a feeling he wasn't like, "Don't worry, miss. He'll get a great education in stand-up and life, and we'll have him sleeping on a couch with a cougar and an ex-con." Gary's pretty polished for a club owner, always dresses nice, has a dissipating block of dark hair that looks like a Lego piece. So he probably left out the ex-con part. But even after my mom talked to him on the phone, she wanted to check out the place for herself. I was only a junior in high school. Our home life may have been a little bumpy, but she was still my mom. And her antennae may have gone up a tiny bit when I was like, "You can totally trust this guy, Mom. I met him on the internet." Plus, she was used to having me a short drive away. I had only left the state of Ohio once in my entire life. Once. And that was for a brief stint when my family was living in rural Texas. Yeah, I wasn't exactly a man of the world, and she wanted to see what this whole Atlanta deal was all about. Plus, Gary wanted to meet me too. Not only to be polite, but to make sure I was worth the investment. Think of it from his perspective. This dude only knew me from a bunch of funny tweets and a few DMs we'd exchanged. He'd never seen me perform live before. Gary wanted me to do a set or two at his club so he could make sure I had real potential before he dumped a lot of resources on me. So during my junior year, me, my mom, and Grandpa Steve piled into her old Jimmy and drove all the way down to Georgia for a weekend. Gary reimbursed us for gas because he's classy like that. We left at 4 in the morning, and before we even made it out of the state, we decapitated a possum. Dude ran right out in the middle of the road, and we took his head clean off. But hey, no damage to the car, so seemed to bode well for the trip. I had never seen anything like the Blue Ridge Mountains as we drove through Tennessee. I'd never experienced anything like America's wide open plains, the blue skies that go on forever, the rivers raging and foaming through the land, but most of all, I'd never stayed at any hotel nicer than a Red Roof Inn. When we finally made it to Atlanta after our 9-hour drive and I saw the Westin that Gary was putting us up in downtown, and y'all, the Westin in Atlanta is fancy as fuck. I was like, hell yeah. I am officially never going home. It was a suite. I mean, the bathrooms had fake marble and everything, and I couldn't find one cigarette burn on any of the comforters. Though I have a feeling my mom ended up fixing that little problem during our stay. I gave her the big room with the king-size bed, and Papa and I took the 2 little single beds in the smaller room. Talk about luxury. Gary's club was the Uptown Comedy Corner, and it was one of the most infamous urban comedy clubs in America. And y'all fucking know what urban means. It means black. You wouldn't think the club was much by looking at it. This was still the original green and black building from back in 2011, and it had a very unfinished vibe to it. Like there was seriously no ceiling, just a bunch of random ducks everywhere. But this place was legendary. Some of the greatest comedians of all time had cut their teeth there. Earthquake, Chappelle, Chris Tucker, you name it. And the crowds there were both notorious and basically insane. They'd cram 400 people in there, and they'd holler, they'd boo, they'd catcall. If they sensed even an ounce of fear, even a moment's hesitation, they'd tear you apart. Comics would trade horror stories about getting absolutely humiliated at the Uptown Comedy Corner. And those were black dudes. White comics got destroyed. But there was one insult that was considered worse than all the rest. The car keys. Gary told me after we met. The car keys, I said. What? If you really eat shit up there, and I mean really eat shit, everyone starts jingling their car keys at the same time. It's so damn loud, it forces comics right off the stage. So don't get the car keys. Thanks for the warning, Gary. Super helpful. There I was, on a Saturday night in the middle of Atlanta. This skinny little 16-year-old white boy with bad teeth who looked like I was maybe 13, and I walked up onto one of the most famous stages in the country in front of one of the most merciless crowds in the world. The energy was unreal. Just thick and loud and bouncing off the walls, off the floors, off the shitty exposed ceiling. I had never experienced anything like it. Damn well not at the Columbus Funny Bone. And what did I do? I ate shit. I mean, I didn't get the car keys. The audience might have been merciless, but they weren't going to run a little kid off stage. And trust me, I milked my age for all the pity I could get. But I barely got any laughs, mostly just a few charity chuckles. The next day, we drove back to Ohio, my tail tucked between my legs, and Gary called with his decision. You're too green, he told me. Develop material, give it some time, maybe a year or two, then maybe you can try again. You're just too young. And maybe he was right. Maybe I was too young. But I also wasn't going to take no for an answer. Because here's the thing, I may have eaten shit up there on stage, but I also learned a lot. At this point, I was still writing new jokes every time I performed. I had a core act, yeah, but I had no idea how to develop it, how to build on it. I was still experimenting randomly. Gary started to change that. He taught me how to order my jokes, to build momentum. He told me about the art of the misdirect and the rule of comedy always coming in threes. He wanted to be the Mr. Miyagi to my Daniel-san. I could sense it. He just needed a little nudge. Give me one more chance, I said. There's that comedy festival that you have coming up. You already promised I could perform there. Let me do a show. Just one show. That's all I ask. It was true. He had promised I could do that festival. Before he saw me perform. Fine, he said, sighing. You can do the festival. Over the last few weeks of my junior year of high school, I worked my ass off on that act, applying everything I had picked up from my short time in Atlanta. Gary flew me back to Atlanta for the festival. It was a budget ticket on Southwest, so I already felt like I was moving my way up. I performed my new set. I crushed. This was my 8-mile moment. No vomiting on sweaters, no Cheddar Bob misfires, just good old white trash redemption. Gary agreed to bring me back out for the summer. I could feel it. I was one step closer to living the dream. I was standing in the middle of Lenox Square Mall, a place notorious throughout the entire South for selling a lot of expensive designer shit like Louis Vuitton and Fendi, and also for a shit ton of shootings. I was sticking out like a very sore, very white thumb, and I was trying desperately to unload free comedy club tickets to busy shoppers, using every last drop of my amazing charm. Free tickets? Nah. Free tickets? Nah. Yo, you want some free tickets? Nah. This, I guess, was living the dream. I'd wake up late in the morning after a late night at the club, eat a bowl of cereal, and Gary would pick me up in his SUV, hand me a huge stack of free tickets to the Uptown Comedy Corner, and drop me and maybe another aspiring comic off at Lenox to hawk our shit, picking us up 2 or 3 hours later. Gary was basically a pimp, and I was definitely a ticket whore. Come on, free tickets. Nah. Please take them. Nah. Just nah. Fuck! I didn't give a crap if anyone used them. I just wanted to get rid of them. They could take a handful of tickets, wait for me to turn around, and just throw the fuckers away for all I care. Actually, fuck it. I would happily stand there and watch them throw the tickets away with a big-ass smile on my face as long as someone just fucking took them. Free tickets. Nah. What I couldn't figure out back then was why anyone would turn down something that was free. Like, it's free. Free comedy, free anything. There is free stuff in the world, stuff that you can get for no money, and a young gentleman with bad teeth is trying to hand it to you, yet you continue to turn it down. Why? It costs you nothing. Of course, once I got a little older, I realized that kind of free stuff, little neon scraps of paper, is some of the most annoying stuff in the world, no matter what it costs. Like when you walk down the Vegas Strip and some random dude will try to actively force free tickets to a strip club into your hands. I mean, he will legitimately press them into your palm and try to force you to grab these tickets. And these are free titties. The greatest thing in the world, free, naked ass, love lumps are being bestowed upon me, as unworthy as I am, for absolutely no reason other than to provide me and my dick happiness. And what do? I push these free tickets, these free, innocent titties, back into his hands or let them drop to the ground, and I never, ever think of them again. You know how annoying you've got to be to spoil free titties? Fuck it, I muttered. I give up. If the first half of my days that summer were frustrating as hell, the second half were pure bliss. Each night at the club, I would soak up as much comedy as I could. These stand-ups were nothing like the bitter competitive bunch I had met at the Funny Bone. These dudes at the Uptown Comedy Corner were older, they were black, and they had been in the business for years. They were successful in their own right, and they definitely weren't threatened by a little kid like me. So they actually welcomed me to this scene, kind of took me under their wing. As for the crowd itself, I developed a lot of tools to win them over really quick. I milked the whole little kid thing for laughs and sympathy without an ounce of shame. I just didn't want to get the fucking car keys. So I'd be this teenage white boy in the middle of this all-black crowd, and I'd start making references to anything in black culture, and they would just lose their minds. Michael Montana booms, and my skinny prepubescent ass comes out raising the roof and dancing. Ah! I squeak out some random line from Boys in the Hood in my cracking adolescent voice that is anything but hard. Any fool with a dick can make a baby, but only a real man can raise his children. Ah! Or maybe I change things up and I go for pure self-deprecation, playing exactly into their stereotype, doing some awkward, ultra-white jig to Justin Bieber and Baby. Ah! Other white comics might have been intimidated, but I seriously thought of it as an adventure. It probably also helped that I had grown up getting roasted by so many of my buddies back in Ohio, and trust me, a crowd of strangers could have never torn me apart the way my best friends did. I was used to being humbled. Did I kill every night? Hell no. I was still just a kid, but I held my own. And I never once got the car keys, and I was learning so much, especially from Gary, who wasn't just the club's owner, but had also taken me on as my manager. When I say he became the Mr. Miyagi to my Daniel-san, I really mean it. He wasn't bald, he wasn't Asian, and he'd probably get his ass kicked if he ever tried karate, but this motherfucker was having me do the weirdest shit. Paint the fence, crane kick, wax on, jerk off. I'm lucky he didn't make me build him a whole new club. He brought me into the club one afternoon. Just me, no one else. He turned off all the lights except for the spotlight, turned on the mic, and pointed to the stage. Go on, he said. Do your act. For anyone who doesn't know, there is nothing more terrifying to a comic than performing in front of an empty house. Give me 3 people to perform to, even one, and I'll make it work. But in front of no one? The whole reason I started doing this was because I live to make people laugh. Live for it. Well, no one can laugh if there's no one in the club. I know. Some real zen tree falling in the forest shit, right? Gary, dude, what is the point of this? I protested. You gotta learn to embrace the silence, man. Because there will be times when an audience is silent, and that's not a bad thing. I don't know, sounds pretty fucking bad to me. Only if you're not controlling it, he said. You gotta learn to control a room, own it. Use your timing, use your pacing. But get the fuck up there. And I went the fuck up there. And that's when a tennis ball whizzed by my face. Gary, what the fuck, dude? No, he shouted. Don't let the balls distract you. You're going to get a lot of distractions up there, but you got to react on the fly. Keep moving, never stand still. Keep the crowd engaged. Never get thrown from your set. But you almost hit my zing. Another tennis ball right by a very, shall we say, sensitive area. Gary, fuck! Dodge him, goddammit. Do your set. Zing. Shit! You ain't getting off that stage till you do your set. Zing! So that's what I did. I did my set. He tried to peg me with balls, and you know what? I really did learn a lot of control and confidence that day. Skills I still use to this day. The only thing I didn't do was catch a ball and rip it right back in Gary Miyagi's smug-ass face. Towards the end of my long summer in Atlanta, I got back to my place at one night. I was thinking of it as my place by this point. And there he was. The tall, skinny black comic who actually paid for the apartment, who actually had the girlfriend I'd been living with for the last 2 months. Fresh out of jail for breaking parole. I smiled weakly. I only had 2 weeks left before I had to go back to Ohio, and let's be clear, I never wanted to go back to Ohio. I started developing a plan with Gary. Finish up high school early, get the hell out, and move to LA to jumpstart my career. But if I wanted my plan to work, I was going to have to stay alive first. What exactly do you say to the dude who just got out of jail when you've been living with his girl? Like, what kind of small talk are you supposed to make? I went with the first thing that popped into my head. So, how was jail? Subtlety has never been one of my strengths. Like, how was he supposed to answer? Great, my man, you should give it a try sometime. The food actually ain't so bad. So, you been fucking around with my lady or what? The honest truth is, the dude never had to worry. First off, I'd never do that to a guy. I'd especially never do that to a guy who's literally in jail. Second, even if I wanted to do something with her, she had approximately zero interest in some random high school kid crashing on her couch who spent the day passing out free comedy tickets at the mall. But it was weird. I could sense he was still on edge, so I made things perfectly clear. Thanks so much for letting me chill here this summer, I said. I got really used to sleeping on that couch. By myself. Your girl would just come home every night, grab dinner, and spend the rest of the night in the bedroom. Alone. I had complete and total privacy. Did I mention I'm a teenage virgin? All right, yet again, that last line may not be right on the money, but my boy seemed legitimately relieved. He went on to show his gratitude by spending 5 hours having sex with his girl in the bedroom that night, over and over and over again. They were very, very loud, and the walls were very, very thin. Not that I can blame him. I mean, the dude literally hadn't fucked in months, and, well, neither had she. They had a lot of pent-up energy. I guess I'm just glad he took out that sexual frustration on her and not me. Jail can change a man, and I probably couldn't have stopped him. Chapter 7. The Land of Dreams and Bus Piss. When I first got there in 2013, Los Angeles absolutely blew my mind. I mean, picture it. Except for 2 months living with the girlfriend of a convict and passing out free comedy tickets at a mall where dudes get shot on the regular, I'd spent my whole life in a small white trash town in central Ohio where the highlight was pretty much hanging out with my Grandpa Steve's pickup truck while he finished laying tile. Before LA, I wasn't even sure the ocean was a real thing. Now here I was in the entertainment capital of the world. The sun was always out, the sky was always blue, and the streets were all lined with palm trees. The electricity is tangible. People flocked there from every state in the country trying to break into the business, land a TV show or a movie, and make it big. Me being from Ohio was nothing, just another story in 1,000. Every waitress was fresh off the bus from Iowa, and she swore she was one audition away from a role in a Tarantino film. Every gas station attendant had just hitchhiked from West Virginia with nothing but a backpack and the script he just knew he'd sell for $1 million. Everyone in LA had a fucking dream, and it was awesome. I had no idea back then. No one did, really, but that was all about to change in just a few years. These days, thanks to the glorious miracle that is social media, LA is dead. No one has to go there to act or perform or try to be famous anymore. You can do all that on your phone, no matter where you are in the world. And honestly, you don't even have to have a skill to be internet famous. Don't get me wrong, I'm very aware that social media has been critical to me building an audience as a comic. But at least I do something, you know? I have a skill, I get on stage, I tour, I try to make people laugh. And every now and then I succeed. That's how I make my living. But influencers? People who get paid by products and brands to just, exist? They only need to have takes on anything. The hotter, the angrier, the more hate-filled, the better. Any idiot with a TikTok account can scream about something for 5 minutes and pick up 2 million followers. Not back then. Back then, celebrities were celebrities, bro. They were the real deal. I still remember seeing my first legit celeb out in the wild. I had just ducked into a gas station to use an ATM machine to drain my almost empty account of his last few dollars, and standing right there was Jonah Hill. Jonah Hill. This was when he was still the funny, cuddly Jonah Hill we all grew up with, back before he got all serious and self-important. And I was just some 17-year-old dork from the Midwest, so naturally I went up to him and asked him very politely if we could take a selfie. And Jonah Hill got this really sincerely tragic look on his face and went, "Oh, I'm sorry, man, I totally would, but I'm really running late right now." And then he went outside and proceeded to sit in his fancy car and do absolutely nothing for the next 10 minutes. But even then, I just soaked in the magic of this incredible place. Wow, I just got blown off by Jonah Hill. Then I grabbed a bus to the beach with a bunch of homeless dudes who literally took out their dicks and pissed all over their seats. LA, baby. LA. Before I even moved to Los Angeles, I got warning from a comedian who knew LA better than almost anyone. Don't get cocky. Growing up in Ohio, I'd always been a huge fan of Eric Griffin from Workaholics. He was this big guy with thick-framed glasses and a prominent mustache who kind of came off like a giant Muppet. In his stand-up, he had this way of making everything he said seem kind of charming and personable, and then he'd balance it out with some real shit. Like cozying up with a teddy bear that out of nowhere goes right for your jugular. And because I definitely was too cocky, I pulled the same trick I'd tried on D.L. Hughley and so many other comics who were completely out of my league. I hit up Eric on social media. In this case, I just up and friended him on Facebook. I didn't bother with any fan page nonsense. I didn't even send out an opening message. Nope. This was the early 2010s, so I literally just found the guy's personal page and friended him. Then again, because it was the early 2010s, we actually had a poke war. Fuck. I'm not even 30 yet, but that just made me feel old as shit. It's true, though. Me and this famous, successful, talented comedian spent a couple weeks in a poke war. You remember the drill. It was peak passive aggressiveness. I'd poke him, then he'd poke me back, then I'd poke him again. Poke, 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 nothing but poetry, dog. We eventually moved on to actual, words, and I pressured him into agreeing to let me open for him sometime if he ever played Columbus. That didn't come together, but honestly, who cared about Ohio? Eric lived in Los Angeles, at the heart of it all. Gary Abdo from Atlanta's Uptown Comedy Corner was still my manager, but his specialty was the black comedy scene. If I wanted to move to LA and break into the comedy there, I'd need the help of someone who was plugged in locally. Before I'd even finished high school, Eric offered to spend a weekend showing me and Gary around his town. It was a crazy opportunity to make a good impression. And at first, everything seemed like it was going great. The first day that Gary and I were out there, Eric took us to the club that he called home, the Laugh Factory in West Hollywood. This place is insanely famous. We're talking about shows by every star comic from Richard Pryor, Adam Sandler to Dave Chappelle. But it had this really bright, warm, welcoming vibe, which for an outsider like me meant a lot. Dane Cook just happened to be hanging out there when we showed up. The Dane motherfucking Cook. Forget about celebrity. This dude seriously embodied comedy for me. Watching him growing up was literally what made me choose to do stand-up. This man had changed the course of my life without even knowing it. And Eric just walked up to him. "Hey, this is Matt Rife. He's thinking about moving out here to do comedy." And Dane Cook shakes my hand and goes, "Can't wait to perform with you." Like it was nothing. Yeah, pretty much the anti-Jonah Hill. But when me and Eric and Gary went out to lunch, Eric quickly put an end to my dreams of performing with Dane Cook anytime soon. I was popping off, just feeling myself and everything I thought I was going to accomplish. I mean, to be fair, I was barely out of high school, and here I was already planning to move to LA, the center of the comedy fucking universe, to blast my career into space. I had reason to be excited. But Eric just shook his head, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "Dude, you're not funny. You're not a good comedian. You still have so much work to do." Did I listen to him? Hell no. I mean, was Eric right? Of course, there was no doubt. But what was I going to do? Stay in North Lewisburg with my mom and my stepdad? Ever since I'd spent the summer in Atlanta, being in Ohio felt like I was living at half speed. I was also at a new high school, so I didn't really have any friends. Grandpa Steve, the person I loved most in the world, was encouraging me to leave and follow my dreams. For as shitty as my home life with my stepdad was, my mom actually didn't want me to leave. She'd been focusing all her energy and all her anxiety on me and my half-sister. But if anything, that was just pushing me away. It wasn't her fault, not really. I just felt a little suffocated. The only reason I had for staying in the Midwest was sex. I mean, love. Definitely love. After all my failed attempts at dating, I finally had my first girlfriend. Never Say Never, who I talked about in my intro. Remember her? Of course you do. After I lost my virginity to her again and again and again, I really thought I was in love. What can I say? I'm a hopeless romantic. Every cynic out there is just a romantic who's been smacked upside the head by reality a few times. And trust me, at this point, I'd been bludgeoned in the brain more than my fair share. Our plan was for me to move to LA by myself, and for her to eventually join me there, maybe enroll in a community college because, well, we were really shooting for the stars. She, of course, never made the move. We were just young and stupid. But I did make the move. Probably because I was young and stupid. Well, not completely stupid. Before I made the permanent move to LA, I popped out to take this exam offered in California that allows you to basically test out of high school early. It's not a GED because you can take it while you're still in high school. As impossible as it might seem, I'm actually not a moron. When it comes to academics anyway. Other things, the jury's still out. But back in grade school, they actually tried to get me to skip the third grade. I was so ahead. My mom wisely was like, my kid might be smart, but trust me, he's also kind of dumb. And already a year younger than his whole class. I stuck with my grade. But I finally got my revenge when I passed the California exam and finished my senior year 5 months in advance. 3 months later, in January 2013, I moved to Los Angeles for good with $1,200 to my name, and not only convinced Eric Griffin to believe in me, he even let me crash on his couch for free for a few months while I got my bearings and continued to have totally unrealistic expectations. After that, I moved off of Eric's couch and into a tiny apartment with Gary Abdo's son, Cameron, where I also slept on the couch. Heads up to all the aspiring comics out there, get very, very used to sleeping on couches. Cameron had just moved to LA himself after graduating from film school. He was a hardcore cinema nerd. He loved to geek out about classic movies, and he wanted to be a director. Most importantly, he needed a roommate. Except my room was a couple of shelves we bought from IKEA and pushed together to create walls around my couch. And yeah, I know those air quotes are doing a lot of work there. Not that I ever let my living arrangements discourage me from pursuing other, opportunities. I finally managed to score a hookup that didn't start with an Instagram DM. I caught her eye. I'm sure it was a sexy but older and wiser eye from across the lobby at the Laugh Factory, and I figured I might as well shoot my shot. So, she said with a sexy little smile, "Do you have your own place?" I said, frantically trying to remember if my roommate Cameron was in town that night. "Yes." "Do you or don't you?" she asked. I cleared my throat. Yeah, I totally do. I think. When we got back to my place, I tried to take her straight back to Cameron's bed, but she spotted all my clothes piled up on the couch and surrounded by IKEA bookcases. "Oh," I said, "that stuff belongs to a friend of mine. I'm letting him crash for a while until he finds a place of his own. I'm such a generous guy, right?" I'm not sure if I ever told Cameron that I fucked someone on his bed, but if I didn't, huge thanks, Cameron. The sex was great, and I definitely washed the sheets afterwards. Dane Cook had no idea what he was getting himself into when, probably as an afterthought, he casually said the comedic equivalent to "see you around." From there on out, whenever I bumped into him at the Laugh Factory, our conversations pretty much went like this. "Please let me hang out with you." "No." "Please let me hang out with you." "No." "Please let me hang out with you." "You're never going to give up, are you?" "No." Yeah, I got my share of issues for sure, but perseverance has never been one of them. Dane finally figured he'd kill two birds with one very jacked stone. He loved working out. It also happened to be the one time he really got to be by himself. So, He offered to let me come with him to the gym sometimes. It was a super thoughtful sacrifice on his part and probably the only way he'd finally get me to shut up. For me, it was a huge deal, first and foremost because, I got to hang out with Dane Cook, this god of stand-up comedy. But also because I had never really worked out in my life. In my late teens, I was still stuck in my perpetually awkward prepubescent phase. Still not shaving, still looking like a vaguely stylish lesbian. Still skinnier than a stripper pole, minus the stripper. Maybe if I started lifting weights with Dane Cook, I could finally put on some real muscle and look like what I theoretically was, a heterosexual male. I might have had the right idea with the working out part, but I was definitely off with the choice of gym. Dane's go-to club was Crunch Fitness on Sunset Boulevard, which just happened to be the gayest place I'd ever been in my life. Just so gay. Crunch was just down the block from the Laugh Factory, which made it very convenient, but it was also in the middle of West Hollywood, which is 90% gay. And if you don't believe that statistic, just Google their crosswalks. I would walk into Crunch in sweats and a shirt and immediately be surrounded by these buff-ass men in tights, like literally wearing spandex fucking shorts. And they were seedy as hell. That was the other thing about Crunch. It wasn't very expensive. So these guys were basically everyone who couldn't afford to go to an Equinox. It was basically 65% gay dudes, 30% straight dudes, and 5% ridiculously hot women. And every single one of them was trying way too hard. Dane, though, really had his routine down. It felt like he totally knew what he was doing. Lots of machine work, lots of core and ab exercises, different varieties of pull-ups. And I didn't know what the hell I was doing, so I just followed along with him. The only things I did know is that I hated to do legs. It's exhausting, you sweat more, you don't see fast results. Seriously, what kind of psycho likes to do legs? And I was never, ever gonna step foot in that locker room. But slowly, I started putting on a little more muscle. And slowly, with Eric's help, I started to make a few cracks in the invisible walls of LA's comedy scene. Walls that felt a hell of a lot more real to me than anything in my apartment. There were a bunch of very cool, very respected stages in Los Angeles. The Improv on Melrose felt very plugged into the industry and was the home of Sarah Silverman and David Spade. The Comedy Store on Sunset was legendary, run by Pauly Shore's mom, Mitzi, and was kind of experiencing a renaissance when I moved out there. And of course, there was the indie comedy scene where you could find literally dozens of shitty open mics at every bar and restaurant with a mic and floor lamp for stage lighting. I haunted them all, soaking it in, looking for any opportunity I could get. But I always gravitated towards the Laugh Factory. From the first time I went there, it had always felt so bright and inviting. It wasn't trying too hard, it wasn't snobby or pretentious, the club was just comfortable with who and what it was. And of course, it was insanely important that Eric had an in there. I quickly found out that a lot of succeeding in stand-up is just showing up and putting in the time. I'd say it's a marathon and not a sprint, but honestly, you're mostly just sitting on your ass. When I first got to LA, I was still only 17, so I still couldn't hang out inside the club. Every night, I just hung out in the lobby chatting up comics like Maj Jobrani and Alonzo Bowden, making banter, getting to know everyone from the door guy to the stage manager, and waiting for my chance. Until one day, a scheduled comic didn't show, and they needed someone to take his place. Eric begged the manager to give me a shot. She was this tall Persian chick named Christina Shams, and she was extremely genuine, which in Hollywood basically made her one of one. Eric's convo with her pretty much went like this. Please let him go up. No. Please let him go up. No. Please let him go up. You're never going to give up, are you? No. Christina gave me my shot, and I took my first step to becoming the youngest guy to ever be a regular performer at the Laugh Factory. But for all the things that were going right, there was still plenty going wrong. Or really just going nowhere at all. At night, I was usually hanging out at the comedy club. Sometimes, if I got lucky, getting 5 minutes of stage time here or there. But during the days, I had pretty much nothing to do. I didn't even have a car, which is crazy in a city like LA, which is this sprawling mess of streets and buildings where no one ever walks anywhere. So I spent most of my time just hopping on the bus and exploring. Heading to the beach in Santa Monica or Venice, checking out the eerie abandoned zoo in the hills of Griffith Park. Which might sound pretty cool, and don't get me wrong, I did love the freedom. But let me be clear, the Los Angeles buses are absolutely disgusting. Just straight up ratchet. Anyone who's on the bus in LA is just too broke to have a car or even a fucking scooter. And anyone who's riding the bus during the day, that was just fuckers like me who didn't have a job. I'd see homeless dudes using their seats as their own private but very public toilets. I'd spend a half hour or more at graffiti-covered bus stops waiting for my ride to finally show, if it showed up at all. None of those things ever ran on time. And once I got on, they moved so slow that getting across town could seriously take all afternoon. Usually that didn't mean shit because it's not like I had anywhere to be. But if I somehow managed to score an audition for some small part in Burbank at 2 p.m., I'd have to leave at 10 in the morning just to get there in time to find out I didn't get the part. I was able to make a little money here and there, performing at gigs out of town that Gary managed to book for me, or maybe opening for Eric. But even jobs at respectable clubs only usually pulled in a few bucks. Sometimes the only pay was free drinks, and I couldn't even drink. Like any comic, my dream was pretty much being able to support myself by performing, and not having to take a job in the square world. But after a year and a half in LA, shit was honestly looking pretty bleak, even for my low bar. My tiny spot in Cameron's tiny apartment cost me $400 a month. Rent in the city was crazy, even then. By eating nothing but Hot Pockets and ramen, I could keep my expenses down to around $200. I was able to get by, barely. But my LA dream was starting to wear me down. I'd already seen enough in my short time in the city to know that good, talented people burn out of the business all the time. I didn't want that to happen to me. Shit, I wasn't even 20 yet. Thankfully, though, I finally got a big audition that I knew would change everything. Chapter 8. Requiem of a Hollywood Bag Boy. I was finally there. Gary Abdo, my trusted manager, by my side, the hot, bright lights of Hollywood shining down on me, and the spread they had laid out for me. So much great food to choose from, only the best, really. I had made it. This was going to be my big break. "You need a job?" said the rather rotund manager of Ralph's as she bagged my groceries. "I'll give you a job." That's right. I was at the Ralph's supermarket on Sunset. This place was actually notorious. People like to call it Rockin' Ralph's because it was in the heart of Hollywood. It was open 24/7, and desperate starving artists like me, actors, comics, and rockers, would come here at all times of the day and night to buy booze or scrounge together a few very canned, very processed supplies. Gary was in town and he was buying me some groceries, because it wasn't like I could afford them myself. As usual, I was busy bitching because I couldn't find work, because as usual, nobody would give me a job. Until this blessed angel in our checkout aisle overheard us and offered me the lifeline I needed. "A job? For real?" I said. "Yeah," she said with a shrug. "Why not? You'd be bagging groceries, but it would be a job." I thought about it. There was no part of me that was too stuck up for any kind of labor, manual or otherwise. I'd seen my grandpa Steve work a skilled but blue-collar job his whole life, and he was a proud, good man. At the same time, I hadn't moved all the way to Los Angeles so I could grow old working under the sterile fluorescent lights of a massive big-chain grocery store. I had come here for comedy, to appear on the biggest stages in the world, to break into TV shows and movies like all my comedian heroes, to live my dream. That said, I desperately needed a regular paycheck. Maybe I could work here during the day and keep performing at clubs at night. Scheduling auditions might be tricky, but it wasn't like I was getting many of those anyway. And who knows? Maybe they'd even give me some free food along the way, or a discount on groceries. I love to eat, but I hate to cook. It makes no sense to me. Why should I plan 45 minutes in advance for being hungry when I can just go to a restaurant when the mood hits? McDonald's, Subway, I wasn't picky at all. Going to a fancy steakhouse was wasted on me. I like my food simple and quick. Same thing goes for eating at home. If I had to cook for myself, it was nothing but sandwiches, ramen, cereal, soup from a can, whatever. If I wanted to get really crazy, I'd do pasta with some kind of sauce I could pour out of a jar. In fact, to this day, even though I'm no longer living on a couch, I'm a sucker for some frozen foods. Whenever I get married, I'm fully ready to tell my wife I love you, and I will buy anything for you, but I will not cook for you, ever. Which actually sets me up for success later on. That one time I thoughtfully microwave us a Stouffer's beef stroganoff for dinner. I'll look like Gordon Ramsay. So yeah, standing in the checkout line at Ralph's with Gary about to pay for 20 packets of top ramen took me approximately 0.2 seconds to make up my mind and answer the ridiculously nice manager. When do I start? See you at training in 3 weeks. Nice. Totally nailed that audition. It was 2015. I was only 19 and almost 2 years into my LA dream. By this point, I'd had a few non-Ralph's auditions. The only problem was that none of them had been even close to as successful as my glamorous foray into groceries. Auditions for a working comedian can go a couple of different ways. Let's say you've got a shot at a stand-up TV show, something that features an ensemble of comics basically doing a few minutes of their act. That's actually pretty simple. You send the producers a tape of your stuff, maybe they bring you in to actually perform your set for them, or maybe even for a small hand-picked audience. Each comedian has their own different act, their own bits, and a reasonable chance to get picked to be 1 out of 10 people on the show. It's comedy. You just gotta be funny. An acting audition is much weirder. You go into this random, windowless room and compete against 20 versions of you who are all your type, except better looking and have been doing this way longer. You read the exact same part in front of a camera and a casting director who doesn't know you and doesn't really give a shit. But you have to pretend like this is the most exciting opportunity of your life. And then they give the part to one of their friends or some dude they're fucking on the side. And a commercial acting audition? That is fucking weird beyond weird. It's the acting audition, but on crack and about car insurance. And the job still goes to some dude the casting director is fucking on the side. My first big audition was a wild, literally combo of all three. And it actually took place before I'd even moved to LA. Right after I finished my summer in Atlanta in 2012, the MTV show Wild 'N Out came to Gary's club to hold a casting call. For all you old-timers out there, I say that lovingly, especially to every hot cougar listening to this book, Wild 'N Out is kind of like my generation's SNL, except about 100 times cooler. It's been going strong for 20 seasons. It's hosted by Nick Cannon, and it's been a launching ground for everyone from Kevin Hart to Cat Williams and Pete Davidson. It also has a ridiculously fun and competitive format. In each show, 2 teams of comedians go at each other in what's basically a comedic smackdown. Comics go head-to-head, tearing each other to shreds in a whole assortment of improv games, from the hilariously vicious rap battles in Wild Style to twerk work, where, well, I'll just let you figure that one out for yourself. It's a smash-mouth pressure cooker where talent can break through or break down. And the audition wouldn't be any different. I wouldn't just be doing stand-up or even doing lines from a script. It would be this funky combination of both. Coming up with my own brand new lines for a bunch of the show's games on the spot and performing them on stage in front of a panel that included the godfather of it all, Nick Cannon himself. At the very end, all the comics would get on stage together and dive right into a wild-style rap battle. I was going to be the youngest comic up there by far, probably the only white dude, and I knew I'd have a target painted on my pale, skinny back. If doing stand-up in Gary's empty club while he hurled tennis balls at my face was a mindfuck, this audition was going to be a whole other level of insanity. But you know what? I was feeling pretty good about my chances, which shows you just how insanely young and naive I was at the time. I so desperately wanted to believe my own hype. I so badly wanted to be the child prodigy that everyone hoped I could be. I knew Gary had taken a huge gamble on me. Not just with my job that summer, but getting his boy, Nick Cannon, to give me a shot in the first place. I even had my mom and my very first girlfriend drive down with me to attend the audition. That's right, the girl with the never say never tramp stamp, only slightly less exotic than a dragon tattoo. I wasn't being cocky, at least no more than usual. I just wanted to show these people who believed in me that their faith was paying off. Well, you can imagine what happened. I'm not going to say I got devoured by the older comics I was trying out with. I didn't embarrass myself, but nothing I said broke through. In an audition, doing stand-up, you can sense when you connect with your audience. You can hear when you land a huge laugh. It didn't happen. I went back to Ohio with my mom and girlfriend and waited anxiously for a call that never came. Instead, it was just a text from Gary saying it didn't work out. I felt sad. I felt humiliated, and honestly, after I moved to Los Angeles, it hadn't gone much better. The closest thing I got to a break came with a show that never even aired. I landed a spot on the legendary stand-up strip Comic View on BET. It was my television debut. It also filmed, funny enough, in Atlanta. In the morning of the recording, I got a text from Ohio telling me that my very first dog had just died. No joke, my goddamn dog died. A 12-year-old adorable Beagle Lab mix who'd spent my whole childhood curled up next to me in my bed, practically the only wholesome memory I had, and she literally died the morning of my set. My life was basically a shitty country music song, but I fucking hated country music. I got all dressed up like Macklemore in my Jeremy Scott winged Adidas. If you don't know the shoes I'm talking about, please Google them because they literally have these ridiculous big-ass wings. I went up in front of an all-black crowd, and I got a motherfucking standing ovation. But no one, including me, ever saw it on TV. Because before my episode even aired, the show got canceled. Off BET. That, my friends, is failing to clear a very, very low bar. I did get one good thing out of it, though. I ended up becoming good buddies with the show's casting director, Amber Bickham, who had discovered me one night when I went up at a prominent black club in Los Angeles called the Comedy Union. Granted, she discovered me for a show that didn't even make the cut on BET, but she discovered me. Briefly, nonetheless. A few months later, Amber did me an even bigger favor. The biggest straight-up favor anyone had ever done for me. She gave me my very first car. Yeah, you heard that right. She gave me my very first car. I was still doing my usual routine about getting to the bus stop an hour early, hoping it would show up, and then riding along as homeless dudes relieved themselves around me, when one random afternoon I got a call from Amber. "Matt," she said, "I have been so blessed in my life in so many ways, and now I want to bless you. I just bought myself a new car, and now I'd like you to have my old car. Will you accept it?" Fuck yeah, I'd accept it. I was so tired of taking the bus everywhere. Now I'd be able to cruise around town in my brand new, 2003 white Honda Civic. Okay, maybe not exactly brand new, but what the hell did I care? It was my own set of wheels. I was gonna be fucking Matt, Road Warrior Rife on the mean streets of LA. And then, 3 months later, on those very same mean streets of LA, I was driving down the highway when suddenly smoke started pouring out from under the hood. What the hell? I had no fucking idea what to do. I'd never owned a car before, much less one that looked like it was about to explode. I turned the wheel, swerved off the road, pulled right into the nearest completely unreputable auto mechanic. He popped the hood and whistled. "Boss, you are lucky this whole thing didn't burst into flames. This car is done." So much for Matt Road Warrior Rife. As far as my career went, I felt like I just couldn't get a break, even when people were trying to be nice to me. And most of the time in LA, it didn't feel like I was getting that. I was running on empty, which I guess was at least better than having my engine explode. I landed a couple of guest star roles on some programs for Disney XD, which was like an offshoot of the Disney Channel focused on preteens. The fact that I still hadn't hit puberty looked like it was finally working in my favor, but gigs never went anywhere. So I was back to my beardless existence without even a job to show for it. Then I got a second shot at a spot on my dream show. Cast members Mikey Day and Pete Davidson had just got called up to the majors and were graduating from the show. So Wild 'N Out needed a couple of new white guys to round things out. And I mean that literally. At the time, the show's cast was almost entirely male and almost entirely black. They liked to have at least one white dude around just to make, well, white guy jokes. Gary had to seriously beg Nick Cannon to give me another shot. I honestly can't blame Nick for being skeptical. I had flamed out only 2 years earlier. Why would I be any different this time? But Gary had insisted that I had grown, and I literally had, just barely. I was almost 20 years old, and puberty was finally just starting to set in. I had also grown as a comic in experience and in confidence, or at least I felt like I had. And I also had the whole white thing down, more or less. I flew myself back to Atlanta on my own dime to audition for the show in Gary's brand new club, the Atlanta Comedy Theater. This time I didn't call in my mom or my ex with the Never Say Never tattoo. But honestly, the results were pretty much the same. Just like 2 years prior, none of my best jokes had really landed. I hadn't connected with Nick Cannon and the other judges on the panel. I'd gotten what most people only dream of. A second shot at achieving my biggest dream, and I fucking blew it. By early 2015, I was running out of options. I was running out of money, and I was running out of hope. So I grabbed onto the one lifeline anyone in Hollywood seemed willing to throw me. A job bagging groceries so generously offered to me by a random lady at Ralph's. Hallelujah. It was the weekend before my miraculous bagging job at Ralph's was set to begin, and I was at Gary's house in Atlanta. I was in town to work his club for a week or so, which is saying something when you think about it. I've been living in Los Angeles for a couple years, yet in some ways, Atlanta still felt like my natural creative home. The only thing Georgia seemed to lack at this point was a supermarket that would offer me a primetime gig at checkout. Then, out of nowhere, I got a call on my cell. First thing I thought was, who the hell calls people anymore? Can't you just text me like a civilized human being? But the second thing I thought was, hold up, what's this number? California? I answered the phone, and it was the casting director for Wild 'N Out. I had gotten the job. Looks like I made a connection after all. Gary's whole household erupted in cheers, hugs and high fives all around. Gary's a big fan of cigars for a big celebration, but I think they're disgusting. I'm so used to smoking weed where you vacuum up every ounce of smoke like a human Hoover that the whole idea of not inhaling makes no sense to me. The one time I tried smoking a cigar a few years back, I sucked in one puff and I wanted to fucking vomit. But I didn't need to smoke anything to feel the buzz of this news. It was crazy. Just a few minutes ago, I was doubting the whole course of my life. Now, one call later, it felt like the whole world was mine. There was just one thing I had to do. I got on my phone and I Googled the Hollywood Ralphs. Yeah, hey, I said when someone picked up. I just wanted to let y'all know that I won't be coming in for training this week. Something came up. That's cool, the dude on the other end said. It'll always be here if you need it. I damn well hoped I never did. Chapter 9. Wild and White Guy. Before there was a single taping of Wild 'N Out, before I was in a single episode, there was workshop. The entire cast getting together to compete for depth chart positions, really. Try out material, test out games, and, just kind of get comfortable with each other. Rife, where's your fucking head at right now? So much for getting comfortable. The dude yelling at me was Niall Evans, the show's executive producer. This guy is an entertainment and comedy genius, but he looks like the scariest damn security guard you've ever seen in your life. He runs about 6'6", 280 pounds, with a thick black beard, a black hat, and a deep, powerful voice. When he yells at you, you hear it. And right now, he was definitely yelling at me. Get your fucking hands out of your pockets and stand up straight like a man. Was I a man? I thought so, last time I checked anyway. But Niall was dead on. I had walked on a set carrying myself like a loser. I was every bit of 5'11", 138 pounds of pure bitch. I slouched everywhere I went, hands in my pockets, shoulders rounded, concave chest. Even when I was doing stand-up, I'd stand with my arms crossed, kind of looking at the mic. Niall grabbed me, pulled me in front of everyone. Shit. You know our show, dog. Everyone will be literally trying to grab the microphone out of your hands. You gotta carry yourself. You gotta be ready. What if someone presses you? See, what you gotta understand is that even though I had gotten past my audition on Wild 'N Out, the competition was just getting started. The show has access to a 30-person roster of comics and only 14 slots to fill per episode. That means that each week, each show, you were fighting for your life. And the guys I was competing against? These were all grown men. They had children, they had beards, they all had experience in this realm. I'd even heard that a few of them had police records for shit like possession of drugs and guns. What did I have? I had a face and back covered with zits because at the age of 19, I was finally just barely starting puberty. And the only police record I had was from pantsing a frenemy of mine back in high school. Pantsing a kid. He complained to his parents, so they actually pressed charges, took me to court, where a judge rolled his eyes and was like, seriously? You here because you pantsed someone? Thank God I didn't accidentally grab some of his underwear. They would have tried to give me the chair. The closest I had been to jail was sleeping on a guy's couch in Atlanta. This was my street cred. And now I was supposed to fight for airtime with, Yo, DC, DC, go on and press this dude. And suddenly, DC Young Fly was in my face. DC Young Fly was built like one of those worm aliens from Men in Black. He was just as skinny as me, if not skinnier. He was a few inches taller, and he had DC tatted right between his eyes. He was a straight-up west side of ATL gangster who absolutely reeked of overconfidence, and now he was standing chest to chest with me, grabbing my shirt, staring me dead in the eyes. Did I think he was going to swing on me? No. But the combative energy was there, and it was real. I tried to hold my own, tried to stare back at him without flinching, without anyone noticing the way my hands were shaking. But I just wasn't there yet. So, Niall shouted, "You ready for this?" If I thought I was, I'd never been more wrong in my fucking life. Somehow I managed to earn one of the 14 spots in the very first show of the season, taping the week after the infamous workshop. Who knows? Maybe they just needed a white guy that bad. Even though I had made the cut, the competition was far from over. Not only did I have to fight to get a line in one of the games, but I had to come strong. If what I said wasn't funny enough, they'd simply edit it and me out of the episode. It'd be like I was never even there. And honestly, exposure was really the only reason for doing Wild 'N Out. The pay? A measly $1,000 per episode. If you made the episode. Yeah, you heard that right. $1,000 to be on TV. So much for Hollywood riches, right? I'd probably be making more bagging groceries at Ralph's. If I wanted to make this pay off, I needed to get that airtime. I needed to use this show as a springboard to something bigger and better, just like Kevin Hart and Pete Davidson and the others had before me. Plus, the episode's guest team captain was none other than Shaq. Not only one of the most dominant NBA big men of all time, but also a huge media personality in his own right. You know, no pressure. The filming got started, and I waited for what felt like forever to get my chance to say or do something, anything to get noticed. And then it arrived. The game was called Flow Job, and my task was simple enough. I had to go out and freestyle rap a joke, and then the other comics had to guess my imaginary job. Easy, right? After all, I had rapped along with my favorite songs all the time. This time I'd just be using my own words. Nothing to worry about. I walked to the middle of the stage, and then I stopped. I'd never realized just how exposed I was out in front of everyone. In stand-up, even in the biggest arenas in the world, the lights are so bright and the theater is so dark that the most you can see are the front 5 or 6 rows. You're really performing for the darkness. But now I can see everything. The studio audience of over 100 people, the 50-person crew, the director, the cameraman, the sound guy, the producers, the other comics, everyone's staring at me, watching me, waiting for me to begin. And then something happened. For the first time in my life, I had an anxiety attack. My hands went corpse cold. I tried to talk, and I couldn't. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was too dry. My brain was flipping out. What the fuck is going on? But I had no idea because nothing like this had ever happened before. It probably only lasted a second, but for me it felt like forever. Finally, I managed to get my line out, but I mangled it. As an interesting aside to the other aspiring white guys out there, freestyle rapping is actually a lot harder than rapping to a song you already know. You've got to figure out your own cadence, your own beat, and you have to do all of this while being, well, white. If you lean into the awkwardness, really own how bad you are, it can actually be pretty funny. But if you don't, something like this happens. "Sit your ass down, white boy," they shouted. And this was my own team. The buzzer buzzed. And that's exactly what I did. I sat my ass down. I was basically moments from getting booted off the show before I really even got my start. That's not an exaggeration. A few bad outings and the producers will straight up cut your ass. Why waste your time on a comic who can't produce? And I had basically no time to recover from the first nightmare before the pressure was on again, because I shot 2 episodes every day. I had to get my shit together. Had to. Before the next episode started shooting, I thought of everything I had been through to get to this moment. I thought of Grandpa Steve buying enough tickets to get me a spot performing in a shitty open mic in Ohio. I thought of Gary bringing me down for my summer in Atlanta. Hell, I even thought of him trying to peg me in the nuts with a tennis ball. Thwop! Thwop! And of course I thought of Niall yelling at me to get my hands out of my pockets, stand up straight, and be a fucking man. So that's what I did. I pulled my shoulders back, I stood up straight as a rod, I balled my hands into fists, and then relaxed them, getting loose. And I went out there and performed. And guess who I went up against in the final Wild Style rap battle? None other than DC Young Fly. But this time I was ready. All right, DC, we can just do this. I don't need no build-up. Why you look like the bad guy from Captain Phillips? DC got up in my face, Nick Cannon grabbing his shirt like he was gonna hold him back. I never seen that show, and no cop, y'all. Before this show, your whole family, I would've robbed y'all. The crowd cheered, but now I was ready to drop my bomb. You're always on the black squad, no matter what. I think that scar on your face is from Nick Cannon's nuts. Everyone went fucking crazy. But of course, DC wasn't done. I ain't cool, show ain't your friend, your family's so sweet, I robbed y'all again. It was a sick line, but nothing was gonna top Nick Cannon's nuts. Literally, figuratively, you name it. DC and I went back and forth relentlessly like that all season, leveling each other up. In a weird way, we actually had a chemistry I didn't have with anyone else. There was something about his crazy confidence that was infectious. I fed off it, gave it right back. When I first got airtime on Wild 'N Out, I couldn't believe the response. My social media was at about 20,000 followers, but suddenly I started adding hundreds a day. An incredible number for me back then. Who this new white boy? People said. He funny as hell. Shit. Maybe being token white dude wasn't so bad after all. An open letter to Zendaya. Dear Miss Zendaya, is Miss too formal? I want to get off on a good second start. Did it mean as much to you as it did to me? All right. I know this happened 10 or 20 years ago, something like that. And I know it was literally just a 3-second exchange on a completely fake TV show where I was literally supposed to do something ridiculous to make you laugh. But I wanted you to know that that was a really, really special moment for me. At least that's what the internet says, and the internet's always right, so it must be true. I must have been totally, definitely, absolutely shooting my shot and hitting on you that day in front of a bunch of TV cameras, the other comics, and over 100 people in the crowd. Definitely. And I'll admit it, all right? Maybe we got off to a little bit of a bumpy start. Maybe I didn't exactly bring my A material that day, but can you blame me? After all, you were my teen crush, and I was truly and desperately trying to win your heart. I swear I've seen that a million times on Twitter and TikTok, so it's 100% true. That I just couldn't handle the pressure. But I was still a kid, just 19. We're both older now, both wiser, both private people who are never at all in the public eye. Let's give this another shot, all right? After entirely embarrassing myself the first time, this time will be better. I swear. More personal, more heartfelt, more authentic. I'll make absolutely certain there are only 3 TV cameras following us on our dinner date. A sound team, an intimacy coordinator, a few social media randos recording the entire thing on their cell phones. Because I deeply, desperately, romantically believe that anything on TV is real and everything the internet thinks is gospel. Love, not really in case you didn't pick up on the sarcasm, Matt Rife. P.S. For the 20% of people and bots who scan this and who will not pick it up, that entire letter was one big-ass joke. I was being 1,000% sarcastic. PPS, or was I? PPPS, yes, I was. Jesus, you people are insane. Over the next couple of seasons of Wild 'N Out, I got pretty comfortable in my role as the token white dude. I mean, having an actual job definitely came with perks. I finally got off of Cameron Abdo's couch and, on lucky nights, his bed, and into a house full of 5 strangers living in separate rooms who I met on Craigslist. Looking back, it's unclear if that was actually a step up from the couch, but it felt like progress at the time. I even managed to find a new girlfriend. I met her on my old go-to, Instagram, which was at least better than Craigslist. And she was 30, so again, she was older than me. Much older, because bro, everyone has a type. It turned out she also had a type. Because think about it, right? I might have just started lifting weights, but I was still basically this skinny little teenager with bad teeth, no real job, no money, and I just graduated from a couch to living with a house full of strange dudes. She, on the other hand, had short blonde hair, an incredible body, and was absolutely in the sexual prime of her life. And she'd make me these incredible vegetarian breakfast tacos. So, basically marriage material. A couple of months after we started going out, I finally had to ask, yo, so what was it about me specifically that got you to respond to my first DM? Like, was it because you thought I was funny, because I had pretty eyes? Like, what was the deal? Well, she said, kind of hesitating, you know I'm bi, right? I said, yeah, I know that. Well, the first time I saw your pic, I just figured you were a girl. Oh. But totally a very cute, very, very sexy girl. Yeah, because that totally made everything so much better. Needless to say, I started lifting at Crunch with Dane Cook even more to try and stop looking like a handsome lesbian. After season 1, I also finally fixed the bane of my existence, my awful, crooked, tiny tic-tac teeth. I mean, shit, I was on TV. I had to do something. So I saved up every dollar and every dime and got myself veneers. On a payment plan, might I add. I was terrified to miss an installment and open my door and find the dentist waiting with a pair of pliers. For the first time in my life, I finally felt confident enough to start smiling with my lips parted. Honestly, I think my girlfriend was more shocked to see my shiny new teeth than she was by the fact I had a dick. And to be clear, even though I was stuck being the white guy because I was, white, we all had roles to play. DC Young Fly, for example, is a smart, super funny, infinitely talented dude, but his role was gangster. That was his lane. Everyone had one. I got into a groove, got more comfortable with the constant competition, but the job also came with some pretty blatant limitations. If I cracked a joke about how white people always pay our taxes, how we can't dance, how we hate spicy food, real groundbreaking shit, the crowd would seriously roar with laughter. Like this was the funniest shit they'd ever heard in their lives. But if I tried anything that felt remotely clever or experimental to me, I ain't talking Picasso shit here, I just mean a joke that didn't somehow play off of my race or age, it would be straight up crickets out there. A producer would shoot me a look like, what the fuck was that? Just do white. And the joke would automatically get cut from the aired episode. And even though I felt like the rest of the cast did come to accept me, I never felt like I made any real connections with anyone on the show. These were, at best, work friends. Or you know what? It was really more like high school. It felt like everyone else had this special clique. They were really good bros with each other, but I was stuck on the outside. If I just happened to catch someone by himself, if we were, one-on-one, everything would be cool for a second. Like, awesome. I got a friend. This is happening. But the moment anyone else came around, it was like I didn't exist anymore. That's what life on Wild 'N Out felt like. In a way, it all kind of felt natural to me. From almost the very beginning, it was always black comedians and black clubs blessing me with opportunity. In my very first days of performing at Gary's Club in Atlanta, I had learned how to loosen up a mostly black crowd by doing a goofy impression of Justin Bieber. Now, on the show, they did regular bits about me as Justin Bieber. Even growing up in Columbus, the black community had always accepted and blessed me with the most opportunity. Black friends and their families were always the people I was closest to. I was used to being an outsider amongst outsiders. I was also used to being independent. To this day, I tend to hold my feelings in. I'm really quick with a smile and a joke. It's my natural instinct to make people feel comfortable around me. But if you want the real me, if you want to know what I really think, how I really feel, yeah, I don't think so. I reserve that stuff for a very special few people. Sometimes I don't share it with anyone at all. So in a sense, being a social cast-off on the show, being pigeonholed as the white dude, none of that bothered me. But I'm also someone who's never satisfied with the status quo. I love to challenge boundaries, push the envelope, especially when it comes to comedy. Which is how, as a teenager in my very first season on the show, I managed to set the whole fucking internet on fire with a touch of someone's chin. I mean, if you're listening to this book, I assume you know who Zendaya is. Well, Back in 2015, she was still definitely Zendaya, but she wasn't exactly, Zendaya quite yet. I knew her from watching her when I was in middle school and high school when she was still a Disney star. And yeah, I absolutely had a crush on her. I was an adolescent boy. I had a crush on everyone. But when I found out she was going to be a guest team captain on the show, I wasn't focused on any old crush I had. I was thinking that this was another great chance to break through, to win the never-ending competition on Wild 'N Out, yes, but even more than that, to get exposure, to get noticed and make my mark so I could move on to something even bigger. For better or worse, I definitely ended up getting noticed. The game was called Talking Spit, which is basically one of the hardest and least fun games to play on the show. The whole point was for us to get Zendaya to laugh so hard that she spat out some water she had in her mouth. Now think about it. If you've ever laughed hard enough to spit out your drink, and most of us have, it usually happens because you're not expecting it. Someone makes a ridiculous joke, usually out of nowhere, and the laugh just sneaks up on you. It usually does not happen when you're sitting in a chair, surrounded by cameras, expecting to hear jokes and trying your hardest not to laugh at any of them. And Zendaya, like most celebs who played the game, was proving impossible to break. Comic after comic brought out their best stuff, and every one of them got shot down. It was finally my turn, and my brain zoomed back to Niall shouting at me to stand up straight, shoulders back, and be a fucking man. It was time to be me without apology. It was time to push some comedy boundaries with my old celebrity crush. I strutted out like a teenage peacock, pumping every ounce of energy I had into my skinny 5'11" frame. "Fuck that," I shouted. "I'm Matt motherfucking Rife. You're mixed. I want to be black. Let's make a Lifetime movie." She giggled, but didn't come close to a spit take. The audience chuckled, charmed, probably thinking, classic goofy white boy. I was so close to getting that laugh, so close, but I needed more. Challenge those comic conventions, dog. Commit to your bit. "Girl," I said, "spit that water out so I can get your number, please." Then, as if I was literally in some Romeo and Juliet kind of way trying to woo this unattainable, untouchable lost love of mine, I touched her. I touched Zendaya's chin. Super briefly, like, if you watch the clip, and trust me, it's out there, so you can. It all happened so fast you can barely see it. To me, it seemed like nothing. To the rest of the world, apparently not so much. The energy in the room shifted immediately. Like this weird shockwave of, "He touched Zendaya's chin, he touched Zendaya's chin," and someone from the other team, trying to hijack the game, shouted, "Don't touch her, she's too young." My team tried to rally, kind of. "They're the same age," someone shouted, which was basically true. She was 18, I was 19. And then the killer. "Still, he got acne and his fingernails are dirty." Whew. Excuse me while I take a bath with my toaster. The most brutal part of the whole thing was that they were right. Under all my makeup, I really did have acne. Bad. It was the glorious first sign of my long-awaited puberty, and now it was being used against me. Though to be fair, my fingernails were in fact meticulous. Thanks to the power of the internet and the magic of MTV's incessant reruns, that single, brief moment quickly took on a life of its own. It amounted to one of the most viral incidents in the entire season, maybe even the history of the show. 2 years later, the show posts the scene on YouTube, along with very, insightful commentary, and that's got over 26 million views. How many of those clicks came after my career took off? Damned if I know. But what I do know is when it actually happened, it felt like the whole world was in an uproar. My initial response was, "Wait, what? This was a bit on a TV show. Everyone knows this was a bit, right? How can they possibly not know it was a bit?" Well, Matt, welcome to your first taste of internet logic, where a TikTok challenge tells women to superglue their lips to create a better pout, and apparently I really was trying to seduce Zendaya up on that stage. After 4 seasons, I decided to leave Wild 'N Out. I was stalling creatively as the token white guy, and at $1,000 an episode, it's not like I was getting rich. I had accomplished what I set out to do. I gained confidence, I learned how to carry myself in front of an audience, think quick on my feet, and most important of all, I got incredible national exposure. Not all of it the good kind. The acne is gone, but the YouTube video is not. To this day, people will come up to me and seriously ask, "Did you get her number?" Nope, nor did I even ask. Chapter 10. Merry Sumo Christmas. I was in the middle of a shoot in the heart of the iconic Times Square, surrounded by gleaming glass buildings and cameras and producers and everything that made New York so special. All the lights, all the tourists, all the shops and hustlers and street performers, and just the beautiful, teeming chaos of it all. And in so many ways, I was living the fucking dream. It was 2017, just a few months after I had left Wild 'N Out, and the show was a reboot of another MTV classic, TRL, the 90s hit series that defined music and culture for an entire generation. I was getting paid to be one of the hosts. And when I say paid, I mean paid. I was making more money in a week than my parents saw in a year. Not only could I finally be able to afford to move out of my awkward Craigslist house, but when we filmed the show in New York City, the network put me up in the penthouse of this massive high-rise right by where the ball dropped on New Year's Eve. Just a short while ago, my bedroom in LA had walls made out of IKEA bookshelves. Now my walk-in closets had walk-in closets. Back in LA, I'd taken the bus with homeless dudes, or at best I drove a free used car that almost turned into a fireball on the expressway. Now, MTV wouldn't even let me pay for a cab. It was nothing but a black chauffeured SUV from here on out. Me? Walk somewhere. Hell no, I wanted all my transportation bulletproofed. But in so many other ways, I totally was not. Half the reason I'd left Wild 'N Out, other than the fact they barely paid anyway, was because I wanted to grow as a comic. I wanted to try new things, get out of the token white guy business, push myself on the stage and as an actor. When MTV called me about co-hosting TRL, they had guaranteed me that I'd get to write and perform some of my own material, that the show would feature sketch comedy, and especially, guys, respectfully, I have zero interest in interviewing a bunch of Vine and TikTok kids. That shit makes me want to puke. Respectfully, none of that. Now here I was. I'd been hosting the show for 4 months and I was making more money than I'd ever dreamed. But I was working 12-hour days from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., so there was no time for me to do stand-up. I was in New York for a minimum of 5 days out of the week, so my LA comedy connections were starting to assume I had given up or was out of the game. On the show, I never got to write my own stuff, and we definitely never did any sketches. Other than the money, it was the exact opposite of everything I wanted. "All right," the assistant director shouted. "Everyone to their places." I sighed, shuffled over to my spot on set, and turned my head. I was staring right at one of the giant mirrored windows of a Times Square skyscraper. Right at my own reflection. I was dressed in a black and white striped referee's costume, and I was standing between two Vine kids who were wearing those ridiculous fat plastic sumo costumes you can find at any 2-bit carnival. I was about to ref the Vine Sumo Battle of the Century. What the fuck am I doing? I thought. Honestly, I had no idea. But I did know what I was gonna do. For the first time in my life, I had realized that as much as it sucks to be poor, and it does suck, I can tell you from experience, money would not buy me happiness. The very next day, I quit the fucking show. It got canceled 2 weeks later. Given all the hype, the TRL reboot remains one of the most notorious flops in MTV history. Hold the applause. It was almost Christmas, and I decided that for once, instead of going back home, I'd stay in LA and do a friend's Christmas. I don't know, I've heard of Friendsgiving, so maybe this was a Friendsmas, Chris Bros. Whatever it was, I was doing it. Even though I'd been out of the Midwest for years at this point, I still don't love it to this day. What am I supposed to feel nostalgic about? Oh yeah, that dusty old gas station and pizza joint? So quaint. Being called a faggot loser and getting cut from the freshman basketball team. To be clear, those weren't the coach's words. He said something way worse. No, I've pretty much had enough of that for a lifetime. And my relationship with my parents was complicated. I love my mom like crazy. I know she's always trying her best for me and my sister. I mean, this is someone who started out as a single mom and then got trapped in a shitty marriage, but still managed to support me in the best way she knew how. letting me leave home at a young age to go to Atlanta and then Los Angeles, driving out to support me at some of my biggest auditions and tapings, even if they usually didn't go anywhere. I don't fault her at all for the shit I experienced with my abusive stepdad, for the way I felt like a stranger in my own home for so much of my childhood. We were all making the best of a situation, and that was tough as shit. But still, emotions are weird, you know? People are weird. I'm weird. We're all fucking weird. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm still trying to sort through all this garbage in therapy to this day. This was also right around when puberty, after taking its sweet time for more than 20 years, finally decided to hit me square in the face. Over a few months, I went from looking like a 13-year-old to looking like, my actual age. Like an actual grownish man. My face got wider, my features became more prominent. I grew a few inches taller. Working out at the gym, which had started as a fun way to hang with Dane Cook, became kind of a therapy in its own right. I started every day by lifting. It cleared my head, got me in the right mindset, helped me feel positive. And I still fucking hated doing legs because only psychos like to do legs. So my body, my entire frame got bigger too. And just like that, my bizarrely stunted journey through puberty became the basis for about 1,000,001 internet conspiracies about all the elaborate plastic surgery I somehow had the time and money to undergo. Straight up, if you're an actual doctor actually going on TikTok to proclaim a guaranteed diagnosis about a dude you've never even met before, let alone treated, how the hell do you not lose your license? At the very least, for a frightening lack of common sense, can the medical board please just issue an official certificate telling you to get a life? Something to help these people get their priorities straight because they desperately need it. All of a sudden, thanks to the diabolical magic that has given growing boys deeper voices and hair on their balls, I was good looking. And I was like, whoa. I guess good looking people don't always have it easy. If anything, as a comedian, it actually made shit harder. And if you don't believe me, think about why that statement bothered you and you prove my point. Judgment. As a comic, you're supposed to make the audience like you, right? Well, who the fuck likes attractive people? No one. Hell, for the first 22 years of my life, I hated them too. You just assume they've gotten everything in life handed to them on a silver platter. There's no sympathy for pretty people at all. No support groups for Fuckboys Anonymous, patent pending. But it turns out the pretty people are fucked up too. Who knew? I'm in therapy, I've had multiple anxiety attacks, I struggle with clinical depression, and I have complicated feelings about life, about my mom, and about loneliness. There's pretty much only one family member who ever made these things feel completely simple for me. And that was my grandpa Steve, my papaw. He'd always been who I turned to. He'd always been my best friend growing up. He drove me to my very first open mics in Columbus, so I decided to invite him out to Los Angeles to join us for Christmas. Papaw had been talking forever about visiting me on the West Coast. This guy would go on and on about how he wanted to move out here. Seriously? My grandpa Steve, living in Hollywood? I mean, I love the dude, so I actually looked around to see if there was a place he could afford. There wasn't. But besides that, the idea of this old-timer who bitched about traffic in small-town Ohio trying to navigate the utter shit show of LA streets was ridiculous. I could just hear him trying to carry a conversation while he tried to drive his pickup truck through the bumper-to-bumper cars on the Sunset Strip. So, fucking cut me off. Was just wondering, god damn it, out of nowhere, if maybe we should go dickweed, maybe just check your fucking blind spot, asshole. Get lunch now. Yeah, you speed, motherfucker, cops are waiting. Fuck. Or something. But a Christmas visit, that was another matter. I told him I would cover it so he didn't have any excuses to back out. My man lived by himself. He didn't have many friends. He barely got out of the house. Hell, he hadn't even flown on a plane for the last few decades. I figured a little adventure would be good for him. Most of all, since he was my real family, I thought it would be nice to have him out and finally visit my brand new family in Los Angeles. I'm a big believer in that old saying that friends are the family you get to choose. It might be cliché, but it's cliché for a reason. I didn't really have a dad. I didn't have any brothers, so I chose a bunch of people to fill those gaps when I got to Los Angeles. But we all kind of do that, don't we? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You have a friend you can always rely on and you go to for advice. For me, that was Eric Griffin, the dude who first welcomed me to LA. You have a friend who never shuts the fuck up. And don't act like you don't, we all do. For me, it's my buddy Alex. Alex opens for me on my tours to this day, and I love the dude. But this motherfucker has no off switch. And he's just loud. I mean, irresponsibly loud. His whisper is a foghorn. But Alex also has a lot of great qualities, which means you can straight up tell him, hey dude, you sound like a dumbass right now. Please shut up. And he accepts it. And he takes it. And then he keeps on talking anyway. Then of course you got your twin, right? The guy you just click with. Like you always have fun together. You're always on the exact same frequency no matter what. The best friend. Now, I just want to start out by saying that this is all going to sound gay as fuck. All right? I acknowledge that, I understand that, and I accept that. Now let's get past it, all right? A few years earlier, I met this dude at a Christmas party. I told you, gay as fuck. And it wasn't just any Christmas party. It was a Christmas party being thrown by the commercial agent of another very good buddy of mine, Kevin. He's the friend you have who flakes the most, but you'd die for. Sorry, Kev. Remember what I told you about auditioning for commercials? It's like acting on crack, just completely over the top and ridiculous and disgusting. Well, this was a Christmas party held by a commercial agent, so a dude who just trafficked in all of that shit. Kind of like if Satan celebrated the holidays. A gay Krampus, if you will. This was at a club, there was a DJ, a dance floor, free drinks, and food. It should have been fun, but it was very entertainment industry oriented, so it was actually very stuffy. We're talking shiny gray suits, everyone networking, everyone stiff, everyone tight. Well, I was standing there, bored as shit, when suddenly, the DJ tossed on Cali Swag District's Teach Me How to Dougie. So I charged out onto the dance floor, and what else? I hit the Dougie. In case you aren't aware, the Dougie is an absurdly popular dance. If you don't know how to do it, go grab your SPF 7000, you Caucasian relic. I'm out there dancing by myself, not giving a shit, when suddenly, I see this other dude out there with me. And like the very best meet cute out of the very gayest rom-com, I tossed a dance move off to him. He did a few steps, then he tossed it right back to me. That was how I met James. This dude laughed the same as me, he had the same sense of humor as me. It was impossible for us to not have a good time around each other. James became the core of my new family of friends in Los Angeles. He played the role of the friend who's always fun to be around, while I played the role of the friend who's the responsible one. Yeah, that's right, the responsible one. Which tells you something about just how fucked up my friends are. And this is exactly what my grandpa Steve was walking into over the holidays. Papaw did LA the way only Papaw could. This man who hadn't been on a plane in literally dozens of years got on his flight with only a flip phone. No iPod, no computer, not even a book. He just sat there, staring straight ahead, raw-dogging the flight for 6 straight hours. Just lost in his thoughts. Or maybe thinking of nothing at all. Who knows how that brain worked. When he got to our place, I showed him the technological marvel that is streaming for the very first time. Papaw, I got Netflix, I got Hulu. You can watch any single show you've ever dreamed of watching. Right here, right now. My guy selected The Ranch, a sitcom starring Ashton Kutcher and Sam Elliott. 2 great actors, but still. The Ranch? I took him down to Santa Monica Pier to see the Pacific Ocean for the first time in his life, and I said, Papaw, LA has some of the best food in the world. Restaurants of every kind, from every chef, from every country. Tell me where you want to go, and it's yours. He picked Bubba Gump Shrimp. I'm not even going to pretend there's anything great about that one. Maybe the trivia? Like, what was the name of Forrest Gump's school bus driver? Dorothy Harris, people. Get it together. Your boy's a movie buff. On Christmas Eve, I literally begged the man, please let me take you somewhere special tonight. Please. He looked at me and goes, is there an Olive Garden around? I said, what? He shrugged. It's my favorite restaurant. What could I say? If someone had asked me the same thing, I probably would have asked for McDonald's. But when Christmas Day finally arrived, it was fucking glorious. It was me and Grandpa Steve and all my LA friends. My buddies got me and Papaw matching pajamas, which we promptly put on. Whatever my grandpa's taste in restaurants, he was an amazing cook. He spent hours making ham, cheesy potatoes, green beans, and stuffing, which he insisted on calling dressing, which always drove me crazy. People, you put dressing on salads, all right? That's what dressing is, and it is not the same thing as stuffing. One of them is delicious, and the other is drizzle. I'm as trash as they come, and even I know that. Jesus. While he cooked, the rest of us sat around our little plastic tree watching old Christmas movies. No bad Santa, unfortunately, because even we weren't that crass, and pretty much just smoked weed all day, because, okay, I guess we were that crass. The weed didn't bother Papaw at all. He smoked his fair share back in the 70s when he first grew out his long-ass ponytail. But back then it was a different drug altogether, a ton weaker. Probably half seeds, half oregano, and none of the fancy growing science they use today. I got him a weed pen once. He took a hit, got real quiet, and just went, "Oh yeah, I can feel that." Like, yeah, Papaw, maybe your hair hasn't changed, but the herb definitely has. This strain is literally called the devil's foreskin. At the end of his trip, Grandpa Steve flew back to Ohio feeling kind of like a new man. Maybe he'd never moved to LA. I don't think the highways could have handled that. But he decided to start getting out more. I helped him get online, made him a Facebook account, and he even started reconnecting with a few people from high school. Papaw was finally getting out of his shell. And me? After a few years living in Los Angeles trying to get myself and my career established, it was finally starting to feel like home. I was getting emotional support from my family and from my family of friends. And I felt like for the first time in years, I was back to pursuing my career in entertainment on my own terms, not the terms of some random network or TV show. There was just one problem. Doing things on my own terms wasn't great when it came to paying my bills. From my 4-month stint on the TRL reboot, I managed to save up a little nest egg of about 50 grand, which actually felt like a shit ton of money to a guy who'd spent the last few years sleeping on a couch and taking the city bus. I was like, yes, I'm fucking rich. And then, like the financial genius I was, I acted like it, upgraded my wardrobe, moved into that apartment with an actual room, took a few little trips with my best friend James to Mexico, to Ireland, to New Orleans, to Hawaii. Okay, maybe more than a few little trips. And I bought myself a brand new Jeep Wrangler. That cost me about 40 grand. Then I filled up his massive gas tank, and that cost me another 40 grand. It's amazing how fast a 23-year-old kid can blow through a few $1,000s. By 2019, I was back to being pretty much broke. But if you're a comic, even when you're on your last few pennies, you still gotta travel. Touring is our lifeblood, even if by touring you mean getting up on stage in front of 10 or 20 people in Wichita, Kansas. As a comic, you have to circulate. You have to be out there. You have to show face. Otherwise, people just forget you exist. Audiences, booking agents, other comics. After a few weeks off the scene, it can be like you were never even there. So that winter, I went back to New York for the first time since I quit the reboot of TRL. My goal was simple. Get up on a few comedy stages and make enough money so I'd at least break even after expenses. That meant keeping my expenses as ridiculously low as possible. I landed at the airport on my budget flight. I trudged outside, bundled up against the cold, dragging along my giant suitcase. I lugged it onto the subway for a 2-hour trip to Manhattan, which would have taken 30 minutes by cab, but who the hell could afford a cab? Finally, I get off at my stop. I dragged my suitcase up the 30 steps to the surface. I lugged my bag out into the freezing, whirling snow, sweat pouring down my back underneath my winter coat, and I looked up. There, right in front of me, was the luxury high-rise where MTV used to put me up, where their black SUV would drop me off and a driver would carry my luggage to the front. A block away was the hostel where I'd be staying this time. Fuck. Had I come a long way? Or not far at all? Or maybe I just walked backwards for 1,000 fucking miles, dragging this goddamn suitcase. And why the hell did I pack so much in the first place? Note to self, pack less when taking the subway and sleeping in a hostel. I got to the place I'd be staying at, and for the first time in my life, I found myself wishing I was sleeping on a couch instead. The window in the dorm room was broken, so the cold winter air swirled in all night long right above the steaming, clanking radiator. I reached the top of the bunk bed, which I guess counts as luxury in a hostel, and the dude below me had no legs. He sat there at the edge of his mattress and stared at me as I tried, and generally failed, to toss my suitcase onto the mattress. "Hey, my man," I said, trying my best to be friendly. "Looks like we're going to be bunk mates. My name's Matt. Pleasure to meet you." He shook my hand, and then he said something that was most definitely not in English. I'm no expert in linguistics, but it also sounded a lot more complicated than hello there. I said, no hablo. He started chattering away again, even faster now, which totally helped me understand him better, getting more and more excited as I got more and more confused. I said, no parlez-vous, Then finally he went to the hand gestures, pointing at his wheelchair, pointing at his legs, well, really his stumps if we're being honest here, and then pointing towards the area of his body that I can only describe scientifically as his dick and ass. Oh, I said, you need to use the bathroom. This was really more of a statement than a question. I really hoped he only needed to use the bathroom and nothing else that might involve me and his dick or his butthole. But he nodded, very enthusiastically. I helped him to his chair, but I wasn't going to wipe. Yeah. For the rest of my stay in New York, the snow poured in our broken window, and I helped my legless bunkmate in and out of his bed, over to his wheelchair, and back over to our bathroom as we communicated through the most basic caveman sign language you can imagine, and I prayed to Jesus that my roomie never needed my help with any other bodily functions. I survived the trip on street meat, mobile food vendors, not cock, and 7-Eleven. Popped around the city by subway from gig to gig and made just enough to pay for my trip, all in the name of comedy. And I learned a new lesson to add to my original thought that money would never buy me happiness. Maybe it wouldn't, but money was still a very, very nice thing to have. If I ever managed to have any money again, no matter how unhappy I might be, I was going to appreciate that shit. Chapter 11. Low-key upset. It was March of 2020, and me and a buddy were driving from LA down to San Diego so I could headline a little show that night. You heard right. Headline. After the disaster that was TRL a few years earlier, my career was finally starting to pick back up. I mean, I still wasn't exactly raking in the cash, but a couple of months ago I had appeared on this weird comedy contest on NBC called Bring the Funny. It was judged by Kenan Thompson, Chrissy Teigen, and Jeff Foxworthy, so these were legit people. But I wasn't just competing against other stand-ups. I was going against ventriloquists, against sketch groups, against literal clowns, and you know what? I got to the semifinals. Fuck off, bozo. Chrissy Teigen thinks I'm funnier than a rainbow wig and floppy shoes. And she's 10 years older than me. Could do a hell of a lot worse. It wasn't much, but it was a boost. Suddenly, clubs that had been barely interested in me were excited to put me on as the main act. I'd even been able to start booking a tour. I had 10 cities lined up already, which wasn't exactly huge, but I was moving tickets. There was real momentum. Hell, Grandpa Steve even had an iPhone now. If my papaw was nearly done thinking computers made everybody gay, you know shit was starting to look up. Then me and my friend turned on the car radio and heard the news. Due to the rapid spread of COVID, local authorities are recommending that the public begin quarantining starting tomorrow. Note to self, never listen to the fucking news. At first, I had honestly tried to brush it off. Think about it, until just a few days earlier, the government had been insisting everything would be fine just as long as we sang happy birthday while washing our hands. To be fair, even that was scary to a bunch of people, but my main reaction had been, hold up a second. You dudes think happy birthday is too long to wash your hands? Have you ever taken a good look at public bathrooms? Hell, have you looked at your own bathroom? This shit is literally disgusting. I've always been the kind of guy where when I wash my hands, I fucking scrub the crap out of those hands. You can call it obsessive if you want. I call it common sense. You're standing at the urinal, and I don't care how great your aim is, it's like, whoa, all right, there goes some splashback. Oops, another miss. Or maybe that was the guy next to me. Then I'd head to the sink, and I'd just be getting a good lather on, and some other guy who just took a dump walks over and at best, flicks a couple drops of water on his index finger. I don't even want to know what he did with his pinky, and charges right out of the bathroom and on his way. At first, it was like maybe a global pandemic isn't a bad thing if it gets y'all to practice basic hygiene, right? But the more I listened to what the radio announcer had to say, honestly, I should just give up on radio altogether and just stick to bullshit podcasts from here on out, the more worried I got. This sounded a hell of a lot more serious than whistling a merry tune and dousing my hands with Dial. Shit, I said. We should probably stop and pick up some groceries. That's what we did. Or at least that's what we tried to do. I pulled into some random market on the way to the club, and everything was already starting to feel surreal. There weren't many people there, but a couple of them were already in masks, and it felt like the shelves had already been stripped bare of everything essential. Lucky I didn't need to wipe my ass. Toilet paper became precious gold if you've already forgotten. Now, did any of this impending Armageddon make me even remotely consider not performing that night? Hell no. I was a professional. Plus, I needed the damn money, if only to reimburse me for the gas I was burning to drive south. And you know what? My show was packed. Leave it to comedy fans to at least choose to go out with a smile on their face. Not only that, but a few of us comics decided to hang out after the show and make a toast to the end of the world. I had my drink at the bar and I headed over to my table to grab my stuff. I said, "Hey guys, has anyone seen my fucking jacket?" Nope. It was gone. And so were my fucking car keys, which had been in the pocket. I didn't know whether to be depressed or inspired. On the one hand, it was like, motherfuckers, I drive all the way to your city to make you laugh and you guys fucking rob me? On the other hand, it was like, wow, a mysterious virus is about to destroy the entire universe and you still have the energy to engage in petty theft. Bravo, San Diego. A real city of strivers. But mostly I needed to get back to Los Angeles ASAP. I had booked a part in a shitty indie film that I pray never sees the light of day, and the shoot started the next morning at 8. Me and my friend accepted our losses, closed out the bar, and because God is hilarious, it started pouring rain with nowhere to go. We were standing there, getting soaked, when a cute girl invited us to her house to get our bearings. Or for a gangbang, and I never found out. My friend and I swallowed our pride, combined our bank accounts, and Ubered all the way back to LA at 4 in the morning. I did the shoot on no sleep, and after a 12-hour day, my buddy drove me all the way back to San Diego with a spare key, just so I could drive my car all the way back home again. It was annoying as hell, but I had no idea just how bad shit was about to get. I really should have stuck around for that gangbang. In a weird way, the first few weeks of lockdown were actually pretty great. I mean, sure, life in the entire country ground to a complete halt. And yeah, a freak pandemic that maybe came from morons eating bats somehow decided to hit right as my career finally started to regain its mojo. And okay, so Grandpa Steve had shut all of his brand new dating profiles down and would probably never get laid again, but still, vacation. I was still living in an apartment with my buddy right next door to Kevin and his girlfriend, who we'd just spent that amazing Christmas with. I was basically stuck inside with some of my favorite people in the world. We had the exact same routine every single day. Wake up at 3 in the afternoon, or maybe 2 if we were feeling really ambitious. Work out in the living room, using a chin-up bar, some elastic bands, and a few Bowflex dumbbells that Kevin owned. Smoke weed, smoke more weed, play Call of Duty, smoke weed, play more Call of Duty, smoke more weed, go to bed at 3 a.m., wake up, and smoke more weed. And that's what we called a full day. And every single day was exactly like the day before. And at first it was paradise. No work, no responsibilities, a few checks from the government that barely covered the electricity bill. No worries, right? Then the panic attacks started. I'd had the first taste of an anxiety attack back during my first taping of Wild 'N Out. My tongue turning to sandpaper, the palms of my hands going ice cold, sweat covering my body. At the time, I'd never experienced anything like that. But this stuff made that anxiety attack feel like a warm, fuzzy memory. I'd be ready to go to bed after a long day of nothing, and right out of nowhere, I felt like I was having a heart attack. I mean, a serious, honest heart attack. The pain flashed through my arm, then to my chest. My heart pounded like a bass drum in my ribcage, except totally out of rhythm, as if the drummer was a paranoid schizophrenic on coke. Then choking. I mean, I seriously couldn't get any air past my throat. I'd reach up to my neck, half expecting someone's hand to be there, squeezing. During the day, it was depression, feeling this weird, angsty energy, constant anxiety, but also a complete inability to do anything about it. I don't know how to explain it. Somehow you both desperately want to do something, but desperately do not want to do anything, all at the same time. So many feelings of self-loathing and despair and failure. Why had I moved to LA? What was the point of having dreams? What was the point of anything at all? When can I try again? Will I be able to try again? What's normal anymore? I tried doing my stand-up in the only way that was left to any professional comic, on Zoom. College campuses around the country still had entertainment budgets even though they couldn't host any live shows, and they'd reach out and see if I could put on a virtual show. Sure, I'd say, I guess. I'd switch on my computer and find myself staring directly at like 7 college kids with oily skin and bad lighting on mute from their dorm rooms, which was honestly better than me. I never even put on pants. I'd just sit on my couch, screen angled at my face, half-heartedly telling one gag after another. I could barely get the words out. After 5 or 10 minutes into my so-called set, I'd watch as one face after another vanished from the Zoom or simply walked out of whatever student lounge they were huddled in. Usually something like that would piss me off, but now all I could think was, yeah, of course this sucks. Everyone in this fucking room should leave. I wish I could too. Live comedy has always been my savior, my best reason for existing. I love the physical and mental exertion. I loved the crackling energy and the uncontrolled laughter and the feeling that anything could happen at any moment. And now even that was gone. Yeah, the pandemic was mentally and emotionally crushing. And yeah, I would think about my dad sometimes. The dude I never even knew. Well, I knew one thing, that he committed suicide. I have no idea what exactly was going through his head when he decided to take his own life, but depression must have been a huge part of it. How could it not be? I also know enough about science to understand that that kind of mental illness can be hereditary. My dad's brain hadn't been wired right. Something inside him snapped. Some critical part inside caused him to literally self-destruct. I had to acknowledge that some of that same darkness could be living inside of me. Thankfully, as bleak as my life became during the pandemic, I never got to the point where I wanted to end it all, never reached that level of despair. But it was also becoming clear to me just how much of an impact my mind and my emotional state could have on my overall health. When I was depressed, when I was consumed by panic attacks, I wasn't able to function, even if functioning meant waking up after noon and playing video games. I'm a sensitive fucker, to say the least. I tried seeing a few doctors. Coincidentally, this was also around the time I decided that most doctors are morons. Doctor after doctor barely even listened to what I had to say. They wouldn't run any tests, they hardly even looked at me. They'd just puff out their chests and proclaim, "I went to medical school. Somewhere." And then they'd confidently state that I seemed perfectly fine. Or they'd go the exact opposite direction and try to put me on a bunch of brain-altering medications that I had zero interest in getting hooked on. I had no health insurance, so I had to borrow money from my friends just to go to these office visits. And for what? To admire a diploma on the wall? To get pumped full of drugs? I wasn't looking for a quick fix or a temporary patch to cover up my problems. I wanted to understand what was causing them. I wanted to get to the heart of it all, but it felt like I had no one to vent to, no one to open up to. For as much as I love Grandpa Steve and my mom, we never exactly had deep, probing conversations. Our love was more about spending time with each other, showing support through our actions. And my friends were guys I hung out with, had fun with, smoked weed, and played video games with. My panic attacks, my depression, my doubts, it all felt too personal to talk to them about. Staying guarded, staying closed off, that felt so much easier, so much safer. I was spiraling downward, fast. I needed to find a way out. And I did, right by my apartment's dumpster. Paulie Lea was another young comic based in LA just like me. His act tapped into clever but heartfelt stories about his Arab-American upbringing back in Michigan, so it wasn't surprising that he was funny as hell. What was surprising is that I didn't hate his guts for it. Comics are notoriously competitive, and that includes me. It's not so much that you don't want the other guy or gal to be funny, they just can't be funnier than you. It's not that comedians aren't friendly with each other. After all, you're spending almost all your time together touring or at the clubs, drinking, talking, waiting to go on stage. But we don't tend to be close friends. For me, Paul was the exception that proved that rule. He was poor and aspiring just like me, and funny just like me. Well, maybe I was a tiny bit funnier. But even though we were technically competing for the same parts on the same shows and the same slots at the same clubs, I fucking loved the guy to death. Kind of like my best friend James, who I had met on the dance floor doing the Dougie. It was a chemistry thing. We just clicked. Paul has this undeniable positive energy. He's like a human golden retriever, always smiling, always sincere, always eager, almost to a fault. Like you could be sitting around just chilling and someone could say something kind of funny and just offhand go, that could be a sketch. And Paul would be the guy to say, yes, let's do it tomorrow. I know a guy who will shoot it, and there's sound, and there's location, and there's a gaffing, and then of course there's a script and direction, and everyone's like, yeah, or we could just keep hanging out for a while. Which is why if Paul had a role, I'd call him the friend you'd start a pyramid scheme with. Before the pandemic hit, that's kind of what Paul and I actually did together, a comedian's version of a pyramid scheme. Once a month, we hosted our own show at the Comedy Store in this discreet spot in the back with the members-only exclusive vibe called the Belly Room. Running your own show pulls off a clever trifecta as an up-and-coming comic. You get steady income, about $600 each for me and Paul. You get to build relationships in the comedy community by offering spots to friends, who then tell their friends to get a spot on your show, who then tell their friends to get on your show, and on and on. But most importantly, you get guaranteed stage time and exposure yourself. Everyone wins, baby. We called the show Low-Key Upset, and we ran it almost like a mini talk show. Paul and I would co-host a completely improvised opening set about anything that upset us, and then feature guests like Taylor Tomlinson, Ian Edwards, and of course my dog Eric Griffin, who got to do some stand-up and then were forced to undergo a probing, hard-hitting interview with me and Paul after their set. And guess what? It fucking worked. We were getting paid, we were making important friends in the industry, we were getting our comedy out there. And then came the fucking pandemic. I crawled out of bed one day at the bright and early time of 3:30 p.m. The night before, I'd been destroyed by yet another panic attack. Choking for breath, my heart beating like a bomb about to go off, sweating through my sheets. When I finally woke up, I could barely move. It was like I was seeing everything through a filter of fog that dulled all the daylight and turned every color to gray. I felt so alone, so isolated, so worthless. I silently willed my way to stand. Just take out the fucking garbage, I thought. Just do that much, that's all, and then you can go back to bed. I grabbed our overflowing bag of trash, stumbled down our steps, and shuffled over to the dumpster. Suddenly I stopped. I looked around. I had never noticed it before, but the back alley of our little apartment building was bigger than you might think. There was space for the dumpster, which fucking reeked, but still, it could be moved. There was room for 6 parking spots half tucked away under 3 overhanging units. I mean, cars used the spots all the time. This was LA, but I could do something about that. There were a few square feet of cracked asphalt dotted with cigarette butts and trash and some shards of glass. Someone could clean that up. Ideally not me, but someone. And our neighborhood was pretty quiet. We lived in North Hollywood, emphasis on the north. It wasn't glamorous. It was just concrete-covered, strip mall-infested suburban sprawl. In other words, it was perfect. We could do a show here, I thought. Or I could start selling a lot of drugs. Just not the weed, that's for me. And I knew exactly the ride-or-die, human Labrador retriever I needed by my side. I pulled out my phone, pressed the button, and Paul picked up immediately. Bro, I said, I'm stressed out, I'm cut off, and I need an outlet to be creative. He was the first person I had told about how low I was feeling. Just opening up was enough to bring tears to my eyes. We gotta put on a show. I'm at your service, he responded. Okay, a golden retriever or maybe a creepy butler. Low-key outside came to life, and I was reborn. These were tougher negotiations than I'd ever experienced with any agent, producer, or club owner. None of those pros had anything on the crazy bitch who lived down the hall in my apartment. It's easy money, I told her. You get $50 for not complaining to management and another $100 for letting us use your parking spot for the day. She didn't even hesitate. Make it $200. Fuck. This was all me and Paul's own money. So yeah, we'd be selling tickets, but we'd be lucky to break even at best. Come on, I pleaded. We're just trying to do something fun here, all right? We aren't even going to be making any money on this. Not my problem, she said with a shrug. $200. This lady was elderly with stringy brown hair and thick librarian-style glasses, and she lived with her asshole brother. So I wanted to have empathy for her, but she was so obnoxious it was hard to care. She was the type of neighbor who would call the cops if you slurped your soup too loud, which meant she both sucked and we had to be extra careful not to piss her off on the quickly approaching day of our very first show. "Fine," I said with a sigh. 200. I handed her a wad of bills and she slammed the door in my face. The bitch had just managed to get double what all the cool neighbors got for their spots. That's the American way, I guess. As excited as Paul and I were to put on an actual, live, flesh and blood comedy show for the first time in what felt like forever, we had dramatically underestimated how much work it would take to get ready for the show. It was set for a Saturday in July, which gave us about 2 weeks to do what? Wrangle a few chairs, get a mic and some speakers, maybe post a few flyers? How hard could it be? Hard, apparently. Turns out that a dude who had spent most of the past few years couch surfing was not particularly prepared for complex logistics, especially in a pandemic. Getting comedians to perform was actually the easiest part. Sure, a few people we asked were still too worried about COVID to do anything live, no matter how safe we were, and I understood. Comedians have families, they had kids. It simply wasn't worth the risk. But most stand-ups were just as eager to get back in front of a live crowd as we were. Taylor Tomlinson, Eliza Schlesinger, and a bunch of our other buddies totally could not wait to do a set next to my dumpster. Same goes for rounding up an audience. I figured we could fit about 70 people in my alley when it was all said and done. Grouping friends together was a little tricky because of our safety requirements, but we posted that shit on Eventbrite and it sold out overnight. But the actual, physical production of it all was a bit more challenging. What the hell were we going to use as an actual stage? We couldn't just have comics stand on their tiptoes on the asphalt, could we? What about liability? People sued over anything these days. I mean, Paul and I were so broke that there was no money to really sue us over, but that's never stopped anyone. Then there was the whole getting sick thing. Putting on a show was all fine and good, but what if someone, died? That would put a real damper on things. Paul and I had to scramble, and fast. For the stage, we rented a U-Haul. Comics could stand in the back, and at least they'd be elevated over the crowd. For liability, we hired a high-powered attorney and made sure to get a city health permit so everything was completely legal. Which is all a total lie, of course. Really what we did was print out some generic form on the internet that said something like, "Hey, if I die or lose a limb, I won't sue anyone. Pinky swear." For everyone in the audience to sign. Foolproof. For the actual health stuff, we really did take it seriously. More or less. We got one of our buddies to take people's temperatures as they walked in. What did doctors consider a fever again? Something like 103 degrees, right? Got it. Cool. To make sure each seat was spaced 6 feet apart, we used the very scientific measurement of my right foot, which is precisely 12 inches long. Give or take 11 inches or so. Whatever, never really been that good at measuring stuff. Luckily, girls never know what 8 inches actually looks like. I paced out the distances, and Paul filled the rows. And my best friend James was in charge of passing out waters during the show, because water's totally healthy, right? Oh, and for all the chairs themselves, we used a place called On Time Party Rentals, which was, of course, not on time, and never would be. The big day finally arrived, and the pains in my ass officially began. We started first thing in the morning by moving the cars. That bitch still managed to bitch, and rolling the foul, greasy-ass dumpster out into the street. Why didn't I make Paul do this? And then sweeping up the cigarette butts and glass shards. Why didn't I make him do this, too? Or James, wasn't that what a best friend was for? Sweat was pouring out of us, and I suddenly realized just how hot it was supposed to get that day. 106 degrees on the pavement. We'd planned on holding the show during the middle of the afternoon so we could avoid renting a lighting rig, but we hadn't planned on a fucking heat wave too. Paul frantically called up some friend of a friend who had done lighting on a couple indies, and he agreed to rent us a 15-foot blackout screen that would provide shade to maybe half of our audience. It would only cost us about $500, which is about $100 more than the lighting rig would have cost us. Huge win. The comics started arriving, the audience started piling in, waivers were signed, temperatures were taken, masks were handed out, and I was greeting people and smiling under my mask, carefully fist-bumping. My blood was pumping, and I felt alive for the first time in months, and I had just enough time to take a shower before the show. I was busy washing my hair, which you are now picturing, and you're welcome, when suddenly, bam, bam, bam. Paul literally broke my door with his shoulder. Dude, I said. We're friends and I really like you, but cops are here, he shouted. It's a raid. Fuck. That fucking bitch. After we gave her an extra $100 and everything, she still ratted our asses out. Sopping wet, soap in my hair, I threw on a towel and nothing else. Hey, if we're gonna go down in flames, might as well give the crowd a good show. And scrambled down the stairs and outside. A cop was standing there, young and white, his hands on his belt, a frown on his face, all by the book like Officer Exley before he learns to play ball in LA Confidential. I squeaked. Roared. Can I help you? What's going on back here? He said. Comedy show? I croaked. Seriously, what was I gonna say? Socially distanced neighborhood watch? We were done. It was over, I knew it. All the work we'd put in, all the money we'd spent, it was all gonna be for nothing. Worst of all, I was gonna be back where I started, waking up in the middle of the afternoon every day, smoking weed, playing video games, doing nothing, feeling nothing, having nothing to live for. Shit. Without saying a word, the young cop and his partner walked upstairs to one of the units. Paul and I looked at each other, shrugged. What was going on? They walked inside the apartment and we could hear their walkies crackling. A few agonizing minutes passed. Finally, they walked downstairs, looked us up and down, strode over to their patrol cars, and just left. Wait a second, they left? Was this some kind of test? Were they about to call in SWAT? Were they just like, wow, this neighbor really is a bitch? What the hell? Turned out, it was just a domestic dispute. Someone else's problem. Whew. Fuck it, I told Paul. We got a show to put on. Low-Key Outside ran for over a year, adding up to dozens of shows. Were we flawless? Hell no. Sometimes a mic would go dead. Sometimes a comic would flake. Sometimes it would rain, in which case Paul and I would buy a dozen beach tents from Home Depot and then take them back soaked the next day for a full refund. Hey, the company's slogan is doers get more done, right? We were more than happy to do on Home Depot's dime thanks to their amazing return policy. When helicopters buzzed overhead, we turned up the speakers. When it got freezing cold, we rented propane heaters. And when the back alley of my apartment building got too cramped, we expanded. In a big way. We moved from there to a long driveway in the neighboring town of Eagle Rock to some very large parking lots in the valley. We never posted the address online because after that first encounter with the cops, I always wanted to play it safe. Plus, it gave the whole operation an air of mystery, of fighting the establishment. We went from crowds of 70 people to as many as 400, and we landed names as big as Jeff Ross, Tom Segura, and Bill Burr, paying them $200 for a set, just a tiny bit below their usual booking fee. Word of mouth spread and comics just wanted to play our gig. Shout out to Taylor T, though, who was always one of the biggest low-key outside boosters. Our show became something of a local comedy institution during the pandemic. We started using one of our friends' pickup truck as a stage, and another friend took a photo of me and Paul standing in the back of it with our mics and turned it into our official logo. Jimmy Fallon's Tonight Show let one of our buddies, Jesus Trejo, shoot one of his sets live at Low-Key Outside so they could air it on NBC. Paul and I even got our very first article in Deadline Hollywood, one of the industry's top publications. It was like all these entertainment insiders suddenly decided, hey, maybe these two dudes in the back of a truck are really onto something. Eventually the glow faded, of course. Isn't that how it always is? Other people started putting on their own guerrilla comedy events. The mainstream clubs and big-time venues started welcoming audiences back inside. Eventually, we stopped selling out every night, and gradually our crowds got smaller and smaller. The world was opening back up. Life was moving on. But for me, what Paul and I had accomplished always felt like more than a show. It felt like more than an industry success story, more than a phenomenon, if you want to call it that. It felt personal. It felt like my friends, my community, and my stand-up had come together to help me find a way back from the brink. It felt like I was ready to take on the world. Chapter 12. The Lazy Hero. Doesn't eat ass has never exactly been a deal breaker for me. I mean, look, I like to fuck as much as the next dude. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Whatever, I'm not exactly out there taking anonymous polls. No pun intended. But other than my thing for women who are a little, shall we say, more mature in age, I'm basically a meat and potatoes guy when it comes to sex. From missionary to her on her stomach, her leg pulled up to the side where she's kind of on her stomach and her side at once, to a little love slap and an occasional hawk in a fit of passion. If you're into it, choking is great, but from me to you, don't collapse my airway while I come from embarrassment. I'm a simple man, so when it comes to butt stuff, I'd say I'm a don't ask, don't tell kind of guy. As in, don't ask to go near mine and don't tell me what comes out of yours. Truce? Until one night when I was up on stage doing one of my tried and true bits about red flags in relationships, I was going through my list of things that were absolute non-starters for me and any woman, normal, universal stuff like any interest in Satanism, for example, when a lady in the crowd suddenly, for some reason, decided to tell her own. "What about eating ass?" the anonymous voice shouted. "What if they won't eat ass?" I'll be honest, I definitely didn't ask, but for the first time, I was all ears. On one hand, I'm not going to pretend like it was the most clever thing for a person to shout. As a performer, you learn pretty quickly that the bluntest lines in comedy can often be the dullest. If you open with a gag that's blatantly crazy, it's hard to go anywhere but down after that. Plus, the audience can sense when someone is trying too hard to get a laugh, whether that someone is up on stage or sitting a couple rows down. It feels inauthentic, like you're just trying to get attention and it can prompt an eye roll faster than a smile. On the other hand, it opened up a whole world of new opportunities for me. Again, not in bed, but in my act. I'd been talking about my own red flags for ages at this point. If anything, I was getting a little tired of the routine. But what about my fans' red flags? I'm not going to pretend to be some kind of overbearing feminist or something, but I had a mom, I had a sister, I had a bunch of girls who were good friends, and I knew enough to know that women wanted to be heard, to be listened to, not just talked at. What if I started opening my act up to them? Sure, some of them might eat shit, perhaps too literally, but some of it could be comedy gold. Why the hell not? I was only giving one side of the red flag. I needed perspective. "Not tonight, y'all," I said to the crowd, "but I'll bring a few breath mints and a stick of gum next time and maybe I'll make up for it." In the back of my mind, I already bought a big-ass pack of Big League Chew. By the time I got to the Copper Blues Club just north of Phoenix in the summer of 2022, I was fucking exhausted. Life on the road might sound kind of glamorous, and I get it. For a guy like me, any chance to perform my comedy wasn't just a blessing, it was a miracle. How many aspiring comics or actors had I met in LA, fresh off the bus from Nebraska, who ended up going home on that exact same bus a couple years later? Or even worse, they decided to move to Florida. This industry is hard. You have to be not just talented, not just tough, you need to be lucky as hell. I grabbed any opportunity to get on stage and make people laugh, no matter where that stage happened to be. If someone gave me a shot to tell jokes in front of a crowd of 17 people on a Thursday night in an Indian casino in Oklahoma, bro, I was there. No questions asked. But I ain't gonna lie, the lifestyle can be brutal on the body and mind. Back then, I was doing anything I could to save a dime, so there were no breaks, no going home to recharge, no nothing. It could be my first night in New York, my second night in Philly, then Boston the next night, followed by Virginia the night after that. And I couldn't afford to fly, so I usually was driving myself from one place to the next in a hatchback economy rental. The few times I actually could fly, it was the cheapest of the cheap, on Spirit or Southwest, trying to fold my 6-foot frame into this tiny seat at a 90-degree angle. There's nothing to lean on, you're hunched over your tray, and your forehead is leaving grease smears on the window. Sleep? Never happens. Glamour? On Spirit? Are you crazy? And when you do finally get to that city or town, you're not going out and seeing sights. There's no fine dining or games at Madison Square Garden or even craps tables at the Indian Casino. You get to the venue, you do your work, you cash in your free drink ticket at the overpriced bar, and then you head to your mid-tier hotel. I can find my way from the lobby to the shower of a Courtyard Marriott with my eyes closed. I can smell a La Quinta a whole county over. I will for the rest of my life think a normal bar of soap is massive. If you're lucky, I mean really lucky, maybe you got a couple of your other broke comic buddies with you so you can cry together about how miserable your life is and then admit that there's nothing else you'd rather do. In fact, you're loving every fucking second. Who the hell knows why? That's pretty much where my head was at by the time I got to Arizona. I was actually headlining the show that night. Not because I was a big deal, but because every now and then a club would do me a favor and be like, here's our worst weekend of the year. You headline, we'll send out a random email blast to all the bots on our list offering them free tickets. Then if any of them actually show up, hopefully we'll get them drunk enough to make our money back. You're welcome. But all things considered, Copper Blues was a pretty sweet little venue. It wasn't exactly Arizona's finest, but it could hold a couple hundred people. There was a nice restaurant attached and all my food was comped, and the club was even going to let a couple of my buddies open for me. Plus, I had something different I wanted to try. By this point, I'd fallen out of love with social media hard. I'd call it a love-hate relationship, except, yeah, it was almost all hate. I mean, I was on all the usuals, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, because I pretty much had no choice. As a struggling comic, I needed to reach potential fans wherever and however I could find them. Sure, maybe all my postings only got me an extra 20 people to that Indian casino show in Oklahoma, but when you're talking about a total audience of 40, you'd sell any extra ticket you could. Plus, I'd really been able to reach a relatively small but amazingly engaged core of people who really were into me and my comedy. An actual community, and I appreciate those early adopters to this day. In 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic, while Paula Leah and I were putting on Low Key Outside, I decided to take shit up a whole new level by shooting my very first hour-long special in the same spirit as Low Key. I wasn't trying to get famous, not that a little fame wouldn't have been nice. I just wanted to create something, put something out in the universe and see what happened. There was just one issue: how to pay for the thing. Yeah, not a minor issue. But I turned to my community through crowdfunding, and not only did they help me meet my goal of $15,000, they also got me an extra $10,000 on top of that. Which is why when you watch my special, it doesn't look like some bootstrap production made for YouTube. It looks about as good as anything you'd find on Netflix. Well, maybe Tubi. I called it OnlyFans because it really was by and for my fans. Though a few people probably clicked on it with their lube at the ready. But even that was intentional, to drive traffic. So I fucking love the real ones who found me on social media. And a lot of y'all are straight up ride or die real ones, and I love you for it. But let's be straight up, some of y'all try my patience. And I'm not even talking about crazy shit like harassment or stalking or whatever. That nonsense is irritating, but you can filter it out if you have to. I'm talking about the little things that drive you crazy. How many times have I posted a flyer that says, guess what? I'm coming to Denver next week. And then I get 20 comments under the same post that all go, but bro, when you come into Denver? Or I do a special post about a new city I just added it to a world tour. Then I shit you not, I get all these people saying, dude, how can it be a world tour? It's only one city. Okay, you got me, guys. I was trying to pass off a world tour when it really was just a single night in Tallahassee. I really thought I could pull one over on y'all, but you're just too sharp for me. But as annoying as it is to figure out 20 new things to post a day to feed the content beast, you gotta do social media. Even if it is a toxic, full-time job on top of your real full-time job, you gotta do it. Even if there's so much negativity, it drowns out any and all of the positive messages, you gotta do it. Which is why when TikTok came out, I took a deep breath and said, you gotta do it. And if I was gonna do it, I was gonna do it right. I went out and spent a few hundred hard-earned dollars that I didn't have to spare on a camera that wouldn't break, and I spent an afternoon with my buddy Elton who showed me the basics of video editing on Premiere Pro, creating projects, resizing sequences, zooming and tracking movements on the screen, and he also let me record his lesson on my phone. Partly because he's a great friend, and partly because he didn't want to have to keep answering all my dumbass questions over and over again. I started recording and posting clips from my live shows on TikTok and all the other platforms. And I had just started doing my new interactive red flag routine, and guess what? Just like I'd expected, most of it did eat shit. In fact, so far, it all had, garnering me just a few thousand views here and there, which in modern social media amounted to nothing. It wasn't exactly fun. My passion was performing on stage. I hadn't broken into comedy to be some kind of social media influencer. My camera started to feel like that expensive gym membership that you can't get out of. You fucking hate the place, You'd rather be sitting at home smoking weed, but they just charged you $250 for the month of June, so I guess it's time to do a goddamn squat. But I still held out a tiny bit of hope. Maybe, just maybe by opening up this world of inter-crowd communication in this red flag bit, I'd finally strike gold. Maybe I would even get it on film. Maybe it would happen tonight in Arizona. I was setting my camera up near a table in the back when suddenly I heard the announcer. Everybody help me welcome Matt Rife. Fuck. I hit record, hoped the camera was in focus, and sprinted up to the stage to a smattering of applause. I quickly scanned the crowd, maybe 70 people, like a third full. They were scattered in these awkward little clumps throughout the mostly empty room. This was the audience you got from a tiny social media following and a generic email blast from a club offering free tickets to anyone with a pulse. Whatever, a perfect chance to try some new material. All right, I said after finishing up my typical red flag bit. How about y'all? What are some of the biggest red flags for women about guys? Come on, don't be shy. Not that they needed much encouragement. I found out pretty quick that people wanted to share. They loved it, almost needed it. Maybe it had something to do with the question, who doesn't love to bitch about an ex? Maybe it had something to do with the crowd, which was usually mostly women. I have no idea why, but it definitely is not because I look like every MILF's pool boy fantasy. Or maybe it's just my natural charm. Flip-flops, someone shouted. Mama's boy, someone yelled. Doesn't eat ass, someone screamed. Honestly, it's amazing how much that one comes up. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Go to church. And maybe when I had first started engaging with my audience, I would have heard one of those options and taken a bite. Sorry, this is way too easy. But not anymore. A lot of comics are taught that the best way to do crowd work is to not be spontaneous. Have a few well-honed zingers ready, then go fishing in the crowd until you find the setup you need. Oh, he said he's a dentist. Now I can use my killer root canal joke. Note to all the aspiring comics, there is no such thing as a killer root canal joke. We get it. He gave her a filling. But what I'd been learning was that the best material didn't come from practice one-liners. I'd honed my improv skills in the wild environment of Wild 'N Out, so I knew that spontaneity wasn't the enemy. It was the key. Creativity comes from specificity, and specificity comes from real conversation. Almost like a first date. You've got to be comfortable with pretty much anyone, black, white, disabled, whoever. And you've got to be vulnerable. No one wants to talk to an arrogant prick whose only goal is to flex. For someone to open up, they need to feel like they're in control. It's up to you to create that energy to naturally guide back and forth, to never feel like you're trying too hard. It's something I learned doing comedy in front of so many black audiences in my career. They could smell the fear in a white boy like me, so I couldn't fake it. I had to be myself and trust that everything would work out. But for everything to work out, I needed a starting point, an opener. He doesn't do anything. And now I have it. The voice comes from somewhere out to my left. I shade my eyes with my hand so I can see further back in the club, and I spot her. A woman in her 30s sitting at a table with a couple other people. What the fuck does she mean by he doesn't do anything? I have no idea, and that's the beauty of it. These 4 words just opened a whole universe of absurdity for me to explore. He didn't do anything wrong? I asked incredulously. Or in life? In life, she says. My mind races. It's impossible to do nothing in life. Impossible. Time to dive in. He didn't have a job the entire time you guys were together, I say. No judgment here, not yet. Just curiosity, just an invitation to open up. He did, she responds. Okay, I think. And then she says it. He works in the ER. Wait, what? Instantly an image takes shape in my mind in 4K res. An exhausted man in scrubs returns home from a rough night in the hospital. Coffee and adrenaline still in his veins. He's too tired to sleep, so he just zones out in the quiet of the evening. That bus that jackknifed on the interstate? You saw it on the news, what they could show at least. We were able to save 7 lives, he thinks. But we lost 1. And it's the ones you lose that you count, not the ones you save. All your training, all your effort, does it even matter? Does anything really matter? He closes his eyes, exhales, and hears his girlfriend behind him. Wow, so you're just not gonna come to Amber's karaoke birthday tonight, huh? This is a live wire, and we are on the record, people. Oh, I'm sorry, I say without missing a beat. You broke up with a hero? The crowd starts to lose their shit. I've got her. So how did he not do anything if he worked in the ER, I say? Was he the janitor? Well, aside from work, she replies. He didn't do anything. Aside from work, he didn't do anything, I repeated after her, legitimately mystified. Basically, this lady is saying that her ex was a hero, but a lazy hero. Could this be it? The gold I've been hoping to find for so long? He was saving lives, I shout. You don't think when Superman gets done, he needs to chill? Bam! I get the explosion of laughter I was hoping for. I love it, feed off of it. I decide to turn the screw. What do you do? Yeah, someone shouts in the audience. They're cheering me on. They want vindication. They want justice for this unappreciated, hardworking man. They want... I work for American Airlines, she proudly proclaims. Perfection. How the fuck do you work for American Airlines and have United standards? This lady puts your tray table up for a living while her do-nothing boyfriend is busy sewing bullet wounds at 3 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a hypocrite. Now the floodgates are open. Fuck you, I shout, literally flipping her off. Where are my bags? It's a huge risk on my part because I don't want to be perceived as the bad guy in the bit, but guess what? My instincts are right on. She tells me she literally works in the baggage department. Hell, at least a stewardess hands out peanuts to an ungrateful public. They even have to duct tape motherfuckers to their seats every now and then. That's at least something. But no, she's the one who stonewalls you with a sir or a ma'am and puts you on a 10-minute hold. When you're in Connecticut and your luggage is in Detroit, folks, this is who you have to thank. What we have here is as close to a perfect modern villain as we're ever gonna get, and her boyfriend is a contemporary saint saving lives every day. Ladies, if you need someone who can give you more time and attention, don't date a guy who works at a hospital. Date a homeless dude. Sure, maybe Tent City Tony never pays for anything and always wants to stay over, but he's always down for an adventure and he loves the outdoors, and he has a rescue dog. Exactly what you said you wanted on your Hinge profile. So open your heart, Stacy. Or if you do want to go for a doctor, maybe, I don't know, relax. Let the man breathe. Manage your expectations. Or hope that next time he's sewing on an arm, the patient decides to stage an intervention for you. Doc, please, leave it. I have another arm. Why are you here? When there's a new flea market your girl wants to hit up before 10 a.m. I finished my set at Copper Blues to a roar of laughter and applause. This, I said, is why there's two sides to every story. 70 people seemed happy with how the show went. Actually, 71. I was pretty happy too. The red flags interactions were working better and better every time I went on stage. It felt like I was finally hitting a vein in my audience. I checked my camera, made sure it had recorded, and broke down my tripod. Shook a few hands, hugged my comedian friends who had performed earlier that night, and went back to my hotel room. I had captured my whole show on my fancy camera, but once I started editing the footage, even chronic insomnia can be productive sometimes, the lazy hero bit didn't seem quite as exceptional as it had felt in real time. Yeah, the lady in the crowd had said some ridiculous things, and our conversation was authentic. The flow felt natural. But I'm a perfectionist. I regarded it like a chef tasting a sauce he was still trying to get right. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't exactly there yet. It was nothing more than a solid night's work. I closed my laptop and got into bed. I decided to not even post the video. The next day I woke up, had a quick breakfast, hit the airport, and crammed my body into yet another economy seat. No one recognized me. There was no parade when I landed back in LA. I got an alert from my bank that the club had paid me. When I factored in travel and what I paid my openers, I probably cleared a couple $100 on the gig. If you had told me as I Uber pooled back to my apartment that my entire life was about to change, I would have said you were crazy. But it was. Chapter 13. WTF. A few weeks later, me and my boy Paulie Aaliyah arrived at one of comedy's biggest, most important parties of the year. I mean, some of the hottest comics and most influential producers were at this thing. And all I could think about was how loud to get when I told the organizers to go fuck themselves. Yeah, in case you haven't noticed, I got a big-ass chip on my shoulder, dude. And if you're one of the many, many people who have added to that chip, you can get ready to hear about it from me. I'm not a turn-the-other-cheek kind of guy. I'm a big fan of grudges. They keep me warm at night when I'm having a hard time sleeping, like a nice thin blanket covered in broken glass and razor blades. If you fuck me over, I will never, ever let it go. The guys in charge of the Just for Laughs festival in Montreal were about to find that out. It was July of 2022, just a month after my Lazy Hero set at Copper Blues, and I still hadn't posted the video of the bit online. In fact, it couldn't have been farther from my mind. Right now, I was focused on payback for the boys of JFL. For decades, Just for Laughs has been the premier stand-up festival pretty much in the whole world. Its New Faces show especially is famous for breaking out young new comics. Everyone from Kevin Hart to Amy Schumer to Dave Chappelle had popped off breakout sets there, going from reasonably successful to being household names. The entire city of Montreal came alive for the festival. There was the Just for Laughs main stage. There were smaller shows at every bar and club in town. There was pure, non-stop stand-up at all hours of the day and night. It was one massive orgy of laughter. And for almost as long, these dudes had wanted nothing to do with me. I'd auditioned 4 or 5 times for the New Faces show. The show was considered such a big deal that just auditioning was nerve-wracking as hell. And even though I'd earned a standing ovation at one audition in particular, I'd been rejected by Just for Laughs over and over with no explanation, which was annoying, but it was the business. Sometimes, for whatever reason, shit just didn't break your way. Whatever, I got it. But then in 2022, the Just for Laughs organizers decided they wanted to feature the guerrilla comedy show that Paul and I had started during the pandemic in LA. They wanted to bring Low-Key Outside to Montreal. There was just one problem. They didn't want to bring me. Now shit was getting personal. Weeks before the festival, the Just for Laughs people seriously got in touch with Paul and no joke were like, "Hey, we really love this cool show that you and Matt Rife literally founded together right next to the dumpster behind Matt Rife's apartment. How about you put it on for us in Canada? Without Matt Rife." They wanted to split up Hall & Oates, tear apart Cheech and Chong, drive a wedge between chocolate and peanut butter. And worst of all, I was Oates. I was Chong. I was peanut butter. I was the half no one really wanted, all rolled into one. And it was just as messy as it sounds. Probably would have tasted like shit, too. Yet again, Just for Laughs gave no explanation, no rationale, no nothing except, yeah, we don't want this guy. I love Paul, like a brother, so I was like, look, dude, this is a great opportunity for you and your career. If they won't let me join, you should just do it. Paul was like, yeah, fuck them. You're coming. He told the organizers that if I couldn't do it, he wouldn't do it either. It was both of us or nothing at all. And they caved. Kind of. The bookers said I could come, but I still wouldn't be allowed to host it. Paul and a Canadian comic named Dave Merhej, actually pretty cool, funny guy, would still do that. But they'd let me do my own 8-minute set during the show. Awesome, right? Like, thank you for giving me permission to appear in the event I created. Just for Laughs also very generously agreed to give me and Paul a grand total of $500 to cover all our expenses. And if you didn't catch the sarcasm there, you're probably one of the geniuses who really thought I was trying to hit on Zendaya. That was $250 a person for round-trip tickets, on Spirit, of course, plus a crummy, overpriced Airbnb in Montreal's busiest, most booked weekend of the year, meaning that sleeping on the couch would continue to be the single biggest theme of my career. I felt completely humiliated. But I needed this. My career needed this. There was nothing I could do but suck it up and accept their bullshit terms. Now here I was at the big opening night welcome bash, and I was doing my best to put on a good face. And I mean, honestly, I really do have a good face because I knew I needed to make the most of my time here. I mean, this entire festival was full of execs and talent scouts who could easily change my life if they wanted. But I was also pissed. The whole city of Montreal just seemed phony as hell. Everything about it was trying so hard to scream, "We're so cultured, we're so French and European. Forget about the fact that you're like an hour away from bumblefuck New York and have another skinny fucking bagel." And it's like, sorry, dude, Poutine? French fries would have made sense, but putting gravy on them is pretty on-brand American. You're just as trash as the rest of us. You're just trash with a couple big buildings and an annoying accent. This party wasn't much better. I could see the organizers greeting everyone, smiles painted on their faces, shaking hands, giving out hugs, laughing like crazy at every joke no matter how stale. And all I could think was, what are these fuckers gonna do when they see me? Are they gonna act like they haven't spent the last few years doing everything they could to screw me over? Are they just gonna pretend like we're best friends? Or will they at least have the balls to say something? Obviously not an apology, they'd never do that, but any kind of admission whatsoever, even a, hey, we're glad we made this work. Like, throw me a bone, motherfuckers. Then I'll decide if I should break it in half. The bookers walked over, all smiles and backslapping, and immediately I knew. Of course I did. This was always how it was gonna be. Paul, Matt, they gushed. We are so happy to see you. Okay, fine. If that was how they wanted it. Oh, really? I said with a smirk. Because I wasn't invited, and in fact, I was kind of surprised y'all let me in tonight. I figured security would stop me at the door. Paul laughed nervously and pulled me away, just as I was getting warmed up. Now, I'd like to tell you that what I said made some kind of impact with these people. That they looked shocked by my breach of protocol, or at least mildly embarrassed. Hell, I would have been happy with a slightly crinkled brow. But nope, they didn't register a word I said. Probably weren't even listening, just bobbed their heads and grinned and moved right on to their next phony conversation without missing a beat. It was day 2 in Montreal, just a couple hours before we were scheduled to go up for low-key, and I was having an early dinner at a random restaurant chain with my 2 closest confidants in the world. Paul, the ride-or-die who almost literally would have died before letting Just for Laughs kick me off the show, and Christina Shams, my current manager. My very first manager, Gary Abdo, was still a good friend of mine, still is, but I had started working with Christina to take my career to the next level, so far, with less than spectacular results. And I was feeling like shit. I mean, yeah, giving the festival organizers some attitude right to their face had been a nice little buzz, but now I was thinking about later tonight, when I'd have to perform a solo set on my very own show because I wasn't allowed to host it. I was thinking about all the times casting agents would tell me, you're so talented, followed by, but you're not what we're looking for. I was thinking about the last 10 years and how far I'd come without going very far at all. Hell, even my wins were barely moving the needle. My self-produced crowdfunded special, OnlyFans, had gotten over 1 million views on YouTube. Better than I ever expected in my wildest dreams, but I was still flying Spirit and sharing crummy Airbnbs on a budget of $250, and we had fought for the privilege. I needed a change, a big fucking change. You know what I should do? I said. I should just join the military. Bro, Paul said, shooting me a skeptical look. The military? For real? Dude, I said, I've got a whole tradition of service in my family. It's nothing to scoff at. And it was true. Grandpa Steve wasn't the only one who'd been in the Navy. My uncle and my great-grandpa had both been in the Navy too. When I was a little kid, I had dreams of being a fighter pilot, but I have shit vision, so that was out. Maybe the Army? After years of having no real schedule or career stability, there was something appealing about a lifestyle that was nothing but structure and taking orders. Wake up and go to bed at the same time every day, work out a few times, eat your 3 squares. What did they feed you in the military anyways? Meat? Potatoes? Slop? Whatever. I wasn't picky. I was sure the military slop was really delicious slop. And I bet my cot would have been a lot more comfortable than a sofa. A little stiff, yeah, but decent support for my back. Matt, Christina said, snapping me out of it. Earth to Matt. I hate to break it to you, but you are not joining the military, okay? Why not? Because comedy is in your blood. You've been through too much to quit now. You have too much to offer to give up, and I won't let you. I smiled. If you've actually been paying attention, and of course you totally have, you remember Christina Shams from when I first moved to LA and my comedian buddy Eric Griffin was begging her to give me stage time at the Laugh Factory. Tall, Persian, oddly genuine. She had left the club years ago to be an agent. Very long story, she became my agent on a whim. And when I decided to leave that agency, I begged her to start working as my manager. I loved her because she was the one person I'd ever worked with who never told me no. Every other agent I'd met had a ready-made excuse for why basically everything I suggested was doomed to fail. You want to leave wild and out? Who cares if they pigeonholed you? Take the money. What? Shoot your own special? Who cares about your fans? That won't do anything. Wait, you want to pitch people a TV show about hot teenagers? Oh, none of the networks are looking for that. Total waste of time. Then like a week later, fucking Riverdale comes out. Great work, guys. Don't get me wrong, plenty of my ideas end up being shit. It's the nature of the business, the nature of creativity. But if my ideas don't work, at least I only have myself to blame. If I let someone talk me out of it, I'd always wonder, what if? Shams always trusted me, and that meant the world. In this case, though, I was okay with Christina talking me out of it. Now that I thought about it, I'd heard funny people don't do too well in the military. Drill sergeants aren't big fans of smartasses talking out of turn. Pretty sure I saw a scene about that in Full Metal Jacket. What the hell should I do? I said. I gotta do something, anything. And apparently it can't be the Army. I started pushing around the bland fettuccine Alfredo that was on my plate and absent-mindedly fiddling with my phone. I randomly popped open the clip of my lazy hero bit. It was about 2.5 minutes long, and I'd never even posted it. I'd watched it a few times myself in the months since I shot and edited the thing, and each time it seemed less special. Okay, so the lady thought her boyfriend was lazy. What was original about that? What was different? Who the fuck even cared anymore? Hey, Paul said, noticing my screen. Just post it and eat. What's the point? I said with a shrug. It's not even funny and no one will even see it. So far, my experiments with the supposedly magical platform of TikTok had resulted in exactly jack shit. I'd post a clip and it would get 50,000 views, maybe 100,000 if I got lucky. Nothing but minor turds in the giant cesspool of social media, given that TikTok had well over 1 billion users by now. Why was I even trying to matter online? The show had felt special in the moment to me and the small crowd at Copper Blues. Wasn't that all that really mattered? Live comedy is irreplaceable, and nothing is as good as the real thing in the moment. Bro, Paul said, who, as a human golden retriever, was starting to get vaguely annoyed at my shit attitude. It's already edited. Just post it and forget about it. It definitely won't hurt. My boy was always positive. Always. I looked down at my phone and considered hitting post. I felt like a dude about to send a risky text. You know how it is, guys. That first dick pic can go terribly wrong or wonderfully right. It's going to be life-changing one way or another. If it goes right, you could be staring at a gorgeous, pixelated pic of two-dimensional tits from this girl in a matter of moments. And if it goes wrong, well, I couldn't tell you. And no, it's not because my dick is all that. It's because, bros, if there's even a hint of doubt in your mind that it will not go well, do not send that dick pic. Read the room, you weirdos. This time, though, I was gonna damn the torpedoes, so to speak. I hit post, muted my alerts, and put it out of my mind. Eric Griffin, who's probably the closest thing I have to a comic mentor in this crazy business, always had what I thought was the strangest advice. He'd say that if you wanted to put on your best show, you had to stop caring. At first, I took him super literally, to the point that his words of wisdom were borderline offensive. Like, dude, real people pay real money to go to these shows. This could be their one time out all week, all month, to forget about their problems and laugh for a while. And you want me to not care? But that night in Montreal, I learned that he meant something completely different. Eric wasn't saying that I shouldn't respect my audience and try to give them a great show. He was saying that to give them a great show, I needed to learn to let go. I needed to realize that I'd have good shows, and I'd have bad shows, and that was okay. Life would go on. The more I stopped worrying about giving people the perfect show, the better my chance of giving them the perfect show. Eric, let me tell you, man, that was some real Yoda shit. And you were right, because that's exactly what happened at the low-key comedy show at Just for Laughs. I went up there with nothing to lose and nothing to prove. I forgot about my career. I forgot about my failures. I forgot about all the slights. I forgot about the comedic equivalent of a dick pic I just posted on TikTok. And I had fun. I did my set by myself, and then Paul came up afterwards, and it was like we were back in LA hosting together. The same chemistry, the same magic, and the same merciless roasting of each other. And we absolutely killed. The crowd came to life. They were totally with us every step of the way, and we all fed off of each other's energy. It really, truly was some real Yoda shit. All of a sudden, getting almost no money to fly myself on Spirit Air seemed like a small, insignificant detail. There would always be time to take on the big issues. those demons would be sitting on the edge of my Airbnb couch the next morning. I went to sleep that night with all my cynicism shaken off, at least temporarily. I was grateful that Paul stuck by me when Just for Laughs tried to break us up. Grateful that Christina had talked me out of getting my ass kicked by Sergeant Slaughter in the Army. Grateful that, for the very first time in my life, I had managed to let go and just be. Was it a coincidence that when I woke up the next morning, everything in my life had suddenly changed? I have no fucking clue. I'm definitely not into any kind of organized religion. I don't even know if I'd call myself spiritual. That amazingly generic term that people use for everything from sticking pins in voodoo dolls to getting an ankh tattooed above their ass crack. And I think anyone who thanks God when they find a great parking spot or finally land a role on a TV show is kind of missing the point. Really? You went from being a heathen to a born-again Christian because you booked a 3-episode arc on NCIS? Got it. But I've seen some weird shit in my few years on this earth. Shit that honestly can't be explained by anything but the supernatural. I've seen furniture move without a hand on it. I've seen electronic devices start going crazy when they have no business even being turned on. And yes, I've smoked copious amounts of very potent, high-quality weed. What could that possibly have to do with anything? I know this all sounds crazy, but I think there might be a force out there. Some kind of energy in the universe that balances things out. Something that can only step in when it feels like you're out of options. When you've completely run out of ideas for how your life is supposed to go. Something that pulled me back from the edge every time I was about to give up on my dream. That's the only explanation I have for what happened the day after I posted my month-old Lazy Hero clip. Because when I checked my phone at the Airbnb in Montreal that morning, the clip was already at 10 million views and climbing. I put my glasses on and blinked my eyes. What the fuck? I shook Paul awake and called up Christina, the two friends who had given me such amazing wisdom the day before. What the fuck? I mean, it was a fun, sweet little video. I was being hard on myself when I decided it was no good, which is something I have a tendency to do, but still, for it to do this? I'd posted plenty of other clips, even other crowd work clips, and nothing had ever popped off like this, not even close. For some reason, at the exact moment when I'd finally learned to let go, to surrender myself to whatever the universe had in store for me, that video went lab leak viral. Over the next 24 hours alone, it went from 10 million to 20 million. 20 million. And it only kept growing from there. The infamous TikTok algorithm did the rest. The platform started pushing my other clips. And suddenly stale old videos that I thought were dead were getting millions of views, devoured by an audience that loved what it saw and wanted more. As my audience grew and grew, Christina knew exactly what to do. She started contacting every booking agent she knew, whipping up interest in the actual, real world. People started to talk, and word of mouth spread fast. By the time I got back to Los Angeles from Montreal, still crammed into my cramped seat on Spirit Air, my life was already getting very, very different. The plane's wheels hit the tarmac, I turned on my phone, and the thing started shaking like a slot machine that hit the jackpot. Suddenly, every comedy club owner and promoter in the country, people who wouldn't even take my calls days earlier, were calling me. And they all said the same thing. We want Matt. Chapter 14. Ashes from a Sex Toy. I had an idea. And when I have an idea, that means trouble. All right, Papaw, I said, dialing up my Grandpa Steve on the phone. I got a little something I want you to help me out on. He hesitated, probably because he knew me well enough to know that help could mean just about anything, good or bad. Okay, then, he said slowly, and I could hear him roll the chaw around in his mouth, which was both hilarious and disgusting. What kind of help you need? I'm going to give you a call tomorrow night between 8 and 8:30, all right? And when I do, here's what I want you to say. Which is how my Grandpa Steve ended up appearing in the opening of my 2021 self-produced special OnlyFans. The camera slowly pushes deep inside my dressing room. Get your mind out of the trash, that's a very technical cinematography term, right past my boy Paul Elia, sitting checking his phone, no idea why he's there, but he is, and catches me FaceTiming with Papaw, pitching him names for the special as a few choice t-shirts hang on the wall. Okay, what about problematic? I ask him. No, he says. Toy boy? No. Okay, what do you think I should call it? Then with the kind of flawless timing and deadpan delivery you just can't teach. It doesn't matter what you call it. They're just there to see you naked. And scene. There's a reason my grandpa was always my biggest inspiration. It's not only because he let me spend every weekend with him while I was growing up in Ohio and trying to escape my stepdad. It's not only because he literally bought my way into open mics at my very first comedy club and never gave up on me. It's because my man was funny as hell. More than anyone in my life, I tried to involve my Grandpa Steve in my life and career. Not just him, by the way. To make it in comedy, you really can't make it on your own. I'd say it takes a village, but that phrase has always made me want to puke, and I fucking hate politicians. So I'll say it takes an entire community, an ecosystem of support, where you all got each other's backs no matter what. That can be your family, that can be your friends, that can even be your most devoted fans. Now that I was finally starting to see some success, I wanted to start paying people back. I wanted to bring my community of support along for the ride. Don't get me wrong, even once Lazy Hero popped off and started driving millions of new fans to my comedy on TikTok, it wasn't like I turned into some kind of superstar overnight. Yeah, I was getting a lot more gigs, and a lot of them were at clubs that had never even returned my calls before, but it wasn't like I went straight from practically paying my own way to Just for Laughs to selling out stadiums across the country. That was still going to take a ton of work, and not a little luck. I don't know how it works with other comics, but for me, there's never been a single moment of, oh, I have made it. It's always been, Jesus, I hope this is real. At the same time, though, my momentum was undeniable. Slowly but surely, my life was changing, and that meant I could begin to change the lives of the people I cared about, too. I started with my friends. For them, I got the most sumptuous, decadent gift that people in Hollywood dream of. Forget about Bentleys or bling or cribs in Beverly Hills. No. I gave these motherfuckers jobs. For years, I'd had to beg every comic from Finesse Mitchell to my mentor, Eric Griffin, to let me open for me when they hit the road, just so I could make a few bucks. And I always appreciated how they took care of their crew. Now it was my turn to do the same. I got my buddy Alex, the guy who will not shut up no matter how much you tell him to shut up, to start opening for me, which he does to this day. We started out sharing a room, but not a bed, I swear, and then I could finally afford to get him a room of his own so I could at least get a break from his bullshit sometimes. I was able to hire another friend to be my videographer, another to be my photographer. And yeah, shit could get awkward. Like when I'd have to be like, I know all y'all want to do is smoke weed all day, because all I want to do is smoke weed all day, but we gotta fucking work. But who am I kidding? I loved having my boys around. I went from sitting in random green rooms making awkward small talk with weird-ass local comics, because all comics are weird, and most of us smell like ass, to basically living my life like it was a permanent high school sleepover. Eating as much junk food as we wanted, playing video games, no bedtime, no rules. And of course, right after I yelled at people for smoking too much weed, I inevitably followed that up with, okay, fine, just one more hour. Usually followed immediately in my head by, why the fuck is everyone laughing? The entire tour is falling apart. Because yeah, bad weed can do that to you sometimes. Eventually, as I made some real money for the first time in my life, I was also able to help out my family. Sometimes in very big, very meaningful ways. Just a little while ago, I was able to buy my mom her dream house. It was the least I could do for a woman who'd given me the space and support I needed to leave home and high school early to follow my dream in LA. I mean, think about it. This woman loved me and my sister like crazy. She drove all the way down to Georgia just to watch me audition for Wild 'N Out. Her kids were her life, but she had the strength to let me go. Of course, it didn't hurt that by this point she'd divorced my abusive stepdad. I would have been happy to give him a punch in the mouth. New house, not so much. Then there was my Grandpa Steve. For that guy, I found the perfect way to start paying him back long before I became a star. It wasn't quite as big. Actually, the model I found was supposed to be pretty damn tight. But it was very, very meaningful. By this point, my papaw had been living by himself for 15 years. 15 years, alone, single, without even going on so much as a date. It was just him, his plastic-covered furniture, his grievances against the world, and his hand. So my boy had carpal tunnel in joints he didn't even know existed. If he knew about internet porn, he would have been through 3 Tommy John surgeries. A few years earlier, he had come out to LA to join me for Friends Christmas, and for the first time I could remember, he'd broken out of his shell. Cooking a huge meal for everyone, laughing, having fun, never smoking weed himself, but probably getting a decent contact high off of the rest of us. I really thought the guy was going to change. Like, what do you want to use for your profile pic, Papaw? The one of you in the black trucker hat, or the one of you in the other black trucker hat? Then, COVID happened. And in case you were wondering, a global pandemic is exactly the worst thing for trying to convince a fucking hermit he needs to switch his life around. For literal years, I've been telling this dude he needs to get out more, and he finally had an excuse even I couldn't shut down. Matt, have you looked out your window? No one is getting out more. It was like a shut-in's paradise. They'd always told us that society wasn't worth the hassle, and it turned out they were right. Grandpa Steve stayed single, and now that COVID was basically done and people were venturing out of their homes again, he was staying put. Mid-December rolled around and I was hunting online for gifts for my friends and family. But what the hell should I get Papaw? I went online to find something, anything, for a guy that I loved more than anything in the universe, but I couldn't think of a damn thing. What the fuck do you get for a man who never leaves his apartment? He doesn't like anything, he doesn't like anybody. Then it hit me. My whole life, Grandpa Steve would ask me, Matthew, when are you gonna get me a girlfriend? Well, I couldn't buy him one of those, but I have never hit add to cart so fast as when I found the pocket pussy. Normally, I would explain what a pocket pussy is, but if you're listening to this book, you probably already know. Even if you don't, I mean, come on. The goddamn thing is called a pocket pussy, and I was buying it for a dude who never got laid. Figure it out. When I woke up on Christmas morning in Ohio, I was so fucking excited I could barely get through our usual holiday breakfast of blueberry waffles, bacon, and Bud Lights. Papa had been through 4 or 5 of those by 8 a.m. My family knew what I got him, so we spent the morning giving each other the side eye and holding back laughs. He was used to getting socks, maybe a pair of jeans, or a sleeve of Copenhagen long cut because it's all he fucking asked for. We couldn't wait for him to open this very different kind of gift, throw it on the floor, and angrily announce in his best cranky old man voice, "What the fuck is this shit?" Finally, the moment arrived. The whole room went silent. I handed him his gift, terribly packaged with what Dollar General calls wrapping paper, ready for my grandpa to melt my face with a hot blast of profanity, and what does this motherfucker do? "Thank you," the man says, with this sickeningly earnest look on his face. "This is exactly what I needed." We all burst with laughter. I couldn't believe it. Like, this is exactly what you needed? It's a fleshlight, not a purple heart, man. Relax. And stop feeling so honored. So yeah, he loved it. And that year, I got no greater gift than watching a 60-year-old curmudgeon unwrap a 3D printed vagina. I'll never forget the smile that took over his face and his patented inhale smile when he opened it. Over the years, I'd bought him a guitar, new boots, and even a new TV, but I knew this was his favorite. I had finally found him the perfect girlfriend. Who would have guessed she was only $140 and made in China? I guess I was lucky. Most people's crotchety old grandparents can't stand the Orientals. Fast forward to February. I hadn't spoken to my grandpa since Christmas, so I called him up. "Steve, how you doing, man? I love you. I miss you. Christmas was fun. Always good to spend the holidays with you." I'm holding the phone, standing there with a shit-eating grin on my face, knowing he's had 2 solid months with my present. How exactly do you transition from "I love you" to "pretty sick fake pussy, huh?" So I take a deep breath and sheepishly ask, "How was it?" There was just a silence on the other end of the phone. "Are you using it right now? Like, fucking answer me, dog. What's the review? I'm interested." He goes, No. He's getting all defensive, and I will never forget these next words for as long as I live. He says, No. I broke her neck." There is so much to unpack in that one sentence. First of all, her? You gave it a pronoun. Now it's real. Second, neck? That's not even what body part it is. And third, you broke it? Man, how hard are you going? 15 years and you forget how to be a gentleman? Fast forward again to the following Christmas. I'm getting ready to go back to Ohio. I'm finishing up shopping for my family. And again, it comes down to him. Now I'm really struggling. What the fuck do I get him? How do I possibly top what I did last year? Clearly he enjoyed the last one. And my man hasn't had pussy since at least February because, he apparently broke it. So I do what any decent, thoughtful grandson would do in this situation. I double down and I decide to get him another one. I'm going to make it 2 pocket pussies, 2 Christmases in a row. I am grandson of the decade. Easily. Obviously, I was a little more aware of what it was going to be put through this time around, so I had to find him a more durable one, something with a stronger neck. I'm at home doing my homework on a quest to find the Bentley of pocket pussies. A pocket pussy with traps. Trying to find my papa a trap queen for Christmas. But I couldn't find exactly what I was looking for. Surely he'd pop a blow-up doll if he was shattering hardware. Then, right as I was about to give up, I found it. I was out on tour, and as luck would have it, I was performing near an adult store. I had to use the restroom, so I went inside, and right next to the register, what do I see but the latest version of my grandpa's ex? We are talking a next-level pocket pussy. I've never seen anything like it, and I've done a lot of research, like a lot. For my grandpa, this lady was all souped up, with all these different modes and even machine washable, material. It came with different attachments and parts. It was a real Swiss Army pussy. Like this thing had a compass and a can opener. It could have doubled as a canteen if you got lost in the woods. But by far the best attachment it came with was a suction cup. The idea being you can fucking stick this thing to a wall. Obviously. Like how did no one think of this before so you could switch positions? Or maybe you want to work your legs? Whatever you want to add to your repertoire, you can do it. I was sincerely impressed. Like, this is so creative. Now Papa's got free roam of the house. He's not bedbound beating his dick like a pilgrim. He's got options. I was excited for him, but also fucking terrified that I'd go home next time to possibly find chunks of drywall at waist level missing all around the place. Like doing a bit of remodeling, are we? Is this project mid-demo? Or did you literally fuck from the window to the wall? Got your dick sucked down the hall? Oh, Steve. My fans naturally started to get to know my Grandpa Steve, too. Not as well as she did, thank God, but still. I didn't just have Papa help open my OnlyFans special. I talked about him on stage all the time, too. Hell, the first time I ever told the story about him and the pocket pussy from Christmas was on my buddy Adam Ray's podcast. When someone becomes a diehard fan, when you're a real one, it's like you're more than just part of the audience. You're a part of my family. Think about it. People who had been following me since the very beginning, and there were maybe 4 or 5, had literally watched me growing up. They'd seen me get new teeth. They'd watched me hit puberty at a ridiculously late age. They'd hear me tell stories about my home, my high school, and my grandpa. They'd been with me through all the ups and downs, and unfortunately, every family does have its share of downs. Sometimes so far down that shit hits rock bottom. In the middle of 2022, I started noticing that something about Grandpa Steve seemed off. He was coughing a bunch, mentioning pains in his chest. He'd never been a particularly heavy guy, but all of a sudden he was getting downright skinny. Straight up gaunt. Whenever he and I talked, for as grumpy as he could be, he always had a smile for me. But now his energy was flagging. He seemed tired all the time, worn down. It reminded me a little of what I'd been like when I was fighting depression during the pandemic. Papa was deteriorating. But I tried to put it out of my mind, like maybe if I just pretended everything was cool, it really would be cool. Then one day he gave me a call. He gave me the news in his own way. There was no hysterics, nothing dramatic. Even when my grandpa bitched about stuff, and he bitched about everything all the time, he just wanted to vent. He never wanted people to feel sorry for him. Complaining was his official love language. He just kept it simple, cut right to the facts. Yeah, so I ain't been feeling too good, as you may have noticed. So I went and got myself checked out. The doc told me I got cancer. Despite it all, I was still in disbelief. Jesus, Papal. Are they sure? Sure as sure can be, he said. All I'm waiting on is what stage it is, how bad it spread. This might sound crazy, but even after that, I kept my hopes up. I don't know. I guess when you're working in something as unreliable as comedy, you learn to tell yourself whatever you need to hear to keep going. Or maybe he'd been such a rock for me that I couldn't imagine living without him. Maybe for once I figured it was my turn to be strong for him. Don't worry, Papaw, I told him over and over again. People are coming up with new cures for this shit every single day. Do you know how much money they pour into this research? You can fight this thing. I know you can. And he did. Or at least he tried. But sometimes fighting the good fight, even fighting the best fight, isn't good enough. On November 28th, 2022, only a couple months after he called me to tell me he had cancer, Papaw died. It happened so fucking fast I couldn't believe it. But this was a reality even I couldn't deny. The universe, whether that's cosmic energy or the angels looking out for us or crazy-ass luck, whatever you want to call it, had been swinging my way so much recently. The insane viral success of the Lazy Hero video had pulled me back from the brink of giving up on comedy forever. But I guess sometimes the universe just tells you to fuck off. My grandpa passed just 2.5 weeks before I was scheduled to film my second self-produced special. It was weird because I had already been planning on making my new special my greatest tribute to him ever. No more FaceTiming with my dude for a little sketch before the show, no. Now that I could afford it, I was going to fly Papaw down to Austin for the shoot so I could thank him in front of the sold-out crowd for everything he'd done for me. I wanted him to take a bow in front of all the people his love and support had brought together under one roof. But now that he was gone, what was I supposed to do? Yeah, my career was finally taking off, but what did it matter if I couldn't share it with the person I'd loved most in the world? How the fuck was I supposed to be funny when my heart was still raw and bleeding? How could I put on a goddamn comedy show when all I could do was cry? I sat down, tried to clear my mind as best I could, and I thought about it. And look, I know this is basically a cliche, but it's the honest truth. I knew Grandpa Steve would have wanted me to go through with the show. Hell, this was a dude who thought there was nothing funnier than sitting down with his 10-year-old grandson to watch a movie about a filthy, foul-mouthed Santa Claus who liked to fuck in parking lots. To say my Papaw had a dark sense of humor would pretty much qualify as the biggest understatement of all time. So I decided to honor him in the best way I knew how, by going even darker. I started by naming my special after him, calling it Matthew Stephen Rife. The Stephen had come from him, so it only felt right. We highlighted Stephen at the theater and lit it so it popped. I found a photo of him holding me as a baby and put it next to his favorite hat on a table under a dim spotlight on the corner of the stage. At the venue, I tracked down an old leather chair, a near-perfect stand-in for his favorite recliner that he sat in every day, and placed it in the corner, stage left. I saved him a seat, the best one in the house, but it wasn't just for him. It was for me. I never pointed out any of the props to the audience, didn't really care if they noticed. I just wanted my Papaw in the room. I wanted him close. Best of all, I decided to open the show by telling my favorite story about Grandpa Steve and the Pocket Pussy Christmas Miracle. I got through 4 unbelievable tapings of my special. And in the grand finale of my final show, I took a moment to explain to the crowd that the incredible man I'd gifted a pocket pussy to had passed away just a couple weeks prior. My fans, my second family, listened as I talked about my Grandpa Steve and what he meant to me. Then, from behind the leather chair, I pulled out another pocket pussy, gave a toast to the heavens, and poured out the ashes of my deceased grandpa from his favorite sex toy. The audience lost their shit. Waves of applause, laughter, and yes, shock. Like, did Matt Rife just... Yes, I did. Relax. It was kitty litter. Before he died, my Grandpa Steve actually told me, no joke, that he'd leave the second souped-up pocket pussy for me in his will. And let me tell you, you have never had an awkward conversation until you've had to ask an estate attorney if you're the heir to a top-of-the-line fleshlight. I said, I'm interested for sentimental purposes. Right, he answered. Let me get back to you on that. I'm still waiting for that call. And I hope he does get back to me, because I'll take that pocket pussy, put Grandpa Steve's ashes in it, name it Ashley, and then I'll fuck it. Just keeping it in the family. Chapter 15. MILF and Cookies. I walked onto the stage at the club in Des Moines, Iowa, ready to do what any sane person visiting Des Moines, Iowa for the very first time would do. Absolutely, mercilessly destroy Des Moines, Iowa. Come on, y'all. Can you really blame me? Unless you work in cows or corn, traveling to the heart of the Midwest usually isn't a highlight in anyone's career. These places are called flyover states for a reason, because pretty much the only thing they're good for is flying over them. Ideally far over the clouds, miles above, while you're watching Avengers on the plane's entertainment system for the 20th time, because what else the fuck are you gonna do? Count the quilt patchwork of fields below? When I first started performing around the country, I was all about hitting the big cities, and that usually meant coasts: New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Boston, Philly, whatever. Not just because that was the fastest way to reach the most people in the biggest crowds, but because, there was actually shit to do there in my few minutes of free time. Concerts and sports to check out, high-end shopping to get done, history museums and fine art exhibits to visit and critique. And don't you dare question my passion for history museums and the fine arts. I am an absolute aficionado when it comes to lyrical tramp stamps and war memorials. Besides, I had spent most of my life stuck in Ohio. I figured I already knew what all these towns had to offer: the pizza place, the gas station, the pizza place in the back of the gas station. What sight was I supposed to get excited about seeing when I plopped down for a comedy show literally being staged on a stack of hay underneath a single stoplight? "Hey Matt, the dude down the road's got his very own meth lab in the basement. I heard he just branched out into fentanyl too, and they say we don't got culture." But you know what? That night in April of 2023, the town of Des Moines, Iowa was going to do its very best to prove me wrong. Me, Matt Rife, who's generally only wrong about basically everything 86% of the time, which is actually a pretty good track record compared to most people in entertainment. I went up in front of the audience of 300 people and got about 10 minutes into verbally bullying everything it meant to live and die in Iowa when suddenly a soft voice from the crowd broke in. "You seem stressed," someone was saying. "I thought maybe a gift would help." I scanned the first few rows in the club. The first thing I noticed was just how happy everyone was to be there. One thing I had started to realize about all the big cities was that the audience tended to have a cynical, been there, done that vibe. They had a million places to go, a million things to see, and I just happened to be one of them. But that wasn't the case in a smaller Midwestern crowd. I was giving these guys shit, and what were they giving me? Warm, appreciative smiles. They had saved up for this night. This was something special, and I could feel that. The next thing I noticed was her, the owner of that soft, sultry voice. She was blonde, she was curvaceous, she was stunning, and she was in her 40s. And I know you know I've got a type. But best of all, she had started walking up to the stage with a big, sexy smile on her face because she wanted to give me a gift. A gift. I shit you not, all I could think about in that moment was this fine-ass cougar is seriously about to give me head. Now, in front of everyone, in Iowa. Because that would have been the best gift, obviously. And frankly, I was there for it. I would have kicked everyone in that crowd out of the room. Or let them watch. I didn't care. The nameless MILF was right. I really was stressed. Like, very perceptive of you, hot lady who's about to go down on me on stage in the middle of my show. You're a natural empath, a real people person. On the surface, nothing could have been better. A few months prior, I released my special Matthew Stephen Rife on YouTube, and it already had millions of views. That didn't just mean I had a bunch of new comedy fans. It also meant that millions of people knew just how fucking awesome my grandpa Steve was. And that was by far most important to me. I was also on the first leg of my very first big national tour, which I was calling my Chip Shoulder Tour. This is gonna sound corny as hell, y'all, but this was my fucking dream. Me, Matt Rife, headlining a tour with my name at the top of the bill, getting paid to do an hour of comedy in front of real, live, breathing human beings with an actual pulse. I was performing at cities all over the country, and yes, whatever you might think, Des Moines does actually count as a city. I was performing at clubs that had never even considered having me before. And I was able to bring my buddies along with me to open for me, managing logistics and taking photos. Think about it. How many times do you scan the lineup of your local comedy club and you barely even recognize any of the names? Well, until ridiculously recently, that had been me. Just another comic stuck in the grind trying to make a buck. Now all of a sudden, I felt like a real, honest-to-God, successful working comedian for the first time in my life. This was why I had left high school early. This is why I had let Gary Abdo throw tennis balls at my nuts on stage. This was why I'd moved to LA and taken the bus all over town, sitting next to pissing homeless people, to achieve exactly this. My own tour, and it felt great. But at the same time, I was calling it the chipped shoulder tour for a reason. That famous chip on my shoulder was only getting bigger. Yes, I was finally getting gigs at clubs I'd been hitting up for years, but they were still only giving me the crumbs off their table. Like, sure, we can give Matt a night. On our emptiest weekend all year, let's see if we can get some of his TikTok fans to show up, because we damn well ain't gonna do shit to promote him. Good luck. And it wasn't just the clubs that weren't giving me the respect I'd earned. TV networks, movie studios, streamers, none of them were fucking with me. Hell, I was still putting out my own stuff on YouTube. None of the big boys wanted to even think about giving me a movie or a TV show. As far as they were concerned, with social media fame, you were meh until proven undeniable. They simply didn't believe that my internet fans would show up on other platforms. Yeah, he's big on TikTok, they'd say, but TikTok isn't Peacock or Paramount Plus. Yeah, right. I guess because people actually watch TikTok, huh? But what got me more than that, more than anything put together, was this bizarre reputation that people had already pegged me with literally weeks after anyone had even started learning my name. You're listening to this book, so you've probably already heard this before, and trust me, I hear it about 1,000,000 times a day. He's too young, he won't sell tickets, he only does crowd work, not real comedy, and he looks like he'd be an asshole. The young thing I'd been hearing since I was born, because even before I started comedy, I looked younger than my age. Not hitting puberty until you're 22 years old does tend to hit you with a label. And the bias against crowd work is a really old, tired cliche in the comedy community. There's this belief that respectable comics should practice and perfect every beat of their routine before they go on stage, and that talking to your audience is a lazy way of avoiding all the work that goes into honing a well-crafted set. First off, honing a well-crafted set, that's exactly what I do, and you can see that in any of my specials. The crowd work stuff is seriously 1% of my act. It just happens to be the most famous 1% because clips are short, easy to watch, and no one had seen this kind of crowd work before. Second, lazy? Have you ever actually tried to make an entirely improvised 5-minute-long conversation with a complete stranger not just interesting but funny? I'm not talking about getting a single laugh and moving on. I'm talking about a sustained build with multiple reveals and misdirections all peaking at exactly the right moment. I have to listen, I have to think on my feet, I have to stay entirely in the moment while simultaneously staying 3 steps ahead, and I have to make it look easy. Because rule number 1 is never ever look forced or inauthentic. Trust me, if it actually was easy, a hell of a lot more people would be doing it. But the asshole label, that's the one I really straight up do not get. You know the whole thing about being too young? Well, when you spend most of your life being scrawny with a high-pitched voice and fucked up little tic-tac teeth, you learn how to be self-deprecating. Fast. It's kind of like the ugly person's version of playing dead. Like, if I crack jokes about how messed up I look first, maybe everyone else will just forget about making fun of me and move along. If I'm really lucky, maybe I'll get a laugh out of it too. Self-deprecation is my bread and butter. You can see it in all of my comedy. From back when every other joke in Wild 'N Out is about how I look like Justin Bieber with an extra chromosome. Even now that I look like a high-priced trailer park fuckboy, all I ever do is make fun of the fact that I look like a high-priced trailer park fuckboy. Do I roast people when I'm up on stage? Yes, to a crisp. I'm a comic, that's what I do. And for me, a clever, well-timed roast isn't an insult. It's the opposite. It's my love language. Roasting my friends and getting roasted by them has always been how we show each other we care. That might sound screwed up to you, and maybe it is, what the hell do I know? But think about it. True friendship is about being vulnerable with someone, right? What better way to show vulnerability than to say, yo, that thing you're insecure about that you try so hard to hide? We actually love you for it, and it's what makes you, you. And yes, your hairline is definitely terrified of your forehead. That's why my crowd work interactions never feel hostile. Why we always have so much fun bantering. It's because my crowd understands that me fucking with them is just my way of showing affection. They know my deepest, darkest secret, which is that I'm actually a pretty nice guy. I say please, I say thank you, I say bless you when other people sneeze. Unless you're one of those elbow sneezers who don't have the common courtesy to at least sneeze into their fucking shirt. I'll see you in hell, assholes. I've got manners, and I think your mom's gonna love me. And if I have anything to say about it, I'll tuck my napkin in my shirt when it's time to eat her for dessert. Now go to bed. I'm starving. Why the label then? My best theory, my only guess, is that a lot of dudes in our industry are insecure. Comedy is one of the few art forms where it's not cool to be cool. Comedians by nature are a weird bunch. We're misfits. We're horseflies. We're annoying as fuck. No one tries to be funny because they're already popular or well-liked. Hell, like I just said, I only wanted to be funny because I started to feel like such a freak. So maybe when some people in our business see a young fuckboy who's successful doing something that's supposed to be reserved for the uncool, maybe that's triggering. Maybe the first place they go is, looks like an asshole. Whatever. I seriously don't know, but go ahead, call me conceited, and prove my point. All I can really say is it pisses me off, but in a very polite, non-assholish way. It turns my chip into the size of a great fucking oak, and I carry that thing with me wherever I go, even up on stage. And especially during my first ever national tour, when all I really desperately wanted to do was prove all the haters wrong. So yes, random, hot MILF in the audience in Des Moines, Iowa, as much as I want to entertain you, I probably do look a bit stressed right now. And yes, I will happily, very humbly, very gratefully accept that BJ to help me relax. Thank you very much. God bless you while we're at it. Where's my napkin? Okay, it turns out she wasn't offering me a BJ. Damn. Instead, she was headed up to the stage with this mysterious, sparkly bag. After I got over the painful realization that I was not about to get head from this gorgeous lady, my first thing I thought was, should I call security? And then I thought, motherfucker, it's gonna be another Build-A-Bear. In case you live under a very slimy rock or are extremely poor with context clues, a Build-A-Bear is exactly that. You buy this cuddly, delightful stuffed bear that you dress up and accessorize to make it feel more personal. Well, back in those days, pretty much anytime anyone was nice enough to bring me a gift, it was a Build-A-Bear. This was because of a red flag interaction I had at a show in Florida where a girl complained a guy bought her a Build-A-Bear on a second date, and that was a red flag. This ungrateful teddy hater made it into an online clip, obviously. The clip goes viral, the next thing I know, I'm getting swamped by these creepy-ass bears at every show. Which would have been cool, except no one put any thought into these goddamn bears. I mean, that was the whole point, right? You personalize them. But chicks would hand me these bears, and half of them didn't have any clothes on at all. Which, point taken, some people look better naked, but still, lazy. If I got lucky, they were maybe wearing a pair of pants and sunglasses. I got a firefighter once, and that only made me feel like a failure because all I do is tell jokes. And one time, soon after Grandpa Steve died, a lady brought me a bear that was entirely decked out like an admiral in the Navy. I'm talking a dapper little hat, a bunch of little medals pinned to his uniform, even a name tag that said Steve. Okay, that one was actually pretty cool. Bravo, ma'am. Papa would have been touched. But the rest of them, all the nudist Build-A-Bears who had God knows what on their mind, I had a billion of them, and I had no interest in luring kids into a creepy van during my spare time, so I donated them to a family service charity in LA. My apologies for the lack of shirts. And Build-A-Bears were actually some of the more, appropriate gifts. After my Matthew Stephen Rife special, what other than the Navy was my papa associated with? That's right. Pocket pussies. So I promptly received dozens of them. Now, the free fleshlights actually did come in handy. What was I supposed to do? The charity wouldn't take those. The road's lonely, shut up. 2 other women got me dildos. That one's a puzzler, never did any bits about dildos. Definitely no viral clips that I know of me and dildos. In fact, I honestly don't think I've even typed the word dildos until I wrote this. To my knowledge, these 2 women didn't even know each other. Had never even spoken to each other. They lived in separate states, attended entirely different shows, but somehow, both of them looked at me and came to the exact same conclusion. This man needs a dildo. I don't love that I give off that vibe. Oh, and one time someone left me a nice clean pair of socks. So this kind-hearted MILF handed me the mysterious, sparkly bag, sat back down in the second row with her girlfriends, and I peeked inside. Waiting for me was something better than a Build-A-Bear and sex toys and socks put together. Hell, it was even better than a blowjob, and I am not making that up. She baked me cookies. Homemade chocolate chip in a Tupperware container, or as they call them in Iowa, the good dishes. And let's be clear, not all chocolate chip cookies are created equal. I actually had a fan bring me cookies before. I mean, I've gotten socks and dildos, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. They were trash. Obviously, I smiled and said thanks and pretended they were really good, but she'd burned them and they were extra crispy. Apparently, some people actually like their cookies crispy, and those people are psychotic and should never be trusted about anything. But these cookies were flawless. Cooked all the way through, so no undercooked salmonella, but still somehow also soft and chewy. And with them in the bag is a red tee that says, "I went to Iowa and all I got was this t-shirt and a blowjob." As cheeky as the shirt was, the cookies were fucking fire. The blowjob was gonna have a hard time beating this. But who says this has to be an either-or situation? "Thank you so much," I say into the mic. "What's your name?" "Christina," she says with a sexy smile. "She's a grandma," one of her cock-blocking friends chimes in. It drops like a bomb. Like, are you fucking kidding me? A grandma? I'm ready to put the shower chair to use. And if I do blow her back out, at least I know she's got a heating pad, some icy hot, and a decent chiropractor. There's already plastic on the furniture. We can make a mess all over the throw pillows, and cleanup would be a breeze. Suddenly, as far as I'm concerned, this just went from being a comedy bit to being a very intimate first date, which just happens to be taking place in front of 300 people who are enjoying every second. "How old are you?" I ask her as I take another bite of her amazing cookies. She shakes her head, embarrassed. "Say it. Say it." More shaking her head, more embarrassment. This is dirty talk to me, come on. She's my type. 45, she finally admits coyly. Perfect. Although if I'm being honest, 50 would be even more of a turn on. Christina had just gotten divorced. Men of Iowa. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Morons, do you not see a diamond in the haystack? Maybe that's not the saying, but the majority of my blood wasn't in my brain. I take another bite of that incredible cookie and I notice her look at something on her phone. "What's that?" I say. "What is it?" She shows me and my eyes open wide. "Is that your daughter?" Y'all, let me tell you, this is absolutely a case of like mother, like daughter. If I spotted Christina and her 21-year-old daughter Maggie together at Applebee's, the Soho House of Des Moines, I absolutely would assume they're sisters. They look identical. "Shit," I say, taking another bite. "This is about to be the most uncomfortable Thanksgiving ever. Because if you taste this good, this is gonna be a problem." Christina hands me her phone and I smile. "Let's swipe out of Instagram, see what else is in here." "Let's go through a photo album." "No," Christina says. "Wait." The audience explodes, and between me and you, I wanted to scroll. I wanted to so bad, but respectfully and regretfully, I did not. Instead, I do something even better. Turns out Christina's daughter Maggie is in college in Jacksonville, Florida. That's where Harvard is, right? And I decide to FaceTime her right then and there on stage. And miraculously, she answers. "Maggie, that is not your angle," I say. "Where are you right now?" "Hungover as shit," she says. Amazing. Jacksonville truly is a world capital of scholars. Maggie must be pulling all-nighters to meet those incredible academic demands. Honestly, by this point, I'm feeling our banter has reached its natural conclusion. Yes, I need to finish these cookies. Obviously, I need to ponder the t-shirt and its rather profound message to me. And most pressingly, I need to debate who I'm going to ask out first, Christina or her daughter. Really no debate, like I said, the type. But all of this can easily take place after the show. Then right after I hand Christina back her phone, I suddenly get interrupted by the most unique heckler I've ever encountered in all of my years of stand-up. Her tits squeak. You heard that right. Christina's perfect, yet fake titties actually squeaked during my set. "What was that?" I asked, stunned. "That was my tits," she says. No joke, my jaw literally drops. "You're lying. That did not just happen," except it did. And then it happens again. Squeak! The crowd goes batshit crazy. Honestly, so do I. "She has a squeaky toy in her titties," I announce. "And you talking to a dog. Woof." I thought about Christina's kids who were lucky enough to breastfeed. Because y'all know what goes great with cookies, right? Milk and silicone. My date with Christina didn't just end up being a good time, though I swear she did not help me earn that t-shirt after the show. It also made the Lazy Hero video look, well, lazy. Sorry to all you paramedics out there. The edited down clip swept across every platform I had, getting over 100 million views across TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Christina had fun with it too. She used her perfect cookie recipe to raise money for a local charity. And she gained hundreds of thousands of followers on her own platforms, where people know her as the TikTok MILF. That's the mom I'd like to follow. And of course, both she and Maggie now have OnlyFans accounts, because at this point it feels like almost every girl in America is practically required to get one when they turned 18. What can I say, man? That's the world we live in. I don't have a subscription to either of them, but you absolutely should. Through the entire experience, Christina has been humble, charismatic, and as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. Videos like MILF and Cookies don't come along often. Hell, they come along almost never. You're lucky if a crowd interaction goes longer than a minute. 5 minutes is a blessing. But to get 45 minutes of joke after joke and ridiculous reveals, and yes, tits that squeak, that's a goddamn miracle of personal chemistry, quick thinking, and serendipity. But that's kind of the point of creating something special. If it was easy, it wouldn't be so special anymore. People always ask me what the specific moment was when I finally broke through and became a legit comedy star. And the truth is, there wasn't one. It happened over a couple years, not overnight. But slowly and surely, as the viral videos piled up, as my crowd interactions and the TikTok algorithm worked their mysterious magic, my career gained a momentum that was literally undeniable. Some of the gatekeepers of comedy and entertainment finally started opening their arms to me. And it wasn't long before I launched a new tour that would change everything, taking my comedy to a level I can still barely comprehend. That t-shirt Christina gave me was wrong in the end. I got almost everything I've ever dreamed of during that stop in Iowa. Except a blowjob. But you know, I'll be back next year. Chapter 16. Stroking the Genie. I hold an ancient genie lamp gently in my strong and sizable hands. Gently I begin to stroke its long, slender, beak? Honestly, no idea what it's called. It's a fucking genie lamp. Faster. 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 Faster! When suddenly I hear this deep, steady breathing and a climax. Hey, attaboy! Ashton Kutcher pants, his head twitching. Thanks for the dry rub, pal. It's not a fucking barbecue. Apparently, I just made my teenage idol bust his nut. Not too shabby for a comic fuckboy trying to summon his very first magic genie. I didn't care that he'd sternly declined wearing a turban, a black goatee, and blue body paint. It was summer of 2023, and I was supposed to be asking Ashton Kutcher, yes, the Ashton Kutcher, to grant me one wish. But it kind of felt like my biggest wishes were already being granted. I was standing in the living room of my tastefully decorated mid-century modern home with a stunning view of Los Angeles. I was chilling with one of my new best friends, Ashton, and his wife, Mila Kunis, who happened to be the stars of my favorite TV program of all time, That 70s Show. And I was pretending to jerk off a lamp. What more could a guy want? Now, granted, the house wasn't mine. About 5 miles away, my roommate and I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment that was currently strewn with unopened Amazon boxes and half-pack suitcases. And granted, Ashton and Mila were really there on business to help me shoot a promo video for my new problematic tour, not just because they were cool as fuck, which, by the way, they were. I didn't even know for sure if Ashton had really orgasmed, because you know what? He's just that great of an actor. Or maybe I do know. Sorry guys, some clips are just too hot to make it to outtakes. But in a weird way, the reality of the promo shoot was even better than any fantasy. I mean, just a year earlier, a single year, I'd been scrounging together as many one-night shows as I could in little clubs in random towns across the country. I'd needed to pass out free tickets like candy just to get a respectable audience at each stop. Now I was about to launch a tour with the backing of Live Nation, who's not only the biggest name in the business, they're the only name. Like, Live Nation doesn't just do dinky clubs or even 200-person venues. These guys do motherfucking stadiums. And they had offered me the chance to shoot pretty much whatever kind of promotional video I could think of. I just had to bring them an idea. Which obviously was Ashton Kutcher playing an ancient magical genie who popped out of a rusty old genie lamp to grant me a wish, thanks to my killer wizarding skills. Obviously. I think I came up with the idea because simply working with Ashton was a dream unto itself, you know? That 70s show hadn't just been my favorite watch because it was fucking hilarious with relatable characters, although it was. I loved it because of what it represented. The 70s to me felt like this bygone era when life was simpler, better, when all that mattered was hanging out with your friends, watching a little TV, smoking a little weed, and maybe putting on the occasional leisure suit with a butterfly collar. If a multicam crew happened to be off in the wings recording it all with a laugh track, all the better. As long as social media and internet trolls wouldn't be invented for another 50 years or so, I'd be good. I, of course, wanted to be Kelso, Ashton's character. Hot and dumb. I was never that dumb or that hot, but what's life without aspirations? Bizarrely, not only did Live Nation love my fever dream of a pitch, it also turned out that Ashton Kutcher was a shareholder in Live Nation, which is yet another reason why it's really, really awesome to be Ashton Kutcher. There was no wrangling with lawyers or agents to get him involved, no red tape or pompous showbiz flexing. My dude just texted me one day and was like, "Hey, you want to FaceTime with me and Mila?" And I coolly and professionally texted back, "Ah, yes, right now, please. And I really hope this all caps isn't too creepy. Ah!" And it was on. We ended the promo with my actual wish. My true, honest-to-God dream I'd had since I first tried comedy back as a little kid growing up in Ohio. I wished for a world tour, bigger than anything I could have ever dreamed of. And I want it fully sold out with people from across the world who want to just come out, have a good time, and laugh. Can you give me that? Live Nation certainly seemed to think I'd be able to pull it off. They were building me a global tour, booking me over a year out in theaters that could hold up to 6,000 people. 6,000 fucking people. We were talking about hard ticket sales, with only my name on the marquee, and absolutely no chicken fingers being delivered during the show. These fuckers, these supposed experts in the business, thought that I, Matt Rife, who a year ago couldn't sell 70 tickets in Phoenix, would be able to sell out Radio City Music Hall. Spoiler alert, we sold out 6 of those. I was only 27 years old. I truly didn't think past next Thursday. I had no fucking clue if I could make this work. By this point, my social media platforms were doing numbers that to this day I can't really comprehend. Seriously, every single video I posted on TikTok was getting an average of 10 million views. Think about it, just a few months earlier, I couldn't believe it when Lazy Hero passed its first million views. Now, I was getting 1 million views per hour. Again, there wasn't really a single thing that pushed me over the edge. It was just a matter of consistently posting new videos that my audience seemed to crave, generating more and more momentum. For a 9-month period, my videos were the biggest thing on TikTok, a global phenomenon. Which is ironic because I really do fucking hate social media. Thank you, trolls. But according to Live Nation and the other entertainment gurus, that huge audience had created a pent-up demand for a new tour, even though I had only started the Chip Shoulder tour literally a half a year prior. That should have made me feel pretty good about things. And it's not like I felt bad, but there was a lot of uncertainty, especially because I had finally wrapped up my most popular bit ever. The one that ignited my entire crowd work craze. The one that truly launched my comic career. That's right, I had finally performed my final Red Flags number. As much as I loved the concept, it was time. My red flags act had legitimately become a phenomenon. Night after night, show after show, recently jilted and almost always drunk women were always so game to shit on the men in their life. And I was always happy to egg them on, pick apart their hypocrisies, and maybe reveal a red flag about them too. Either as 2-minute standalone clips or edited into 30-minute compilation cuts, the videos were insane, relatable, and fucking hilarious. And they had launched me into social media superstardom. But they were also starting to take over my entire show. Women would come to my performances and scream out, "Do red flags!" in the middle of my set like I was a goddamn jukebox. To be fair, a lot of my new fans from social media had never even been to a stand-up show. They seriously thought my entire act was the same as a TikTok video, no more, no less. And to be clear, I loved the fact that I was introducing people to stand-up for the first time in their lives. Any comic would kill for that honor. But you try telling a joke when every time you deliver a punchline, Susan from Boise shouts out, "Dirty car," or "Firefighters," even though she chain smokes in bed and doesn't know how to drive. I decided to hold a funeral for red flags. My buddy Elton Castay came up with the idea for an entire special that was nothing but crowd work, nothing but red flags and more red flags. This would be insanely hard to do. What if I got stuck with 1,000 women who shouted nothing but "doesn't eat ass" for a straight hour? And to make it work, we'd need the perfect environment. We'd need a city where relationships go to die. A mecca for bad tans, botched lip injections, bottle service, and boat hose. Someplace scammy. Someplace seedy where NFT and Bitcoin passed as sound investments and bachelorette parties fueled by Tito's and sodas ruled the nights, all carried along by an EDM beat. That's right, we went to Miami. This is gonna sound hard to believe, but I'd never been there before. I just knew it by reputation, but lucky for us, that reputation is right on the money. Because Miami was exactly what we got. Peak Miami. The very moment I stepped out on stage at the big show, seriously, before I'd even started my act, this dude in the front row, who's probably already plastered out of his mind, just starts screaming at me. And I mean screaming. I know I'm encouraging audience engagement here, but I can't even understand a word you're saying right now. You can't be so damn loud and drunk that you prevent all the other loud and drunk people from having a good time. Security comes over to very politely, very professionally escort this man away, and he just loses it. "It's because I'm gay, isn't it?" he shouts. "It's because I'm gay." "What?" I say. "I didn't even know you were gay." Next thing I know, this dude's punching a security guard in the chest. He's on the ground, kicking everything around him. He's shouting, "Get off me, you fucking faggot!" I'd never seen reversed homophobia. Welcome to Miami, I guess. Once we got through that drama, we got more. But this was exactly the right kind. The ladies in the crowd hit me with some high-quality red flags. We got a woman going after men's rights activists, which made me think she fucked Jordan Peterson. We got someone who hated dudes who were funnier than her, which made me seriously question why she was at a comedy show. We even got a chick hating on her Ivy League-educated ex who happened to wear flip-flops. Which mostly made me happy because I finally got to confess to the world that I actually like having socks on during sex. Because first off, my feet are cold, and second off, I use them for traction. How you can possibly argue with that, I have no idea. My favorite, though, was someone shouted out, "Legos in the bedroom." My first response was to say, "Legos in the bedroom?" Because honestly, repeating the phrase gave me a second to process just how ridiculous it was. My mind was spinning. Like, what is this man doing with Legos in the bedroom? Seriously, I want you to conjure up the S&M dungeon of your nightmares and just imagine that dildo for a second. But as ridiculous as it is, the last thing I want to do is say what everyone expects, right? Instead, I go right at her. He had a Lego village in his bedroom. Okay, so you don't fuck with architecture? Did you ever play with them? Ungrateful. After that, she did the work for me. Because, thank you, Miami, her job was trading crypto. "I want to roast you," I said, "but you're going to be poor anyway." She judged a man with fake buildings while she played with fake money. Sad but true, people. Sad but true. The special Walking Red Flag, which I made with tons of help from my boy Elton, was released in spring of 2023. And even though it was one of my most DIY specials ever, we had one cameraman, also Elton, doing everything, and our sound gear was shit. It ended up being a huge success, quickly surpassing 11 million views. And if you don't get that reference about 11, I highly recommend going to Miami and checking out the world's most over-the-top strip club. I'd tell you the story about watching a girl queef up a goldfish, but I don't really want to talk about my experience at C-Section World. But now, just a couple months later, on the brink of launching an absurdly ambitious global tour, I had to wonder, with my most popular bit officially retired, would my fans still turn out to see me? It sounds crazy, but think about it. The magic of my red flags routine had in a sense been almost entirely responsible for igniting my career. It had injected crack cocaine straight into the jugular of my fan base. How would they respond now that I have very publicly killed it off? Radio City Music Hall had 6,000 seats. No one would give a shit if I only sold 3,000 of them. Yeah, it was a huge number in a hugely competitive market, but the only thing people would remember was Matt Rife not only didn't sell out the show, he barely managed to fill half the venue. The night before the first day of pre-sales for the Problematic tour, I tried my best to get some sleep in the hotel. I was in New York City to do some last-minute press for the launch. Earlier that day, I'd arrived in Times Square just as my very first billboard went live. A 30 by 50 foot photo of me, shirtless, towering 6 stories above the center of the modern universe. I'd chosen the image as an homage to the famous Jim Morrison pose, partly because my beloved Grandpa Steve had first introduced me to the Doors years ago, and partly because I knew the shot would get people talking. New York had been where I'd had my first taste of success as a young performer, with my brief but extremely luxurious stint on MTV's reboot of TRL. I'd lived in a penthouse, I'd had a private driver, and yes, I'd refereed at least one fake sumo fight. Shortly after that gig ended, I returned to the city completely humbled, dragging my suitcase through the snow and staying in a freezing hostel as I performed for free at comedy clubs. Now I was back, and seemingly back on top. But for how long? As exhausted as I was, all I could do was toss and turn in the hotel bed. I mean, I was having horrible insomnia in the best of times. But this was crazy. My mind was flooded with excitement, anticipation, and, the best friend of any creative person, huge amounts of self-doubt. Was I finally going to prove to the world and myself that I was more than just an internet sensation? Or was I going to prove all the haters right? Fuck going shirtless, I thought. I should have leaked a nude. The next morning, after getting approximately 20 minutes of decent sleep, I groggily pulled up my sleep mask off my face, rolled over, and checked my phone. Bam! Dozens upon dozens of texts from my agents and manager, and they're all saying pretty much the same thing. Sold out Chicago, sold out in New York, sold out in Nashville. I couldn't breathe, which was usually a sign I was having a panic attack, but in this case, I was feeling nothing but joy. Was this happening? The pre-sale tickets for my most dedicated fans had sold out in 15 minutes. It's hard to know what to do when your life changes in a matter of seconds, but there was one thing I knew for sure. Hello? Room service? I said into the phone. Yes, I'll have the $35 eggs, please. I could afford to treat myself to breakfast in bed. There was one more city I just had to check before this really felt real. Columbus, Ohio. Miles from the small, trashy town where I'd grown up, and the home of the club where Grandpa Steve had taken me to perform in my very first open mic and bought enough tickets so they'd allow me up on stage. I clicked on the Live Nation app and I had sold out all 2,000 seats of the Palace Theater, and the wait list was over 80,000. 80,000 people? I'm from Ohio, and even I didn't know that many people lived there. You could have fit my entire hometown into the Palace. But with a wait list of 80,000, I could have practically filled the iconic Ohio State Horseshoe Stadium. Closing my eyes, I said a prayer of thanks to Papaw. He would have been proud. I wished he was still alive to see this and be a part of it, but as corny as this might sound, I knew he was out there, and that his energy was somehow making all this possible. Turns out I didn't have to worry about ending red flags. With all the demand, we ended up adding shows to every single original date, plus new cities along the way. We still sold out everything. Over 600,000 tickets sold in just 48 hours. And it only stopped there because we stopped there. My entire team, my agents, my manager, even Live Nation, we all had to take a moment to savor the fact that we were making history. We had raised the bar for what was possible for a touring comic. When it was all said and done, we ended up selling almost 1 million tickets for the Problematic tour. Now, I've been told that usually this kind of thank you should go at the very end of a book. But fuck it. I didn't get where I am by following the rules. So I'd like to take a moment to thank you. Yes, you listening to this. My life forever changed because of you. Without your support, I'd still be praying for someone to let me make them laugh. You showed up, you showed out, and you made me the happiest person on the planet. It's all thanks to you. And of course, the wise genie who magically granted me my biggest wish, and who very strangely bears a striking resemblance to Ashton Kutcher. Though he did warn me at the end of the promo to not go out and get myself canceled. Oh well, nothing's perfect. Chapter 17. The Witch Talk Controversy. I gotta say, when I did my Netflix special Natural Selection, there were a few other jokes I thought might be an issue. Like, I talked shit about a 3-year-old. A 3-year-old! And yeah, he was a super annoying 3-year-old on a plane, but still, I can understand how it might have been a little jarring to hear a grown man talk about caving in the sternum of a toddler, okay? I went after an overweight lady who talked shit about me on the internet. I said that as far as I was concerned, Michael Jackson looked like an Asian woman, which he does, but still, the rotting corpse of a musical child predator, allegedly, has a very vocal support community on TikTok. So let's just say that as someone who's used to speaking his mind and used to getting blowback for it, I had mentally prepared myself for some of the usual internet trolls to be, shall we say, triggered. But this one? This joke? Really? Swear to God, I never saw it coming. It was a Sunday morning in November 2023, just a couple of days after Netflix had released my special. I woke up that day with no idea what to really expect. I mean, you're talking to a guy who'd literally had his life turned upside down by internet videos. Internet videos. I'd woken up to clips like Lazy Hero and MILF and Cookies earning millions of views overnight, seemingly out of nowhere. Who the hell knew what weird-ass turn my life was going to take next? No way it could be perfect forever, right? But I have to admit, when it came to Natural Selection, my hopes were running pretty high. By this point, I'd released 3 self-produced specials on YouTube, and since my crowd work clips had gone batshit viral on TikTok, all of them had gone on to rack up tens of millions of views. But Netflix? In the modern era, Netflix is the comedian's holy grail. It's not just that every massive comedian from Chris Rock to Dave Chappelle to Bill Burr has done one. Netflix's gigantic international reach can take you from being a decent-sized star in America to being a worldwide celebrity. Having a Netflix special both legitimizes you and has the potential to take your tour to a level that comedians couldn't even dream of before the advent of streaming. Kind of like doing a set on Johnny Carson back in the day, if that set also helped you sell out every stadium from London to Singapore to Sydney. For most of my career, even after I took off on social media, Netflix, like all the other mainstream gatekeepers, had refused to fuck with me. And for the same old reasons, pretty much. He's too young. His online success won't translate. He looks like an asshole. But just like all the other gatekeepers, the numbers I'd been putting up on my Problematic tour were so ridiculous, they just couldn't deny me anymore. When Netflix finally caved in, judiciously chose to give me an opportunity, I couldn't wait to shoot my special and prove them and the world wrong about everything. Well, except maybe the asshole part. In a funny way, obviously. The prep for the shoot had been pretty seamless. I was about 50 dates into my Problematic tour, so I was in ring-ready shape. This special was going to be an hour-long set of structured material with absolutely no crowd work. I knew I was taking a risk, because obviously I was famous for my audience interactions. Some people only knew me as the crowd work guy. But what the fuck is life without taking a few risks? I wanted to give people something new, something fresh. In reality, crowd work was just a tiny percentage of my act. This was my chance to show everyone what I could do and what I'd been doing since I started as a stand-up. After going through a few potential directors who didn't quite fit, I contacted one of my oldest friends and mentors in the business, Eric Griffin, who'd first challenged me to be a funnier comic while also letting me crash on his couch in LA. I was halfway through my pitch when he cut me off mid-sentence. "Say less," he said. "I'm in." For the venue, I decided to go for pure audacity. Constitution Hall in Washington, D.C. I'd be surrounded by the nation's most historic monuments and performing on a stage that had hosted some of the biggest events of all time. Not only Eddie Murphy's Delirious, possibly the most magnificent special ever, but shows headlining James Brown, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Elton John, a handful of presidents, and now, some kid from bumfuck Ohio. Everything about the production was bigger and more elaborate than anything I had ever been a part of. From the size of the technical crew, to the number of cameras, to the quality of the fucking craft service food. I kept telling myself to treat this show just like any other. And in a sense, it was. The day of the shoot, we were filming 4 shows to get all the material we needed. I had the same routine as always. Wake up, hit the gym, write and have lunch, head to the venue around 5 p.m. for sound check, play a little music in the green room, and chop it up with the boys to warm up our silly. There was a 7 p.m. curtain on a 2-show night, then a meet and greet, then reset for the late show. Like clockwork. But who the hell was I kidding? This was the biggest show of my uncomfortably young life. Everyone I knew from basically everything was there. Friends, family, you name it. Not to mention the execs from Netflix and Live Nation who were all there to judge, support me as my dreams came true. No pressure. All I can say is, thank God I had more than one show to get it right. Night 1 went well, but I still had some nerves. The audience probably didn't notice, but watching the playback, I did. My energy just felt a tiny bit tight. My timing was just a hair off. But Eric proved to be the perfect director. We reviewed the footage, he suggested some adjustments, and on night 2, I fucking nailed it. Had I been confident before the show? Yes. Cocky? Absolutely. But was I currently relieved as hell that I'd actually delivered? You're goddamn right I was. When I saw the final edit of the show, which Eric the director and I worked on like crazy, I was amazed at how good it looked. But the final product that ended up on Netflix was not the final approved pass that Eric and I signed off on. I wasn't a fan of the jumpy cuts that had been added in the beginning. How something like that happens after final approval, I don't know. It's my only true gripe with the special. Nevertheless, I had never filmed anything so beautiful. Did it capture the energy of my live shows? Not exactly, but Netflix's international audience expected a certain level of polish, and Natural Selection had polish spewing out of every available orifice. That and class. The day of the special's release, it all seemed to be paying off. Totally coincidentally, Netflix was at that exact moment moving to a new era of data transparency and sharing rankings, so you can actually see the rankings of popular shows on the platform in real time. And we were opening at number 1 in over 40 different countries. Our whole team was on a rocket ship. You never take being at the top for granted. Hell, I'd literally been on the verge of quitting the business only a year earlier. But the special seemed like it was taking off. Friday night was ebullient. Saturday, transcendent. And then came Sunday morning. I looked at my phone, read my mentions, saw the headlines, and it felt like everything came crashing down. If you're listening to this book, chances are you remember what I like to refer to as the joke. My friend and I went into a diner and the hostess had a black eye. He said, "Damn, I feel like they should put her in the kitchen or something where no one can see her." And I said, "I feel like if she could cook, she wouldn't have that black eye." Cue the audience a surprised flood of whoa laughter, like, oh, can I laugh at this? But they do. A lot. And now they're ready for more. These few lines are what I opened my show with. To me, the joke was just that, a joke. I wasn't trying to make some kind of profound statement about the state of our society. I was trying to set the tone for the rest of the show via a personal spin on a classic joke. I like dark humor, and there was more of it to come. Mission accomplished, right? Apparently not. Because the internet responded to those few simple lines like I planted a nuclear bomb at the center of the earth and blown us all to hell. Matt Rife built his audience on women and turned on them right away. Matt Rife condones domestic violence. Matt Rife is a handsome Squidward. And my personal favorite, Matt Rife is a menace to society. You want to know the funniest part? The joke wasn't actually what generated the most outrage. No, what burned people the most was the gag I followed it up with. Of course I felt bad for her, but she should have had her protection crystals. I shit you not, this line seemed to be just as upsetting to women as my supposed support of domestic violence. And by women, I mean upper middle class ladies who literally collect gravel and were so angry that I don't believe in astrology. Practically overnight, I'd gone from being an internationally beloved darling of the internet to being, in certain circles at least, basically canceled and certainly reviled. I learned very fast that what TikTok giveth, TikTok can taketh away. Or in this case, witch talk. What exactly do I mean by witch talk? I'm happy you asked. Let's start by giving all my critics the benefit of the doubt, which, by the way, is something they absolutely do not deserve, and actually assume they're making their argument in good faith. Something along the lines of, Matt Rife made a joke we found offensive, therefore he advocates the beating of women. The idea that simply because I made a joke about domestic violence means that I somehow support domestic violence is on its face, so to speak, clinically insane. Comedy doesn't exist to make you feel comfortable. It exists to challenge you, to make you squirm in your seat, and yes, to make you laugh. Some of the greatest comedians of all time, from Lenny Bruce to Sam Kinison to Bill Burr, were or still are masters of the art of offense. Now, maybe you didn't find the joke funny. Maybe it wasn't to your taste. That's fine, that happens. Not to me very often, but it happens. But that doesn't make me a supporter of domestic violence. I mean, Jesus, I grew up with an abusive stepdad. Verbal abuse, psychological abuse, physical abuse, I experienced it all. Half the reason I spent every weekend with my grandpa Steve was to get away from it, to find someplace safe. Not only do I not condone violence, I despise it. That's part of why I wanted to joke about it, to diffuse that trauma. When me and my friends are roasting each other, are we trying to make each other feel bad? No. The whole point of joking about something negative is to show that we have power over it. You, my friend, are in control of that blatantly expanding waistline. I promise it's no big deal. Now have a laugh. In this case, I also wanted to make that joke because of where we were shooting the special. Not sure if you're aware, but Washington, D.C. is pretty close to another little city called Baltimore. And Baltimore has a bit of what we might call a reputation. It's tough, it's gritty, it's dangerous. It's very used to being considered D.C.'s crime-ridden stepbrother. The Wire, anyone? I decided to warm up the local crowd by riffing on Baltimore's hard-edged reputation. Again, maybe you didn't like the joke, and that's fine. But there was no hidden agenda, there was no darker, devious purpose. It was a gag. That's all. Honestly, my guess is that most of the critics actually know this, which brings me to witch talk. Now, if someone has a genuine problem with my comedy and they passionately post a message going at me, what can I say? I believe in free speech, and if I believe in it for me, I need to believe in it for you. But the truth is that most of the outrage directed against me and the joke is not all that sincere. It's not a controversy. It's a non-troversy. And it's manufactured for one reason and one reason alone: to game the algorithm. If you're trying to rise on TikTok and grow an audience, one guaranteed method is to monitor trends and draft on them for clout. Oh, Pokemon's big? I'm doing a post on that. The show Suits is surging as a topic? I'm a huge fan. Matt Rife said something that people are upset about? That's crazy. Never liked the guy. Now here's my promo code for Casper mattresses. As it turns out, just putting Matt Rife in any video boosts the signal and helps it go viral. Now, don't get me wrong. No one knows better than I do that social media and TikTok specifically helped turbo boost my career. But it's also true that the same platforms have magnified so-called outrage about my comedy to a deafening level, a blessing and a curse. How do I know that 99% of the fury is bullshit? Because trolls don't just sit around waiting for me to say something they disagree with so they can comment on it. They go through years and years of internet archives to actively search for new things to be offended by. This pattern is so commonly used these days that we're all a little desensitized. But let's think about this, okay? If you are so genuinely traumatized by something in the world, why the fuck are you spending all your time looking for more of it? Like, yeah, when my black buddy and I were roasting each other on Twitter back in junior high, I quoted a famous rap song that used the N-word. I have zero memory of this, but apparently it happened because someone, somewhere, somehow unearthed it online. My response? On the one hand, man, I could be a fucking moron. On the other hand, congrats, you have unburied a 20-year-old text that proves that, like most other adolescents, man, I could be a fucking moron. I didn't hide, I didn't apologize. I owned my juvenile mistakes and I said my piece, which ended up being the closing bit of OnlyFans, if you need a refresher. Do you really think I cheer on domestic violence? Do you really think I'm a racist, do you? Or are you just hunting for more controversy so you can feed the beast and get clicks? I guarantee it's the latter. But I'll be honest. That Sunday morning when the outrage exploded, I didn't exactly feel great about everything. Fuck my popularity, I had enough followers on social to last a lifetime, and drama usually led to more, as strange as that sounds. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was I'm fucking human, and I actually happen to like other humans. I've dedicated my life to making people laugh. I want to lift people up and give them joy. I hated the idea that I had caused anyone to be upset, if they really were. I didn't want to hurt anyone. Now I had to make a decision. A huge one. What should I do? Should I publicly apologize to everyone? Even if any harm I had caused was entirely unintentional? And if so, what exactly should I say? TBH, it wasn't a very hard decision to make. No one calling for my head wanted a real apology. They wanted the thing that passes as an apology on social media, a generic, "to all those I have offended" note. Or worse, the totally staged hostage video posted on Instagram. You know the one, with the messy hair and the Vicks vapor rub under the eyes, where the chastened celebrity sobs about how they've changed a lot in the last 24 hours. Sincerely. No one buys those apologies. And why should they? They're never really for the people who were offended. They're for the celebrity's reputation. They're meant to signal, "my bad, won't happen again," to any brands who might be getting nervous about their sponsorships. The apologies are for L'Oreal and Bud Light, not for you. Of course, they make the trolls happy too, because then they get to rip into you for being a pussy, or for not being authentic enough, or for basically anything they can think up to generate more clicks, which is all they really wanted in the first place. The second the comedian starts apologizing for material, it's over. You're going to spend the rest of your life being a phony whose only goal is being as bland and inoffensive as possible. But I was fortunate. I had spent the last 12 years of my life building my career and strengthening my identity. I know who I am and what I stand for. I don't hate people or promote hate, and I don't have to spend a single minute proving that. The following day, I had an idea. Before I could scare myself out of doing it, I opened my Instagram to stories and typed, "If I've ever offended you by a joke I've told on stage, here's a link to my official apology," followed by an embedded link to an adult special needs helmet. Boom, bitch. That's how I feel about your outrage. My audience, of course, loved it. And by my audience, I mean the women, men, trans, and disabled people from around the globe who continued to pack out every performance in the days and weeks following. Just like I thought, I actually gained more followers from it all. Not only because even controversies generate momentum on social media, but because there really are a bunch of people out there who are sick of the hypocrisy of cancel culture and who genuinely appreciate a dude who refuses to bow down to the outrage mob. My industry had my back too. I started getting calls from other comedians around the country. Some of them my friends, some of them my heroes, some of them I had never even met before, all telling me to push on. Did they like the joke? Were they even fans of my comedy? Who knows? It was basically irrelevant. What was relevant was that as comics, they'd all been there before. They'd all faced setbacks, been attacked or misunderstood, and they'd all made it through, growing even stronger in the process. And you know what? Even the performative outrage crowd loved my apology in their own way, because now they had more to be outraged by. How dare Matt Rife link to an adult special needs helmet? He promotes domestic violence and he's an ableist. He has zero respect for those with special needs. Okay, eat dicks. Yet again, my amazingly devoted fan base came to my rescue, reposting all the clips of me actually engaging with disabled members of my audience, talking to them, laughing with them, and you're goddamn right, roasting them. Because the worst, most truly offensive thing you can do to someone is ignore them. I've always felt that exclusion was the biggest form of discrimination. Because people aren't truly different until you treat them differently. All my critics were having a ball talking about disabled people, talking around disabled people, using disabled people to further their agendas and gain more clicks. But did any of the trolls ever try to actually fucking talk to disabled people? Hell no. I've been blessed with some of the most beautiful bonding interactions on stage. I've met everybody and made jokes about everybody. And I'll tell you this, it's almost never the person being joked about that actually takes offense and gets angry. Disability doesn't mean doesn't have a sense of humor. If anything, the disabled people I've met tend to laugh the loudest because laughter is the best coping mechanism for all the shit they have to deal with. The same weekend I experienced the lazy hero at Copper Blues in Phoenix, I met one of the sweetest women. And for once, she may not have been older than me. She was seated in the front row, stage left, in a wheelchair, and her brother had given me a heads up that she was a huge fan. During the show, I had asked her a little about herself, and we had some fun mocking the hell out of each other. But it's what she concluded with that got me. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she said, "Thank you for including me." Thanks to her, I knew exactly how I was going to close out my second special, Matthew Stephen Rife. I delved into the hardships of the disabled and how much I admired their mental and emotional strength, plus my appreciation for them rolling with the punches, and then I honored them in the best way I know how, with a joke. That's what you do to vegetables. You roast them. And guess what? She loved that joke, and if you don't, count your blessings and do what she unfortunately can't. Take a hike. Looking back on it all with the added perspective of, at least a few months, what would I have changed about my Netflix special? I don't know, man. Maybe different camera angles and a better edit? Yeah, the controversy caused a lot of headaches for my friends, my family, and my creative team. It put my fans in an awkward position where they felt like they had to defend me. But I had so much fun building that show, and a lot of people loved it. And I honestly have yet to engage with anyone who was credibly, legitimately hurt by my comedy. When you're moving at 300 miles per hour, there are no small accidents. I knew a backlash was coming. I knew it intuitively. A big part of me was dreading it. Things had been going so ridiculously well. Life over the past year had felt too good to be true. I wasn't used to shit going right. I was used to it going wrong. I was waiting, just waiting for everything to go to hell. When it did, and when I found myself still standing at the end of it, it was like I could finally breathe again. It felt like I could finally say, whew, okay, now this is real. I can trust this. Now I can actually experience this. Since then, in my own way, that's exactly what I've been trying to do, while still, of course, moving at 300 miles an hour. Chapter 18. Look out for spiders. We walk through the halls of the empty house for sale, bickering over the changes we'll make if we decide to pull the trigger on the purchase. This old carpet will definitely have to go, I say, It's all flat and smushed. Agreed. Maybe something like a nice plush beige to match the walls. Beige, I say, gagging. Absolutely not. More like snowy white, really thick and fluffy, like you sink right into it. And we are totally changing these dingy walls. With a new shade of beige, I hope. I want the bedroom to be cream and green, I say. You know, green is my favorite color. I do. Yeah, I say. That shit'll look Rolex. Yep, I think this house is definitely the one. Perfect for me and my boys. You remember them. One being the dude who opens for me on tour to this day, who never shuts the fuck up, and who obviously is gonna be my roommate in this 5-bedroom house I'm gonna buy. What, you didn't think I was married or some shit? Hell no, I'm not even 30 yet. Who the fuck needs that kind of grief? Besides, Alex and I are already basically married. We just have more sex than the average married couple. Kidding. Probably the same amount. Okay, I know we're buying the place furnished, Alex says as we walk out the front door together, but I insist on a new couch. And of course we'll need TVs for every room and Xboxes and... I sigh and roll my eyes. I might just have to banish this motherfucker to the pool room. Oh, and FYI, buying a furnished house isn't ideal. It feels like you're living in an Airbnb that the owners died in. My house. The first one I've ever owned, and a slight step up from the sofas I'm used to sleeping on, is located between 2 major cities on the East Coast. And there's a comedy club and an airport not too far away, so it's really convenient for all the touring I do. I'd like to tell you more about the location, but honestly, some fans are so rabid they'd find me and try to eat me alive if I gave out too much information. No joke, I've been bit. The house is on a bunch of land, too. I don't mean it's some fancy estate or something. I'm talking about nature. Real nature. Like I'm walking around right now dictating this shit into my phone, and I'm seriously looking at a pair of giant-ass wild turkeys strutting across the yard along with... Fuck! So fucking gross. Okay, I just walked through a spider web, which is the one and only downside of living out in nature because spiders are the absolute worst, just creepy and crawly, and their stringy-ass webs just stick to you and won't come off. Ugh. Disgusting. It's funny, I guess, because I spent most of the first half of my life trying to get away from the nothing fields of central Ohio. And don't get me wrong, I still can't stand rural white trash Ohio. But now that I could live in pretty much any huge, fancy city in the world, the first thing I wanted to do was move closer to nature. I'm aware that some people prefer the flashing lights and big buildings and concrete of the cities. Some people hate to go camping or sit outside and watch fireflies light up at dusk. But to me, it's so crazy that anyone doesn't like nature. I mean, it's nature. It's natural. That's where we're supposed to be as human beings. That's where we're from. That's where we'll all end up when we're dead and buried. That's what this whole world will be when it finally comes to an end. Nature. Just nature. Don't get me wrong, I don't believe in hippy-dippy bullshit, and I will always draw the line at crystals, but somehow, for some reason, it calms me to stand in my bare feet on the grass or reach out and touch a stone or whatever it may be. It's good for you. Though I will say the very first thing I bought for the house was a Nerf basketball hoop for the entrance, because blindsiding your boy with a windmill 360 dunk is good for you too, and for maintaining the pecking order of the foyer. You know what I mean. The simple stuff. We're only about 70% through the problematic world tour as I finish this book. How I've had the time to write it, I don't know. But I think it was healthy. I haven't had the chance to reflect on much of this journey, the wins, the losses, and it's been a pleasure to share my insane experiences of my past and present. The future is scary, but what's life without a little danger? I'm going to be honest with you guys. I love having the opportunity to make so many people laugh. I love getting paid to do it. Who knows where I'll be in 20 years or 20 weeks? But right now, I am truly living my dream, and I will be forever grateful that I finally broke through. Trust me, I know how much luck and hard work it takes to make this happen. But being famous is fucking weird. There's not much positive about it. From when I was a little kid, I've always had problems trusting people. I mean, you try feeling secure in the world when your dad kills himself, your stepdad abuses you, and even your grandpa, who you love more than anything, pretty much wants to isolate himself from humanity. Maybe Papa was onto something. Being famous has magnified all that trust shit by 1,000,000. Forget about the trolls. It goes without saying that at this point, I get attacked online on the regular by thousands of people who don't even know me. I get that. It comes with the territory. But man, I can't even trust the people who pretend to like me. How can I? They all want something from me. And I'm not saying they're all these diabolical, devious motherfuckers sitting around, twirling their mustaches and cackling like, "Mwah, now we finally have Matt exactly where we want him." Shit, if anything, that would be kind of funny. Who doesn't like a fun twirling mustache and a nice cackle? Give him a top hat and a Bolshevik accent and we're good to go. No. A lot of the nice people probably think they have my interests at heart. They might truly believe that, but still, they all want something. They are only here, they are only talking to me because after years of working my ass off and getting nowhere, a few turns of fate gave me a level of success that was undeniable. That was impossible for them to not want to be a part of somehow. And trust me, people will turn on you the moment it benefits them. Go back in time just a few months, and these same people who currently smile and give me Hollywood hugs and tell me how much they love me, they quite literally wouldn't stop on the street if I tried to hand them free tickets. And the same people who adored me yesterday are already trying to take everything from me today, the moment I'm not what they want me to be. How am I supposed to navigate this? You tell me, guys, because if there's a secret, I seriously want to know. I'm single right now. Would I like to get married someday? Sure. Have a few kids? Why not? Let's say 3, 2 boys and 1 girl. No idea why that mix, but it just feels like a good combination, so I'm sticking with it. But how exactly am I supposed to meet the right girl? Let's be clear, I am not stressing over this in any way whatsoever. But think about how hard it is to meet the right person, even in the best scenarios. Someone where you both respect each other and support each other and don't spend all your time arguing about stupid shit. And yeah, someone you can trust. That person is 1 in 1,000,000 even when you're not famous. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? Go on Plenty of Fish? Slide into someone's DMs on Insta? Who knows? Maybe I'll end up with Christina from Des Moines. She's fucking hot, and men from Iowa are clearly blind, so she's probably still available. Then there's my sleep. As you may have picked up throughout the book, sleep has always been kind of a problem for me. In a way, there's nothing complicated about it. It's just insomnia. When some people get stressed and depressed and anxious, they eat too much, they drink too much, they sleep too much. Me? I don't sleep. At all. I lie there in my bed, and my mind bounces from one thing to another. Sometimes it's work. Sometimes it's the most recent individual who fucked me over. Sometimes it's totally random. Yellow, trees, the circus, space. But a few months ago, in the middle of Problematic, it was out of control. I was walking to a show in Indiana. I hadn't slept at all for 7 straight days. And I collapsed. Grasshoppers, computers. I was forced to do what I hate more than anything. Postpone my tour. For 2 weeks straight, I did nothing but try unsuccessfully to get rest and go see doctors who basically couldn't figure out what to do. It started to feel like I was never going to find a solution or sleep ever again. Snow, baseball, stop sign. They were like, "You know how people's circadian rhythms can get off?" "Sure," I said. "Well, you don't have a circadian rhythm at all anymore." Apparently doing 2 shows a night almost nonstop for a 1.5 years on end without ever seeing the light of day isn't, good for you. I was only 28, but I had the fucked up health and jaded soul of a 90-year-old. If Grandpa Steve was still with me, I probably would have sold my new house and moved in with him. Plastic-covered furniture for everyone. I know. Good luck on finding a way to make that any less depressing. Cue the fucking violins, right? But honestly, guys, I'm good. I really am. At the end of my forced vacation, I finally was able to get a few hours of sleep, a few days in a row. And then it was back on the road and back on stage, which, ironically, my body had been craving more than sleep itself. More than anything else, it turns out I can't live without performing. More than anything else, I don't want to disappoint my fans and all the people I love who are relying on me. Those 2 weeks had felt spiritually like 2 months. Comedy is in my blood. Making people laugh is who I am. And that's a good thing. Fuck that. It's a great thing. People in the entertainment business finally seem to take me seriously. Instead of rejecting my ideas out of hand, they're actually inviting me to give pitches in corporate conference rooms full of a handful of executives who have no imagination. And then they reject my ideas. It's awesome. But I've managed to sneak a few through, and I already have some movies and projects in different stages of production. And I'm very hopeful and super excited. I got all my friends who have been with me since the very beginning, so I know I can count on them. I got Alex, who I love, but who will definitely be living in the pool house at some point. I got Kyle, my buddy and current videographer, who's also moving in. A couple more who pop in sometimes. My best buddy James decided to go off and have himself a kid, which I'll never forgive him for, but I got him too. The core of my team and my close comedy community, my manager Christina and friends like Paul who chose to stick with me even when it would have been easier to sell me out. I will always have their back because they've always had mine. Me and my mom are doing better than ever, even after some rough spots in our relationship. I'm in fucking therapy, y'all. Imagine that. Me, in therapy. Yeah, I know, self-reflective and shit. Most of all, somewhere out there in the universe, I know I got Papaw. Grandpa Steve is out there looking over me, guiding me, protecting me, loving me, and probably chewing tobacco and watching raunchy movies if there's any such thing as heaven. Without him, none of this would be possible. None of it. I'm doing my best to accept all this, the great, the good, and the not so good. It's my dream, absolutely, but it's also a lot of madness to pack into 2 years. Sometimes I feel like an old man, but in a way, I'm still just a kid. I gotta remember that. I gotta be kind to myself. I gotta learn to be patient and more forgiving of myself and others. And sometimes, when I need it most, I gotta take time to rest. To shoot a few hoops with my Nerf basketball. To feel the grass on my feet and reach out my hand to touch a stone. Sorry there weren't more pictures in this book.
Your Mom's Gonna Love Me was written and read by Matt Rife. It was recorded by Anthony Sikosha at Star Trek Studios in Rhode Island. Editing, mix, and post-production by like 2,000 pounds. The associate producer was Elisa Morales. Your Mom's Gonna Love Me was produced and directed by Travis Tunn. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Your Mom's Gonna Love Me is available in print from Gallery Books.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.